if the line goes to 7.
Sure.
But I don't know. I might just enjoy it. I'm having a Super Bowl party, though. You're all invited.
A Twitch party? You're just going to stream yourself watching the Super Bowl?
No. They're all invited to my house.
All right.
Yeah. I live in Pasadena, guys. Come. This is as live as a TV show will ever be. Awesome Death. We're on a 30-minute delay. 25.50, guys. Action commencing. See the players buying in for 10K, 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 7K, 5K, 5K, and 5K.
And the player images will show up in just a couple of hands.
Wow, it looks sharp. The graphics look really sharp, Brian.
Thank you.
Nice job. Those black chips are $100. The green chips are $25. The pink chips are $1,000 or $500. I'll get confirmation of that in a second. Corbin out of the small blind called. We do not have the Phil or Alan's hand up there yet.
Of my chips in my mind. With nothing.
So Ross check raised here. Hellmuth got out of the way. Richardson called. Our much ballyhooed graphics are quite incorrect at this moment. I'm just going to put that out there.
I don't promise they're going to be accurate, just so they're going to look nice.
Yeah, they're pretty.
That's my involvement.
Okay, it looks like Richardson's got a flush, and Ross had check raised that flop with a pair of aces on an ace, so he had ace-jack. The only thing I do know is I know Richardson had a flush, I know Ross had an ace, I know there was an ace on the flop, so we'll leave it at that. It's all uphill from now, guys.
You don't have to.
There, I hit about 3 times. What was the flop, too? What was the
Ace, 6, 5, plus.
C1, that'll be a $50 tip for you.
Sweet.
I'm not the only one that lost that?
They'll definitely see bet with air there.
But he put it.
By the way, Chris Hansen, he's got the mic, bottom left side of your screen. That's the Chris Hansen, guys. Thousands of 14-year-old girls just shrieked.
Murray already cost me money. Shoot. I think the ace came out last.
I don't remember what came out first, to be honest. That was just the flop.
I think he did it backwards.
He did it backwards, that's why. Like, I don't know. But I just know what was on the flop. I just don't know.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry you didn't have to
I think
take my word.
Kroon is in for 7K.
He wants a
I'm
replay
just
on
here. Here's another.
Ball's in
50
for
you, buddy.
7K.
There's another 50 for you. No, I saw the ace of the first card off the deck too. I'm pretty sure.
And I'm fairly certain that the black chips are 100, the green chips are 25, and the pink chips are 1,000. But I will get confirmation on that.
I think you're a big number. Yeah.
Once again, welcome to Poker Night in America, the cash game. David Tuchman here. They're playing 25-50. No straddle in effect just yet.
Poco, I liked it better when you were wearing my gear.
Well, I might be as soon as I win a hand.
And you're deep in your run. What would Phil do? You know, that stuff.
I took a lot of grief for that.
You were wearing 3.
You know the funny thing is, Scott Ball, the gray little fill in there, that actually looks like Scott Ball. You don't even need a picture of him. Lori Corbin raises in the cutoff seat with 9-8. You can see all the graphics on the screen, guys. You can see how much she has behind.
Raise.
You can see what position they're in. You can see the percentage of equity they have in the pot if it were to go to showdown.
People's math isn't that good. We can't figure it out.
But Kroon is going to 3-bet right away. Corbin's going to give it up. And I kind of like the idea of attacking the satellite winner. I don't know her story. This woman could be worth millions upon millions of dollars. But generally speaking, I'm thinking satellite winner. She only bought in for 5K. That might be her only bullet.
But no one knew what a 3-bet was back then. I mean, he would just
And my thought process would be, you know, she doesn't want this party to end very quickly, so she might be somebody you can push around. If she realizes that she's being pushed around, she might fight back.
Come on, what are you gonna say? I'm a professional poker player. But I did, because of his game, I thought myself to be a really nice restaurant.
Button in front of Mark Kroon. Phil Hellmuth first to act, and he's going to straddle. So actually first to act is Richardson. So 25, 50, 100. Phil making this game really short when he does that. I mean, he's only in for 5K. Get a raise from Kroon. Hellmuth defends.
You do? Remember, you taught me everything I know. 3 1/4. That's right, but not everything he knows.
Jack 7-4, rainbow flop. Somebody pointing out that Phil's getting old. Phil is over 50 years old now. He can play in the seniors event at the World Series of Poker.
350. This is a great call by you. You're playing great right now, Phil.
Richardson, by the way, is not in the hand.
I actually might do a cartwheel naked if he beats me this hand. Give him another card. He deserves
Okay,
it.
please do not do a cartwheel naked.
Oh, I was actually worried you might have
I'm not going to say who I want to do a cartwheel
the
naked,
best.
but I'm going to tell you who I don't want to do one. So it looked like ace 7 versus jack 8.
Good, you got out of cheap.
And Phil's going to take that one down.
So I heard naked cartwheel, but I don't know if everybody wants to see that.
Maria, how are you going to go to sleep tonight if you see me do a naked cartwheel?
But I feel like verbal's binding, so I'm okay with
What's
it.
the ruling on that, dealer?
I'm okay with it.
But the question is,
No,
Chris,
good call. Good ruling.
how many times? You're not going to make him do it?
He was in the gym today. I fully believe you could do a cartwheel.
I can do a cartwheel. I just can't do a naked cartwheel.
How many times has he threatened to do a naked cartwheel and he's like, not done it? I'm saying,
The over and under.
I'm saying 5,000 or 6,000 times. He said, I'll do a naked cartwheel then. I'll do a naked, but and then he never has.
Because I know no one wants to actually see it.
You should actually call him out on that.
This is a fact.
All right. If you catch me bluffing in the next 4 hands, I will do one.
In the next 4 hands, you'll just fold everything.
No, I won't. No, I won't.
A naked cartwheel?
No, you have to catch me though.
That's binding, however.
All right.
Just for
Oh,
those sick people.
naked cartwheel equity in play, guys. If he's in-
Jason Sana says, does Hellmuth not buy in big because he's scared or because he likes the
I
short
might play
stack
every hand
strategy?
now 'cause
I don't think it's because he's scared, because he
Yeah,
plays
I
high stakes
actually think I
cash
can
all
do
the
it on
time.
Twitch, right?
I think it's because he
Really?
likes this style and
Yeah.
he's comfortable playing short stacked cash
so.
game.
Look at. I'm getting Phil pot odds here.
I can
He
ask
wants to
him,
see me
but I would
naked
assume
for
that's
some weird
that's the reason. Scott Ball raising in the small blind.
Yeah. Flop me the
Hellmuth
wheel.
calls. Kroon calls as well. We'll see this one 3 ways to the
I do
flop.
want the wheel.
Not a bad flop for the pre-flop raiser. He is behind. Kroon flopped a pair of 10s. But Ball, if he puts enough heat on this one, should be able to figure out a way to win it. What's up, Kyle Fly?
Another new graphic bonus up top on there. You can see the outs
Turn me the wheel.
once we're heads up.
You guys are just making me completely
Why's your hand
obsolete.
Just making it easy
Does it?
for you. Now you can just count.
Right.
I thought maybe you were just afraid of me.
We're going to make it 1,600.
Ball's going to continue firing here, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on a pair of 10s.
Heard you were a wrestler in Minnesota. Oh, it was men's wrestling, right?
I think Kroon's trying to get something from kind of a savvy,
How much did you buy in for?
older live-in play. Live player play, or like it's, let me talk to my opponent and see if I can get something out of him.
What if I think I have the best hand? Would that still be a bluff? God, now I got more odds to hold. I'm sure. I think that's why he bet.
Really? Just because of that?
I'm sure it's not because of your hand.
Really? You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
100%?
I know one person at this table wouldn't fold this hand.
You're the only person who took the table, but I mean, you're not doing it.
I should have wore different underwear.
You can make the argument you're bluffing if you poker.
No, you can look at the live feed and you'll know I was not bluffing. But I'm folding.
Kern's going to give it up. All that talking, and he just lets it go.
So I guarantee I had the best hand.
Really?
You guarantee you bluffed it. I guarantee you bluffed it.
Guarantee I left it.
What's that?
He's right, but nothing gets me more than that. I guarantee you I had the best hand. Then why'd you fold?
I'll bet you $100 I had a better hand than him.
You got a bet.
All right.
You have king jack up?
Well, should I settle it now? Yeah. Settle it? Okay. You're seeing half out, right?
Wait, no, a flush draws. I had the best hand right now.
You got a bet.
All right.
You got a bet. Yeah, I'm not going to lie.
All right.
I had enough flush draw.
All right. So I had a 10, so I had the best hand.
That's what I thought he had to do.
I thought he had to do.
So why'd you fold?
Why don't you move him in?
Because I didn't want to do a naked car wheel. I think Alan.
I had the best hand. I had a better hand than him. Well,
You were ready to shove, it looked like for a minute there.
I was going to shot.
You looked like it. You stacked up. I also really bought into it, and I was like, all right,
Yeah,
we're
it's
going to
like-
find out now. Yeah. And you probably would have got called.
This is my first time playing, though. I'm a little
We'll
scared.
never know when you would have
Yeah.
won or lost. But
Yeah.
no, but for real, so what? I will do that this whole game. I promise. The right play there.
I'm just going to fold every hand.
It actually used to really bug me. If you watch me like write my name, I can barely hold a pen. So I was
Ross raises to 250 with the king 10
Just
offsuit.
so you know, you don't have to explain your bad play to me.
Richardson's going to call with
you can play as
nines.
bad as you want. You don't have to explain it to me.
okay, that's fair. That's
No, I think you're playing great.
Pot's in the bottom right corner of your screen.
I got you to fold the best.
Queen 7-3. Expect this to go check
Good.
bet call.
Did you have an over with your clubs? You have a,
I had the nut flush draw,
oh, you had the oh.
which would imply.
So what, you had like the ace two of clubs or something? Because you wanted the
Ace
oh.
eight.
Bet and a call. Pot's about 1,500 now. Ross checks it back, looking for a king or a 10 on the river. There's a 10. Kind of a weird bet here by Richardson.
Oh, I'm getting my gold.
Only for one person.
Are you?
I mean, it's a pretty dry board, though.
By
Queen
the way, how
7-3.
great was that
It's
picture
weird
of you
because his
at
hand
the
has
show?
showdown value.
Oh, Jesus. Maybe
And
you
you-
could get a little bigger shirt, though.
I
Make sure
assume
there's a
he's
little
betting
plate
for
on it.
value here. And in fact, it might work out as a bluff.
No, but then I tweeted the one where he looked really happy.
No.
He actually looked like he was excited to see you, which was,
Right, yeah, he actually looked excited.
yeah, it was a great picture.
So that one I tweeted twice. I couldn't help it. I'm a big JC fan.
More often than not, you kind of expect that river to go check, check.
Finally, an honest deal. My new favorite dealer's here, guys.
Once again, David Tuchman here for Poker Night in America. We're at Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento. I flew into Sacramento this morning, about an hour flight out of LA.
This is pre-meeting him.
Too easy to get up here,
I've been listening.
just far too easy. Significantly harder for the vast majority of our crew, which comes out of Fargo, North Dakota.
Not JC, maybe rap.
Rap fan.
Yes, I could.
I'm assuming there's a direct flight, though, from Fargo to Sacramento.
His lack of.
No, we had to go through Denver.
I'm shocked.
Not a lot of direct flights out of Fargo. Vegas, I think Phoenix.
Vegas, it's funny. There is a direct flight from everywhere to Vegas.
Yeah, I used to listen to like old
Everywhere.
Snoop Dogg.
Scott Ball, our big winner so far, up 1650. Helmuth up 1650. Richardson lost some there, but he's still up. Remember, he won the very first hand of the
We
day.
should probably make that the last.
Kroon,
one.
our big loser so far, but hey,
Music.
we are.
I know.
I just did an event for the Golden State Warriors.
If I'm going to use my foreplay analogy, I think we're barely even holding hands right now. So a lot of poker to be played, guys.
What is your favorite rap song at the moment?
I always like that.
Glad you're enjoying it, Snowboarder.
But right now, I like some of the really new stuff that Drake has.
Drake is awesome.
Speaking of snowboarding, I'm looking for. I need votes, guys. I'm trying to think. Do I go to Lake Tahoe? Do I go to Jackson Hole? Or do I go to Colorado for some boarding and skiing? Keep in mind I'm bringing a 2-year-old and my wife. Those are 2 different people, by the way. My wife is not the 2-year-old. That would be sick and disgusting. 7-4 offsuit asking if Jason Somerville and Phil Hellmuth are doing some commentary at some point. Yeah, they're actually going to be the analysts
I'm sure everyone in Twitter
for the show.
So I'll do it right here, right now. I'm in Boeing Jets, Global Express.
Can you hear everybody else? I don't know if the mic's on or not.
On a yacht, got a triple deck, but I'm young with the beep. Do you expect grand opening, grand closing?
That was great.
No fear, boys and girls, no fear.
I believe my 4 hands are over here, Maria. So
Is this the 4th one?
I believe it's the 4 hands are over, so I can play this now. I checked dark to you because
I'm
that's.
disappointed you didn't get in there with Scott. That would have been a fun. It looked like he was drawing.
I checked dark. It's as fast as I can check, Maria.
Well, I thought you had like. I thought you might have had the ace jack.
By the way, guys, we appreciate all the feedback about some of the small boxes and stuff. Obviously,
Excellent.
nothing we can change on the fly,
I didn't think you just
but
played
our
this game.
crew, Brian and the rest of those
I'll check
guys,
again.
they take all your recommendations and input, and this is something that they could work on for the next show. So keep the comments coming in. We really do appreciate it. Kroon's got the check mark, and he's going to win it if it goes to showdown.
I got 10s.
Every time.
Ho pays him off. Maria has not won a World Series of Poker bracelet yet, but she has knocked on the door. She came in 2nd place in Max a few years ago.
So Phil, all those years,
Yeah, but I mean, what's the deal on that? Yes, technically, no technically.
Sometimes we have arrangements where everybody says what their hand was afterwards, so you don't have to affect the beat. And like everyone will agree, and that's a good system actually, because it saves everybody from affecting the feed.
If we all start there and look at our phones, it's really bad.
I don't really want to check the whole feed, but there might be a few questions.
Stats.
I think you can ask. He revealed what he had. I'll tell you what I had. Yeah, for sure. I don't mind. I think everybody's probably down with that. Except maybe Ho. He bluffs so much. But I think Ho doesn't mind either.
I don't mind at all.
Alan
I'm proud of my
doesn't like it, but it comes out anyway. If everybody
diversity.
agrees. All right, does everybody agree then? Well, so every hand that has over 2,000 or something, or what's there has to be a line.
Are we telling the absolute truth?
Yeah, well, you'll get caught
Or-
because someone will.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're actually telling the truth.
Yeah.
So how much money has to be in the pot before we can? Let's decide. Is it 2K? Is it 3K?
I think it's got to be over 2K, or it should be at least 3K, shouldn't it?
At least 2,500, agreed, or 3K? What do you want to do, Maria? You decide.
I'll do 2,500.
Any pot over 2,500, you have to say both parties have to say what the cards were. Is that fair? Everybody
So
agree?
everybody or just
Everybody.
Okay.
And then no feed. So we do that, no feed.
That way we're not everybody like it's just so easy to be on your phone.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that. I was just thinking, I've got
The first time I ever did this, we were playing $1 million blind tournament, and we were at the final table, and we just agreed. Everybody was really weird. He was there with us, and we're playing for 18 million for first, and all of us just agreed because everybody, some people had, groups of people in the stands analyzing the feed. We were live on ESPN, and then we just all agreed. All right, everybody's going to show their cards every time there's a re-raise, and it was a good system.
We actually played in a home game where Phil got this guy to show his cards, and the guy played the hand after he showed the cards, which is one of the most amazing hands ever.
Did he get there?
No, it's amazing. The guy
I was
actually,
on a Stone Cold bluff.
yeah. And then Phil got the guy to call his bet after the guy. Well, let me try for the
I got
hand.
him to call, but then I got him to fold.
Richardson raises. Mike Ross 3 bets.
Foul, man. That was a huge pot.
Action folds back over to Richardson. He's going to very quickly call. Those pink chips now confirmed at 500. So apparently a set of 4s here for Richardson. Unfortunately for him, Ross has got nothing, but Ross does have the betting lead. And there's a bet of what looks like $1,200. $1,400 to be exact. Once again, welcome to the feed, guys. We're here at twitch.tv, Poker Night TV. Spread the word, we're here all weekend long. Cash games, 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. Pacific time. Wow. Richardson just goes all in.
That's over 2 grand.
Oh, that's over 2 grand.
Yeah, count that. That's over 2.
Ross insta-folds, Richardson shows, and we continue on. We are here all weekend long, and then on Monday, final table of the main event here. And as Raven Darkheart points out, just don't be offended if I accidentally insult someone, or if I actually do it on purpose.
All right, I'm tweeting it out. Watch.
Are we live yet, actually?
Watch that live. It's screaming there.
So Snowboarder says, Tahoe and Mammoth are my go-to snowboarder spots, but Tahoe has a better nightlife. Again, since I'm with a 2-year-old, nightlife's not as important.
So I think we're about, I think it just came out.
You know that he's had a poker flip.
I did not know.
Yeah.
Button slides in front of Kroon.
Putting me on the front page a couple times. I'm getting back to Twitch in about a week.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm excited.
I'm gonna start twitching a lot.
Are you just playing Chinese on
Plays
there?
in Chinese.
Or-
Chinese,
These two
yeah.
battling in Chinese.
Yeah, thanks a lot for that. He brought that up. He's going to remember. Oh, money.
You owe $5,000.
I don't own that much.
At $5 a point, though, how did you lose so much?
Wait, $5
No.
$5
It was $10 a point,
How much did you
and it was like $3,200. It wasn't that much. It's not that much. No, he's going to go look it up.
I've never seen Phil lose in Chinese, so don't feel bad. He beats me every time we play as well.
I just paid one of my friends 40.
He runs so good. It's not. He doesn't do anything spectacular. He's not good.
We were playing $50 a point, and on the app, and he beat me for 800 points. And we were swinging. I was up 700. A young tech billionaire. Well, you're not a billionaire yet.
I hope you feel good about that.
Where to pick?
Oh, you got to pick on the 2 hoes.
Yeah,
And 2 hoes?
exactly.
The 2 hoes.
The 2 hoes. You know how many times people would say, "Is this Maria Ho?" When I'd be playing online.
When you're playing online,
Yeah.
what is your screen name is Poker Host?
Yeah. Then be like, "Oh yeah."
Ladies and gentlemen, poker hoes.
How many times did you say yes?
Oh, no, I would say it every now and then. And just
Really?
go, yeah, because I'd want to get respect. Like, oh yeah, I'm a good player. I'm not just Don. Yeah, of course I'm Maria Ho. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, poker hoe and Maria hoe.
The battle of the hoes. The good hoe and the bad hoe. You decide.
True.
You can see our setup is actually in the hotel lobby. Kind of strange,
So earlier on Maria's screen,
but cool.
play a game.
You can see people standing around watching,
A random encounter.
and as these players battle it out for thousands of dollars.
So the first one's like something easy. Then we get the
Action a little bit slow at the start, but you kind of expect that. People are still feeling each other out. It's Friday. It's still early out here.
So we're on screen.
And it should be crazy.
Yeah.
Were you honest, Maria?
Yeah.
We both were.
So we
for
both
sure.
were.
We were both.
There's no way we could have made up those stories we shared.
Oh no.
Interested in your first.
Ho raises on the button with 10s.
That's fair. That's fair. That's
Ball calls. Hellmuth.
Let's see, beautiful woman.
Hellmuth will, in all likelihood, call this. No, he's going to let it go. This is a straddled pot. Richardson with ace-jack. He could 3-bet this, and he does.
Time to play good for
And this is always an interesting spot when you've got a real hand on the
If you
button.
raise 2,000, you have to.
It's kind of one of those things where you've got to think about what level your opponent's at. You know, are they 3-betting me
Isn't that technically
because they
I'm just
they
asking.
perceive this button
I thought it
raise
said
as a
top
steal,
one.
or are they doing it because they have a legit hand?
Stop yelling at me, Phil.
Very easy when you've got, you know, an absolute premium, and 10s are obviously a premium hand.
No, I know.
Maria's never folding this hand, I don't
That's why I'm
think.
doing. That's why I'm so.
I think it's just a question of whether she decides she wants to 4-bet it or just call.
You did a very good job, by the way.
I don't think she's
I would
folding.
have liked to have seen what would have happened if I
Wow.
got a river that ace on us.
I'm shocked.
No, there's no pot.
Wow, I am
We're gonna
shocked.
find out anyway.
We'll let you pick one card.
Yeah, but is that 2,000?
Which one?
yeah.
Which one you want?
It's always the index finger. It's always the index finger.
Wait, hold on a second.
I don't know if that 2,000's in the pot.
It's not because I made it, but it's not in the pot. There's no pot yet.
See, we should.
Pot's out here.
But we didn't.
Is that the way you want it? Because
Yeah, we don't.
because it's gonna hurt you.
I think why do we just not show and no food?
All right, we'll pick one for now.
Are they playing the show one game?
Let's just say
That one, yeah.
let's just say every time.
Can I turn it over?
Of course, everybody's going to see it.
Can I get the no show advantage?
Yeah, it doesn't give her that much information. Yeah, I mean, ace king, ace queen, aces.
Every time there's, even if you bet it, every time it crosses 3,000, is that reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay, even if you bet it. Is that
Angel Doke saying too short to call.
What'd you have?
They were, I mean, they're 10K deep. Really, is it too short to call? I guess maybe.
1,200 out there, 444, and you are really behind. 1,600. But you didn't have.
I mean, like I was just pointing out, it really creates that interesting dynamic. It's tough because you're on the button, so your perceived range is just so much wider. You know what I mean? You can have so many worse hands in your range when you're raising on the button, and the players in the blind know that.
Maybe we shouldn't see a flop.
So it's just one of those weird spots where it's like, is this guy raising me because he thinks that I'm opening wider, or is he raising me because he actually has a hand?
Yeah, let's clarify.
I vote pot only.
I think when the dealer makes a pot, you have to. When the dealer actually.
I agree. I agree. So we'll do it this way. If there's 2,000 in the pot.
Bastardo 84 says calling quarter of your stack with 10-10, not that ideal. Fair enough.
Everybody agree? Okay, so I get 50 back, right?
Richardson wins that one. Once again, if you just got here, green chips 25, black chips are 100, pink chips 500, and I think if you see any like oversized white ones, they're 1,000.
You never saw it to Alan. There's a difference between you and Alan.
You did for me one time, though. Is that my one time in my life you're gonna do that for me?
Painful circumstances. If I put you on the nut flush draw and I have a tap like Bo did, I might just call you and see what you do on the river.
Kroon picks up aces.
I might move in. I might fold the best hand. Maybe that's good.
You folded the best hand before?
Grateful Mouse asking what I'm drinking.
I do that a lot.
I had a chai tea, a hot chai tea. I know it's not that exciting, guys.
Just aces.
I'll drink later on though. It's early. We just started. I don't want my boss to think that I'm a complete alcoholic, just a partial alcoholic. But I promise the alcohol will be flowing at some point this weekend.
You made a mistake. How'd you do that? You're the greatest ever. It was so funny.
I really like LP. Oh, he's the man. Yeah,
You know, I'm actually from Phil's hometown, so every time I say Phil Hellmuth, I actually have to say the greatest poker player of all times before I say Phil Hellmuth.
Oh,
Yeah, the mayor of Madison actually says we have to say that before we say Phil Hellmuth.
Is there a statue over
How sickening that would be. I would move just for that reason.
no, but the mayor.
The mayor actually does love Phil,
But I
so
was the biggest campaign contributor.
Okay, so the chip values there, I know the green are 25, black are 100, pink are 500. I saw some red chips out there, and I do not know what the red chips are,
Because the mayor.
so we'll check that out. I'll get those out for you. I also see a white chip right next to Scott Ball's green chips. I don't know what the white chip is either. That could be a 5K.
What's up, Mayor? So
I think the oversized white one might be a 5K. Maybe the reds are 1,000.
Your charity events.
Castro like back in the day?
he's talking about having a street. But maybe have a street.
So Hellmuth street parade?
In Minnesota,
Giopa asking who Alan Richardson is. He's a businessman. Maybe we'll get him on the stream. He'll talk about his business.
Minnesota on the way to Canada.
That's my brother's law firm. Yeah, I'm not kidding. Hellmuth and Johnson, right on the
Ball opening up from the hijack. By the way, if you're new to poker, you just stumbled on us, welcome.
Do you have him look over all your stuff?
If you have any questions, shoot away.
He's good.
No question is stupid.
Yeah, okay.
If you're afraid to ask it in the Twitch chat, ask me on Twitter at Tuck on Sports. We all started somewhere. Ross was open-ended. This one checked through, though. And it's an interesting turn card. Ball now with the open-ended straight draw. Richardson with the overcards. Kroon with the best hand right now with ace-9.
And in Madison.
Kroon bets 725. Action folder on the Ross. Ross still open-ended here.
Oh, you used to play? What's your...
And he's going to give it up.
But I think it was called the end up.
Do you have any lyrics for us you can sing on the show?
The legend of Kroon continues.
That was not a bluff. You can, for $100, I can tell you. It's not a bluff.
I can get it for free?
Right. No, but I mean, you can bet 100.
I already lost one.
I know, but you could win 100 if you bet me.
Bet to the flop, red or black.
Not a lot of money changing hands just
You
yet.
seem pretty hot.
I'll take it. You got it. I got red. Doubles and triples? Wait, did we do the card thing yet? Oh, the new dealer? We haven't do the new dealer thing.
No, we haven't. So
Okay,
we'll do
this
this
hand, this hand.
All right.
Oh, you guys did?
You got it? Did somebody pay already? Who was it?
You know what? Did I take that $50 from you? I won the pot and I took the $50.
Well, he's not taking it out.
You tipped it and took it back.
I tipped, no, but it was sitting there and I grabbed the money. I didn't realize it was the tip money.
I didn't know it was blind or what.
Yeah. Nice. Bonus.
Right. All the things.
Stealing from the dealers?
Right into his pocket.
I'm stealing from you guys and the dealers.
I'm on black. Right. You paid me $100. You want to give me one more?
I'm sorry about that. You know, it was so funny too, because you looked at me like, and I wasn't sure if it was mine or yours. I'm like, I didn't know what it was doing there, and I'm like, it must be mine. You bet. So you guys got action on this, Red?
Yeah.
All right.
What I am, I'm black.
He hasn't lost a bet yet.
I know.
I paid you the first bet. What are you talking about?
Oh, that's right. You lose to me. I should actually get in on this so you win.
Richardson raises. Ross
I'm
calls.
like your kryptonite. You can't beat me.
I like Kroon. Fun guy.
We'll see. Well, I don't like that. I don't like the way you said that. I don't like the way you said that.
Ho defends as well from the straddle spot. And she flops a flush draw.
Oh, that's double.
But Richardson, the original raiser, flops the joint. He's got the nuts right now. And Maria's going to lead right into him. Pre-flop raiser once again was Richardson in the cutoff seat. He has flopped the straight. And Maria's going to lead into him. Richardson just calls, I believe. No, he did raise. 2,000. Maybe we get a close-up of those chips. I can tell you exactly what they are. Those red ones? No. So he raises, Maria calls. Turn pairs the board. And a pretty bad card if you're Maria. Because at this point, there's a chance you could be drawing dead. We can see that she's not. But at this point, the worst hand she probably thinks Richardson has is like an overpair. And she's going to let it go.
Oh, you got to show.
Yeah,
Both
you gotta
hands.
show.
Both hands.
Richardson has been,
both hands.
Deck's been hitting him in the face.
Oh, I had 10 high flush enough.
10 high plus draw. Just lost us straight.
Another thing that I forgot, if you do put more money on the table, please tell me what more amount you're putting in, so you can keep that account. Thank all you very much.
Appreciate the love, one hand sample size.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Nothing is, nothing's been talked about as of yet, but I'm
am I.
hopeful. Cautiously optimistic. I'll put it
Why
that
are you
way.
guys laughing? Why are you laughing? What are you laughing about?
I was just scrolling right now and I didn't get a chance to read it. No, but I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna favorite them all.
You're on top of it.
Wasn't a good turn card because
No.
Third card for me either.
You were gonna win, so you can
I
G
know.
button, you know?
How you doing?
Hey,
Great.
Everything good?
Yes, everything's going great. Great to have you guys here.
Nice.
Elder 8 pointing out that I suck riot. Hey, listen, we all experimented back then, okay? Don't judge me for one night.
Ben, my wife's coming up.
How's Kathy? I haven't seen her in a long time.
I told my wife how nice the hotel is here, and I'm like, honey, they have a great spa. That's all she needed to hear. So
We love the spa and we love having you guys out.
we're gonna ride up tomorrow with some of my other friends who are gonna film tomorrow. Tomorrow we have Jason Calcanis filming. Calcanis has a new show coming out on NBC. It's supposed to be the #1 show on NBC. It's called The Incubator. And he's a big personality. And he just sold his business book for $700,000. He's going to film big personality. And then I have my one of my best friends, Hellmuth, is coming up. Hellmuth's just lucky.
Yes.
Brilliant guy. He's up for VC of the year this year. It's going to be a fun group tomorrow.
What are we? Oh, yeah, the fun group comes tomorrow. All right.
Well, this can't also be a fun group?
Why can't we? Yeah.
They're not even actually recording right now.
No, they have.
It's just like to humor us. Phil's like, no, you don't need to press
Yeah, wait,
that
don't
button.
waste the
It's
film.
okay, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Don't waste it on the hose.
Richardson with the bad ace. He's going to check this back and take down the pot. Another pot for Richardson.
So good.
Who's every pie?
Yeah, I was just saying, Alan's really good.
The best looking guy at the table.
Was
and
the
the
first card
best
a 3?
player.
First card was a 3, right? Yeah, it's pretty good.
Now, you're a double threat, Alan. Great at poker, good looking.
Guys, for paying me, I'll take a break.
What's like something that costs?
I mean, Kroon's a good-looking guy for Wisconsin. Once again, chip denominations. Green chips, $25. Black chips, $100. Pink chips are $500.
I can for a second.
I mean, I'm just telling you, like, I mean,
Straddle is on this time, so $25, $50,
I wouldn't even
$100.
know about them.
when I'm with him, it's just a string of models. Life is good. Oh, I'm a Florida Phil. Oh, I'm a jeweler.
Blissy asking if I've been keeping up with the Aussie Millions action. I have. I'm a huge Jason Somerville fan. I think he does a great job. And frankly, our own, I kind of feel like she's our own Samantha Abernathy, who has been on Poker Night in America numerous times, is at the final table of the main event at the Aussie Millions. So I am going to, I'm definitely going to watch a little bit of that. I have been. Huge fan of Somerville. So if you guys haven't checked that out, you can. So it's cool. You guys can watch that. You can watch Poker Night in America all weekend. If you're a poker fan, it's a good weekend. Especially there's no football on, right? I mean, nobody watches the Pro Bowl. And by the way, if you bet on the Pro Bowl, you are a degenerate. You have a problem. I'm going to put that out there. Signs that you have a problem gambling if you start betting on that. SP3 Orbital, I am not double barreling beer in the liquor, not just yet. Give me a few hours. I only got up to Sacramento a couple of hours ago. So top pair for Hellmuth, flush draw for Ross. Ross bets 525. Hellmuth obviously not going to fold. He will often play top pair pretty fast. Thanks, Ultimate. Action on Hellmuth. Hellmuth's never folding here. And I think he's going to, I was going to say, this is just a very Hellmuthian play.
Queens?
In a straddled pot, and Ross is going to call, he's going to gamble. 3 of spades, no, and instead it comes out diamond, club. They only run it once. I think that's actually the rule now in Poker Night in America. We do not allow players to run it more than once. Is that even if the pot is like enormous? I mean, what if we got like a $60,000 pot one day?
As far as I'm aware, that's the new rule. It's just
New
a
rule.
run at once.
I would maybe I'll talk to Todd or Matt about it. I think like if a pot is under 30K, no, or 40K, no. If it's over like 40K, maybe there's a level where we don't want anybody to have like that much pain, or do we? It makes better TV, I will say. Hellmuth's going to win that one, so he doubles up. Mike Ross, by the way, this is actually a small game for Ross. Ross plays at Commerce during the week, plays big, he plays high stakes, 300, 600. This is not a very big game for him.
When you snap called, I was worried about queen. Yeah. But my read was maybe a queen gang. I don't know. Anyway, what you guys were talking about? We were talking about hard temperature and carry pieces and problem. So you must be amazing to be able to play in like a punk rock band, and now you're just playing poker too.
I'm talking about Tiffany Lamps. Okay,
And
raise.
Tiffany Lamps, of course.
Jack of all trades, master of none. Re-raise.
Get a raise, we get a 3-bet.
So what's your deal? Where are you from?
San Francisco.
Karun's going to call.
So how did you end up?
Heads up between Poker Ho and Maria Ho.
Oh, you satellite. Oh, very cool.
Yeah,
I'm a Bay Area guy too.
I know that. Yeah. You live in Palo Alto, I think?
I love the Bay Area.
I love it too. I love it too.
Wow, what a flop.
Every day I'm just happy. Like,
Nothing like calling a 3-bet out of position with King 4 against King Queen and flopping trips.
we don't see you at Lucky Chances very often.
How much is that?
It's retail.
There you go.
Karun getting all serious now.
You like the spring toe?
Just calls. Oh, that's a good turn card for Karun. That's a turn card that Maria Ho can use. Well, obviously, he's not going to lose the hand. The reason why it's a good card, in my opinion, is, let's say the turn card was a 7. Maria Ho might not double barrel that because Karun's hand looks like kind of a mid-pair right now. But the ace is just a really good card for Ho. And she's going to use that. And you see here, now Karun can get a second barrel.
I'm all in.
And there's the all-in quick from Karun, and obviously Maria Ho is going to fold. She hates it. I mean, it's kind of a weird all-in from him, but because I mean, she doesn't put him on a set of, she doesn't put him on a 4, obviously. So basically, and it's like it's hard for him to have a lot of aces in his range after calling a 3-bet pre, and then check calling the flop.
You leave and the stuff happens, Phil.
Wow, what a pot.
I mean, he could have ace king, I suppose, but would he play it this way? And that might be what Maria Ho is thinking here, but I assume she's just saving face.
I don't think so.
They're not tons.
Oh, you're right, man. It's okay. That's fine. It's okay. That's good. That's good.
You don't have to call. You get to see anyway. There's enough in the pot. Boom!
Yeah, you got to see both.
I had king high.
King, queen.
Yeah.
I had king high too.
King 4.
That was kind of why I was wondering why she was, sometimes you'll Hollywood there for a second to make it look like a tough fold.
Happened here?
But since they know they're going to show the cards
Very tricky.
seconds
though, very
later,
tricky.
why even bother Hollywood?
4, call the re-raise, just flop trips. That's an old Wisconsin thing.
That's tricky stuff right there.
It is. You just knew not to hit the king. Instead he said, give me the 4.
Yes. Yeah, flop a pair of 4s so I can really play good. I'm just trying to impress Alan is all I'm trying to do.
Is it working?
I will tell you, Karun, you're impressing me.
Okay, no.
I didn't want to get you scared, Alan.
That ain't scared me.
Don't be scared.
I just told you, I won't have to go through it.
All right.
Got a tweet from Mike McGonigal,
Funny how good hands follow good hands.
who's enjoying the stream.
Not in this case.
Thanks, man.
I'm sure you're playing the next hand.
For sure I was playing the next hand. For sure.
It feels real too tight to hold that.
Something weird's going to happen this hand. I can tell you that right now.
Because we both have like really weird shots.
Yeah. And there's the weird flop.
That's not such a weird flop. I check.
It's an action flop. Unfortunately,
What are you
the
doing down there?
cards don't really.
Yeah, she must have the best hand then.
For sure. Got like 6 high.
Yeah, I was going to say we needed like that 4-7 flop or something like
So
that.
we're getting it all.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, Kroon folded the best hand here.
What happens if I want to buy more chips from Slate?
By the way, Lori Corbin,
You had 100 on?
Yeah, she had the, yeah,
a little bit like Sarah Palin, guys.
Right. How many
Am I totally off base?
satellite into one of these?
Next time we see Lori Corbin, let me know.
I know. I'm proud of her.
And singing in punk rock bands.
You just got props from Phil.
Yeah, I got some
You know, you don't have to put the live blind on. We're proud of you for doing it, though.
You know,
She did it
I'm
once,
just
like,
sorry I don't think of it.
Okay.
Love putting it out.
Lori Corbin, by the way, the satellite winner. She's in for 5K. Mike Ross, somebody asking who he is. He is a professional poker player and kind of a lifelong gambler. He's been
I'll tell you what, I'll take that.
figuring out his own way for many, many years. Plays really, really high stakes.
I didn't.
Race.
I hope that's not an insult if I say she looks like Sarah Palin. I didn't mean it as an insult. I just think there's a slight resemblance there, isn't there?
Good call.
Really?
You're playing really good right now.
Yes.
You're like one of those Twitch guys. He's playing good, too.
All right. I have to play
What do you need, black or red?
Three of you.
I need red.
Good luck. Oh, flop into the wheel.
Wow, what a
Why
flop
would you
here.
hate me?
So Ball asked for red cards, but he actually got what he wanted, and he flopped a gutter with a flush
Told you how
draw.
good you were playing.
Huge flop
Screwed
for
up.
him. Kroon actually has the best hand right now, though, the pair of fives.
No, I made it 350.
Race.
Oh, I thought he asked how much I would have. Can you move your hand for a second?
Ball's going to drop the hammer right away, and he raises up to $1,200.
Oh, really?
You don't have anything?
That is tough because if I flip my cards over, it makes your life easier. You gotta try to make it as hard as possible. I don't get 40th anymore, so I gotta try to earn it. You know?
You got to be really good to get in the top 40.
You do. That's so sick.
Or be the last woman standing.
I'm in the top 40 in the main before, so
I
guess
know.
that must make me really good.
You are really good.
Except for when you flop through.
The fact that I'm laying this hand down is just unbelievable.
No, we know that. I mean, we've been that much we know.
Can you believe I'm laying that down? I showed 5-2, by the way. It's a big laydown for that play.
Wow, I can't believe you did.
I know.
Call one time.
It's like the worst laydown ever.
Second time you've done it, too.
Very disciplined. I would have people would have put 4 thumbs. You know, right? I think Scott might not get away.
No, I don't think so either.
No, it's
if he had more chips, if he has more chips, I do it. But he doesn't. He didn't have enough chips. I don't think.
Yeah, maybe another 4,000.
4 comes out of the straight. At the bigger one.
What's up, 111, Jonathan?
Maria's buying 4,000 more.
Once again, welcome to the stream, guys. We're at Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento.
I'm straddling. I didn't know.
Poker Night in America, the cash game. We're playing 25-50 blinds. Straddles on about,
Goal is
I'd say
to press
40% of the time.
I want to buy jewelry.
Just started a little while ago.
Maria.
With my own money.
With her own money. With the 4,000 that's coming.
Phil Hellmuth, Maria Ho, Scott Ball, Rum Cakes. All at the table.
Don't tell me I'm
That's another thing I did not expect. It surprised me.
If you want to get a hold of me personally, my Twitter account is @TuckOnSports.
Well, when I met Drake on Christmas Day, he sent me a really nice text. And I was like, oh,
Richardson raises the button.
can
There's
show
a
it if you
3
want.
bet from
Get some
Corvin.
respect. Get some respect.
And
Show it.
Corvin takes it down.
Well, you got my respect anyways.
She's got like that Sarah Palin, like early 80s thing going on with the sweatshirt kind of off the shoulder. I just want to sing, like, what a feeling. I won't sing, but I wanted to. I feel like it. Worst musical I ever saw in my life, by the way. I was visiting my parents in like a retirement area, and they took me to the local showing of Flashdance. Yeah, it's as bad as it sounds. It's that bad. What's up? David Baker in the house. Baker's asking me if he should put the mic on. I'm like, no, well, I was just singing Flashdance, please. It can't get any worse. Richardson raised the 300 in the cutoff. Corbin just calls this time. So after 3-betting him last hand, she decided just to call with the ace-10. Would have been sick if she 3-bet him again. I would have loved it. Ross instead 3-bets. So we've seen a lot of 3-bets early on. Back over to Richardson. He lets it go, and Corbin lets it go. So 3-bets getting a lot of respect so far. In fact, I mean, I want to say, like, we've had probably about 10 3-bets. 8 of the 10 3-bets had just been folded. One time we saw somebody call 4s, another time king 4. So basically the moral of the story is if you have a 4 in your hand, at least one, call a 3-bet, because that's worked out well. Joining me now, David Baker.
How'd you do last night?
ODB, the original David Baker. What's up, man?
What's up, my friend? I'm good.
Is this on?
Well, I'm sorry.
You are on now.
All right. How are things going so far?
Oh, good. It's a slow start like we expect early on in these things.
Yeah, usually it goes either way. Either a couple people come in and they're just gonna throw it around, or everybody they're out. I've played on several of these, and early on the tendency it's usually extreme one way or the other.
Right. Richardson raises again. It's third time in a row he's raised. The last 2 times he was 3-bet.
There's no way Mike Ross is folding this hand. What?
Mike Ross has played it really tight.
Really? I played with him all week at the Commerce in LA. It was the first time I ever met him. And we played all week together, and I'm shocked that he folded that.
He's a pretty aggressive player, huh?
Yeah. I don't know, like, if aggressive is the right word, just more of
he likes to play a lot
active.
of hands.
He's an active player.
I don't care what the flop is.
Especially because it's not like the money is that huge for him. It's not.
Right.
He's not like sometimes we have people on the show that maybe satellited in or something like that, and that's not the case for Mike.
David Tuchman, David Baker in the booth here for you guys at home. Poker Night in America, the cash game. We're up at Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento, talking about Mike Ross, who's not in this hand right now. But yeah, I was mentioning earlier on that this is not a big game for him. He was playing 300, 600, and this is just not a
right.
The stakes don't matter to him. But yeah, he's actually played it really close to the vest so far.
A lot of times, though, you do find out with a lot of amateurs in this game, whether it doesn't matter if they're if they have all the money or they don't have all the money, they still want to play good. They want to come across. They don't want to look stupid. And so I'm guessing like early. That's Mike. Did he buy in for 5 or for 10? Is he down or up?
He's down. He is down 2,600. He bought in for 10. Ho bought in for 10.
Oh, the stacks are a little smaller than I would have thought with this makeup.
Yeah, not a ton of money. I mean, nobody bought in for more than 10. We had a couple of guys in buy for 10. Richardson bought in for 9, and he's up at 7,000 already. He's been just crushing. Flopping sets, flopping straights.
How's Kroon playing?
Kroon's been real active. I mean, it helps.
That's what I would have anticipated.
Yeah, he raised with King 4, called a 3-bet from out of position, and then flopped. Came out 4-4-3.
Nice.
It's easy then.
The Mark Kroon way.
My computer is broken, so if I do not respond to your Twitch question, it's not because I don't love you guys.
I want to be
it's
part
because
of Phil's demise.
I don't know, my computer's broken. I'll have to take a look at it during the break.
Ooh, yum, yum.
Raise here from Corbin. She's been actually fairly active. Now, she bought in for 5K. She's a satellite winner.
Now, who is she? Yeah, she's a satellite winner?
She's a satellite winner.
Okay. I actually played cash with her downstairs. There's no stairs here, but in the cash room yesterday. We played a little 2-5.
You guys played downstairs. It's a little private room, just
you
and Lori?
Just me and Lori. I didn't know her name. I didn't know who she was. I didn't know she was on the show.
How was her game?
She played fine. I mean, I was donating. I was, in standard
You're not gonna lose many
Baker form of just trying to put in mass amounts of money without anything. So
Why can't I ever? Why don't I ever? I've never played with you. I think I should play with you more often. But can you do me a favor and text me when you're in that mood? When you're in the donating mood?
it's true. Sometimes I'm in the mood to mix it up, and sometimes I'm in the mood to knit it up. And we'll see. I'm playing tomorrow, so I don't know what mood I'm going to be. So if you're watching, you're playing tomorrow, I have no idea. It's up in the air. I might 5-bet the King 5 suited, and I might fold the queens. So.
Yeah, I don't want to play
We'll just
with
have to see.
I don't want to play with David Baker that knits it up, the guy who folds queens. I don't want that David Baker.
I played on one back when Poker Night one was in its infancy, and Phil Locke 4-bet, and I folded 2 queens, and he had the 2 aces. And then last time I was on the stream, I played in Pittsburgh. You were there, and you had the pleasure of announcing my 5-bet King 5 suited.
Which, by the way, I mean, there's a fine line between looking like an idiot and looking like a genius. I thought your thought process was really good. It just turns out you walked into somebody's top of the range.
Just happened to have somebody had 2 aces, so you don't really
it looked bad.
great.
Queen 9-7 rainbow here. Neither player with much of anything. Ball's going to take a shot at it, though. Those black chips are 100, green chips 25. The pink chips are 500. I don't know what the red chips are. There are some red chips on the table.
The red chips are probably the $5 chips for maybe
tipping and stuff?
tipping
That makes
and things
sense.
like that, yeah.
That helps out. Thank you. I was like, where are those chips coming in?
Yeah, they're probably not in play actually for the game, just in play for.
That makes more sense. I think there's also a white chip. What is that white chip? You see next to Scott Ball's green stack?
That might be is that a card protector? I don't know.
He hasn't used it, so I thought maybe it was a 5K. Because he doesn't have much in front of him.
No, it wouldn't be a 5K because he has at least 4K in black, and he has some purples, and nobody was over 10,000 really, except Richardson, who had 14. So I would doubt that's a 5K.
Yeah, okay.
What is there something different with the headphones? It sounds different today. I can't hear it. Is it coming through fine? Are you hearing me on the stream? Okay, good.
Is that better?
I just want to make sure that all this wisdom I'm spouting is going to be heard by our wonderful followers.
Yeah.
You know, I would hate to waste any of it and just you get the pleasure of it.
I enjoy it. I just want you to let me know when you're in that giving mood. Diapers aren't free,
Well, I mean, I'm giving you $250 worth of diapers thanks to our annual football bet. You finally beat me in one. I had him. I bet him before the season started that the Patriots would win 4 more games than the Jets, and they were up like 5 games halfway through the season.
I would have bought
4 or
out.
5 games. Yeah, when we were at the last stop, you were willing to give me.
I would have bought out for like 80%.
Yeah,
easily.
You were giving me 200.
I mean,
easy.
it was like the Patriots were like 8-0, and the Jets were 4-4. I was like, okay. It was I had the Jets plus 3.5 wins.
Yeah, I'm still not over this Patriots loss. So,
you know what? I'm sorry,
Buddy.
and I feel your pain. And for all the Patriot fans out there, guys, I'm sorry. I really am. Big turn card for Richardson. He has a gut shot along with a flush draw now. Ball still with the best hand and a straight draw. Can he win it with Jack High? Instead, they both pair. See, this is like the boring turn card, the boring river card.
Yeah, it's a bad river for
Action.
Richardson because he takes away any chance to win this hand.
And it's a bad turn card. It's a bad river card for us too because we don't get to see a cool bluff.
Yeah, we don't get to see which one of them would have been willing to fire.
Right. Both players think, okay, well, I got a little showdown value now. Let's just see what happens. Hey, how about Samantha Abernathy? I kind of consider her one of our own. She's been on the Poker Night in America show numerous times.
Yeah.
She's done quite well on Poker Night in America, and she's crushing it down under.
Yeah, she beasted. Last time I played with her in Turning Stone, and she was in there raising, re-raising, calling, bluffing, doing everything. And then I watched a little of the stream last night. She's in there mixing up, and I heard she made it. She's in the final 7.
Yeah, I think she's like 3rd in chips.
Oh yeah, she was real short. She got away with a big bluff late last night. She cold 4-bet, bluffed all in a spot like that should never get a fold, and Tony Dunn's folded. I
tell you, we've seen her on the show, and she has many different gears.
Yeah, she does. She has no fear.
So I mean, but I'm saying we've seen uber nitty Samantha,
really? See,
and then we've seen the other side of her where it's like this crazy bluffer. Mike Tintale can talk about that.
Cocktail.
Yeah, I've never seen the. I was actually in the game when she ran that big bluff against Dentale. I've never seen
Phil wants
the
to-
tight
I'm not sure what we're
Samantha that people have claimed they've seen. So
Now, there are times where she plays squeaky tight.
yeah, I just haven't. I haven't.
haven't
been-
seen it?
I haven't seen it. I haven't been available at those times.
You bring out the loose crazy people. Some days they see you and they go, "That's it, I'm going nuts."
You know, my goal on the show is to make sure that we all have a good time and that there's some poker being played. I try not to just knit it up. I don't know. I might knit it up tomorrow.
I'll
We
have
don't
a
know.
bottle of Miller Lite.
I'll see what happens.
Are you playing tonight or tomorrow or both?
I'm playing tomorrow. I'm going to go play the tournament. I was actually on my way to register for the tournament, and then I saw your booth, and I realized this is the first level of a tournament, and I don't really like the first level of tournaments. So I decided to come in here and get a little sneak peek at the cash game.
Is the wife in town?
The wife is in town. She's actually getting ready. She's going to come down and play a little cash herself. So
See, I
she's,
gotta convince-
She's
I mean-
she's just learning,
Right.
and I had taught her to play limit hold'em, and she wasn't really like loving it. And then recently, she when we were in the Pittsburgh stop, she played no limit for the first time, and she enjoyed it, and she said it made a little more sense to her. So she's going to give the old no limit a try here. So if you're in Thunder Valley and you want to play with my wife, poker only. Come on down. She'll be she'll be at the 1-3 table, I think, in about an hour when she gets ready.
Good disclaimer, by the way.
Yeah. That's
And by the way, having met your wife and know your wife, I think it's a good disclaimer.
oh no, my wife is as loyal as they come. Don't worry about that.
No, I wasn't saying that. I was saying the other side of it. I mean, your wife's beautiful.
Oh yes,
And-
that is true. My wife is beautiful, so you don't stay away from her in that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm amazed. I every time I see her with you, I don't know how it happened. I just think I'm like, wow, you must just have like a magician or something.
You know, I can't say what the real reason is
Yeah.
because you know this is a PG-13 audience.
Of
but-
course. But well done, you. Well played.
Thanks. Yes, it was definitely my best played hand.
By the way, Richardson has doubled his buy-in. He bought him for 9K. He's already up. I mean, it doesn't seem like we've had a ton of action, and we haven't. We've had a few interesting hands, but Richardson is just not missing. He's winning all the small pots, and you know, so he is quietly up $9,300.
That's really what you want when you're playing no limit. Everybody thinks about no limit as you know, these big, massive, all-in confrontations and all that, but really,
You're winning.
in
this one.
in general, your best sessions are when you're just chipping up and you're flopping top
I just
pair and
called
you're
it.
winning it on the flop or winning, you know, getting a flop
great
bet
raise.
and winning on the turn. You don't
You're playing good.
putting all these, you know,
I'm
all
not
in
being
confrontations. A
sarcastic, I'm
lot of
being
times you're on the right side or wrong side. It's kind of a coin flip which side you're on. But when you're just chipping
You
up
deserve
and you're
350
winning
for the
small
raise.
pots, then that's the way
I'm
that's
going
the
to
way
play this
it's
hand
done.
left-handed to make it fair. I'm playing left-handed. I want to make it fair.
I'm going to play the same because I want to be fair with you.
Really? You probably are left-handed though.
Top pair here for Richardson as both players play left-handed.
Next time
Phil
before you
Hellmuth
do
used
that,
to
I wanna
actually,
be able to yell,
one of the
"Flop
things
me
he
the
was
wheel,"
most
and then
proud
flop
of when he
cards
plays
like
tournaments
that,
is
and
like,
I'll be like,
I wasn't all in for the first
All
4
right.
days.
I check left-handed.
Like
Yeah.
that's a big deal for him.
Yeah, it definitely is. It definitely is for him. I know
I
that
super called.
that's something that
Left-handed.
he.
Did you bet left-handed? I did. All right. Just want to make sure we're doing left-handed. I super called.
I'm not sure exactly why he's calling. He's just peeling
Okay,
here,
you
hoping
just-
to pick up
I
a flush
checked the best
draw.
hand.
And sure enough, he hits a
Richardson,
10.
Richardson's got a
Then
pair
you
of
should
sevens
bet a
now with
lot.
the ace of hearts. Does he double barrel this or does he take the free card?
I think. I don't know. He could do either because he has the nut flush draw and a pair. He's got a pretty good hand protection.
I mean, the 10 doesn't really, the 10 shouldn't help his
All
opponent.
Right, and the way that Mark is talking, it doesn't
I'm in
sound
so
like
much
he's going to
trouble
check raise him. And
I've seen this once in the Karate Kid. My shoulder was getting sore.
see now,
I check left-handed.
now Mark is kind of inducing
I'm so
a bluff.
trapped right
He
now.
definitely thinks he has the best hand.
By the way,
I would bet if I was Richardson, honestly. I really think
the
like
pot was
Kroon has a 5 or a 4.
I
in
was
this
going to
spot.
say, I think I
Or
value
worse,
own myself
7.
here.
Yeah, I would too. I think Mark has a lot of antics at the table, and I think he uses a lot of them to his advantage to gain
Boom!
action. And he
At what point?
in this situation, his talking might have
I
like
had no
cost
reason.
him.
I only called because
bet.
I wanted the excitement of the
I
hand.
said you're way behind, I promise.
Yeah, I think it was right.
I mean, Kroon was just calling to hit like either a pair, a club.
I got to yell boom.
He was hoping to hit the 8 or 9 of clubs.
Yeah, something along those
Obviously,
lines.
what he was really looking for.
Button slides in front of Laurie Corbin. Once again, playing 25-50, David Baker, David Tuchman. So what's the buy-in for this main event?
I'm probably not giving you
The buy-in for this main event is $16.50, and you can register. It's actually just starting. If you're in anywhere in the Sacramento area, you have a long time to get out here. There's, I think, 4 hours and a dinner that you can register. So I think you can get out here for like another approximately like 6 hours probably and register. You get 1 re-entry bullet, and then tomorrow they're going to start at noon. And same thing, you'll play, you probably can register till about 6 or 7. So if you're in the area, come on out and join us. It should be a really good field. If you've ever played out here, you'll know the staff in the room is great, and the tournament structure is really good. It's 40-minute levels. Start with 30,000 in chips. I'm excited about it. It's a good, it's a good room. It's a good property, and the tournament should be great.
Do you go in with a strategy of like, okay, I'm planned on, I have enough money here, I will do 3 bullets? And if that's the case, do you play your first bullet much more aggressively than you might otherwise?
Yes and no. There are a lot of tournaments, like on the unlimited re-entries, I do go in and I try to fire a little bit more. I don't go crazy, but I try to push the envelope. In this one, you only get 1 per day, and I'm playing the cash game tomorrow, so it's almost like a single entry for me. I only have 1 entry. I mean, I only have 1 day to play. I can late reg tomorrow if I don't make it through, which I'll just start like at the end of the rebuy period after the cash game. But for the most part, I'm this one I'll probably just play normal.
Kroon is overly optimistic here. So he led out with the 8-3. Got called in 2 spots.
I check. I don't care what the next card is.
Top pair
Go ahead and bet.
on the board pairs, and he fires again into both players.
I have an 8.
Kroon has a reputation for taking very poor hands and playing them very strongly, which is, it's great if nobody has anything, but he gets in trouble a lot. And it's kind of weird, like then he picks up a spot where he has top pair and he doesn't get much money in. But he's been seen on TV many times with the 7 deuce, the 7-3, the 8-3, the things like that. He likes to play those hands very strongly. So what's Hellmuth been doing? It looks like he's just hanging out, just getting.
Yeah, he's doing his normal thing, having some conversation, having a good time.
Not playing many pots, though.
Not getting involved too much. He doubled up earlier on with ace-jack against the flush draw. He flopped top pair and got in against Ross's flush draw. Ross bricked out. They only run it once now in Poker Night in America, so won about an $8,500 pot in that spot. So, he's sitting in that spot.
One of those glasses with that bottle of beer. So.
Kroon's fun, though.
I think you just tipped left-handed.
Yeah, I mean, that's
that was.
Kroon is Kroon.
Kroon is Kroon.
I don't know. I actually haven't played with him. My only experience with him is I might have played with him back in the day a couple times, but my major experience with him is just watching him on TV. If you've watched any of the World Series coverage from several years ago when he blew up and ran a 4-bet, 5-bet bluff on the river or something, and then this year he did a similar type situation. But he garners a lot of chips by doing that. Some people say that he's really tough and really, really good, and some people think he's a fish. It's just really just all about your perspective. A lot of times, just like we were talking about earlier when I 5-bet the King 5 last stop, a lot of, whether you're a genius or an idiot, depends a lot of times on what your opponent ends up having.
Ho with the best of it here. Hellmuth Going to go to showdown. It's not going to be good.
Wow, she didn't bet the river on that? Come on, Maria. You're better than that. I'm a big Maria Ho fan. We're good friends, so. But I'm surprised she didn't bet that. She comes from a limit hold'em background, and in limit hold'em, I think that limit hold'em players that transition into no limit can become some of the best. In limit hold'em, you learn to make thin value bets and folds where you're getting infinite odds. You become a much better hand reader. Just in general, you see a ton more hands, and you're betting one bet into 20 bets a lot of times on the river for value, and also you're folding with 20 bets in the pot for one bet on the river when you just know you're no good. I'm surprised that she didn't put a bet out there, especially against Phil, who's most likely not check raising her. And if he does check raise her, he probably has it. You can probably just fold. I mean, she's good enough where she would pick up a read anyway, and she'd probably make the right decision.
The thing is, I mean, he either has a flush or an ace, and he's probably not turning an ace into a bluff. Or he's got a 6, and he's not turning, it's like, the hands that didn't get there probably have some showdown value. I mean, maybe 9-7 if you want to invent a hand.
And the thing is, that pot was just not big enough for him to make a play at. She's got to know that, like, Phil is most likely not just going to make a ridiculous bluff into a $800 pot. You know, once she bets 300 and the pot has 1,000 in it, he's not going to make it like 1,500, which he would have to do to get her off of it. I just bet the ace-jack for value.
By the way, guys, we have approximately 25 hours of cash game coverage this weekend. When I have a co-commentator in the booth with us, we're going to lean on them a little bit and get some of their expertise or comedy or whatever it might be, whatever they bring to the table. In this case, obviously, it's analysis and expertise. Baker's a great poker player.
And I always comedy when I'm in the booth.
Maybe a little. But so for those of you who like table talk, when I'm going it solo, and I'll probably do half of this weekend solo, it'll be a lot of table talk. So there'll be a little bit of something for everybody. Keep that in mind.
And tomorrow, I think we're starting similar time. So tune in tomorrow. I'll be playing the lineup. I don't want to divulge exactly who's on there because obviously lineups are always subject to change.
Go ahead.
From what I've heard, should be a very interesting game. We should have some very interesting players who aren't necessarily from the poker background, who have been very, very successful in life and business. And I'm expecting some. It could turn into a bigger game than normal.
Kroon's going to take that one down. We continue on. We're doing a straddle here. Okay, so apparently we're going to pull the table audio for about a minute. We are having slight difficulties, but we're going to kind of play with it as the audio has been a little bit low. So we're just going to pull that for a minute. It'll be Baker and I for a minute here, but we will get the audio back and running fairly shortly. My man Brian is on it.
So we've been having a lot of stops lately with Poker Night. We just were in Pittsburgh and then Florida, and now we're here in Sacramento. I know in April we're going to Choctaw in Oklahoma.
Do you have the dates for that?
I do. I have them April, I think, 7th. I actually do have it right here. You know anything in between now and then?
I don't. I'm always the last to know, though.
Poker Night's blowing up.
They call, yeah. I mean, Todd Anderson, our the founder and the CEO of Poker Night in America, he'll shoot me a text and be like, "Hey, Tuchman, what are you doing, this weekend?" And I'll be like, "I assume I'm going somewhere. Where am I going?"
They do. We've
so it's pretty cool.
It's really been exciting to watch the evolution of Poker Night. If you've been with us since the beginning, you've seen us go from the beginning to. Look at this.
Well, keep in mind also the graphics too. I mean, I love the new graphics here. And look at this. Lori Corbin came to play.
Yeah, she's
I like it.
That was nice. She just 3-bet the 3 deuce. It would look like that was a big blind versus straddle situation.
It is. Still, though, hey, 6 deuce, 3 deuce. I like it.
Yeah, she was in position. Choctaw event is April 7th through April 25th. Looks like we only have the Maria Ho audio, which is good. If I had to listen to anybody at the table, she'd be the one I'd want to hear anyway.
Yeah, earlier on, Mark Kroon was talking about, he was threatening or gambling with somebody to do some sort of gymnastics move naked.
Maria was?
No, Mark Kroon.
Was. Oh, yeah, I would much rather hear Maria talk about that than Mark.
Than not watch Kroon do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I'm with you.
Yeah, let's turn off his audio if he's going to be talking about naked gymnastics.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Once again, we are in Northern California, as Baker mentioned.
It looks like Richardson is in every pot so far, which is good. Look at Corbin. She's tired of him. She's like, you know what? I have position. I've got a good image. I'm just going to play, and she has the best hand. So this could end up being, if we got the right texture flop, we could end up with a big pot.
I love this dynamic, and I want to talk about it for a second here. I love the dynamic you get. If you're Laura Corbin and you're on somebody's left, your job is to make their life hell all day. Like if I'm on somebody's left, it's like, okay, cool. Who's on my right? Can I make your life hell all day? And can I get you to the point where I can push you over the edge, where you're going to fight back, but you might just fight back at the exact wrong moment, right, and I'm gonna snap you off. And I think Laurie has got Richardson on the ropes there. I think he wants to fight back. I mean, here he's calling with ace-5 against, where and sure enough, he's just check folding, and he's been in a tough spot. At some point, he's going to do this, and she's actually going to have a hand.
Right, or vice versa. She's just going to push back, and he's going to have a hand.
Could be.
My favorite thing.
Don't show. Or does she have to show? That might be the rule. I think they have to show.
They have to show?
I think they're doing I think they're doing some sort of like showing rule if the pot's over $2,000 or something along those lines.
That's kind of for you guys out there who are learning and trying to get better at poker. One of the things that I kind of picked up early, and sometimes it's exploitable, but as you get better, you're able to do better. If the guy on your left just wants to 3-bet you mercilessly, just let him for a little while. Let him take these small pots, and then he's going to do it at the wrong time, or she's going to do it at the wrong time, and then you can just absolutely punish them. People who just want to get in just a war instantly, the person on the left does have the advantage, and you just have to accept that. And while they're going to have the advantage over you, you're going to have the advantage over somebody else. So if you don't like it, then pick on the person to your left, or just kind of wait it out and or tighten up your range. I mean, you have a lot of different options. You can tighten up, you can wait for spots and fight back, or you can just take it out on the person next to you. These shows have an interesting dynamic. A lot of times there's not a whole lot of 3-betting. We try not to get like the most technically sound cast. I mean, we're trying to get an entertaining poker show, and when it's 7-handed and there's a constantly 3-betting, 4-betting, and all that, and it's all pre-flop, it doesn't really make for that good of a show. We want to see flops, we want to see turn bets and river bets and river bluffs and things like that, and you can't always have that when it's all 3-bets, 4-bets. So a lot of times we don't have that in the show. So it's interesting each show to see whether if somebody wants to take that role as being the aggressive pre-flop person. But a lot of times we're playing flop poker on here.
That's the sultry, silky voice of David Baker, ODB. Once again, we are aware that the audio for the table is off. We'll get that back on momentarily. We are on a 30-minute delay up here in Thunder Valley Casino Resort. David Tuchman, David Baker. And, to your point, it's funny because a lot of times, we'll see people in the chat room be like, what is he doing? I can't believe this. And, Glance has been on the show and talked about it. You've talked about it and been like, listen, I'm here to have fun. And while obviously it's a lot more fun to win, and I know both you guys want to win, you're not. You are both very, very aware of the fact that you're not playing GTO poker,
Correct.
to quote some people in the industry.
Yes, I'm definitely. I know tomorrow, whale away at some of my play. It's fine. I mean, I'm not going to be playing the best poker that I've ever played in my life, and that's fine. I'll play good poker, and I mean, the thing is, you need to learn how to play multiple styles. And if you can't learn how to play, calling a 3-bet out of position with the Queen 9 of Hearts, then, if your only avenue of defense with that is to 4-bet it and hope that your opponent doesn't have a hand or to fold, then, then you're missing a part of your game. And this game is the people who've been the most successful on this show over a long period of time: Matt Glantz, Tom Schneider, Sean Deeb, myself.
Abernathy.
I mean, like, we all are willing to play pots out of position, in position, with marginal hands. I don't think you'll see a lot of us doing things like Mark is doing with the 10 deuce or in the 7-3 like he had, but you will see us playing, the suited cards, the connecting, running a running a float, making a big call with a hand that probably shouldn't be, calling the river.
Right.
But
Ross with the small value bet on the river. It's a nice little value bet. A lot of guys check that and just kind of, he realizes his two pair, kings and queens, are good almost always. Very unlikely somebody has a queen that's where the kicker would play.
Yeah, and Mike's been playing limit 200, 400, and 300, 600 for the last 2 weeks with some of the best limit Holdem players in the world. So that value bet right there comes straight out of him playing for the last 2 weeks at Commerce. I would say. I would guess that maybe if he would have played that hand 2 weeks ago, he might have checked the river. Kind of like Maria might be a little out of practice, and she hasn't played in a little while, and she checks that ace-jack. Whereas if she had been playing in the 200, 400 at Commerce for the last 2 weeks, she would have never checked that ace-jack versus Phil.
Once again, guys, welcome to the show. Movie maker, JJ Casino. Yeah, you can come here and photobomb, man. Sit right behind. We're literally in the lobby.
Yeah, it's a cool setup that they have here. You walk into the casino, and it's a beautiful casino. You walk in, and it's tile, marble floors. To the left is a beautiful hotel registration, and to the right, they've set the table up, and there's nice artwork on the wall, and it's a really nice casino. And Ben Irwin is the poker room manager here. He's done a great job of turning this casino into a casino I had never heard of, several years ago. To now, it's discussed 3, 4, 5 times a year as major tournaments. They have smaller tournaments all throughout the year, and then they have 3 or 4 big stops throughout the year. I know some of the other tours come here, and it's a great area. They have a beautiful, delicious steakhouse on property. They have a nice spa. The rooms are beautiful. The rooms are great. They have a huge bathtub and a nice marble shower. It's a nice place that you can visit.
Once again, what a flop here. I like balls flop, by the way.
And
7-5 of clubs on the 9-6-4 2-club board.
And someone's asked on the Twitch chat, can we not hear the table? Yeah, the table audio is off for now. It will be back on shortly. So now you get the musings of Tuchman and myself.
I promise you guys, we will get that on as quickly as possible. Those of you who are familiar with my broadcast, whether I do World Series of Poker or whether I do Poker Night in America, trust me, I would love to shut up. My wife disagrees, and I'm sure many of you do as well, but I would love nothing more to hear Phil Hellmuth and Maria Ho and Mark Kroon chat away. Unfortunately, we can't hear them right now. The second we can, though, we will pay attention to them.
I actually have an update on that front.
Thank you.
I think we just completely isolated the issue, so it'll be half an hour. But when that 30 minutes is up, we should have really good, clean table audio where everyone's balanced.
I love it. I love it. Queen high flop, 2 hearts out there, and not a bad flop if you're ball. I mean,
yeah, this hand could get interesting. Ross opened for a raise and ball flatted. Now he's flopped great, but Ross has also flopped pretty well. And he continuation bet, and ball is raising. I don't know if his intention is to raise to check the turn, or I mean, he just knows he's got a good hand. So,
right, it's kind of a weird raise though, because it's like one of those spots where I don't think he gets a better hand to fold.
No, but he can assess the situation. If he makes a hand on here on the turn, he can bet it. If he doesn't, he can assess whether he wants to value or check. Oh, it looks like he's out of the blind. He's in the blind. So he's out of position. Okay.
Yeah, he check raised the flop. He checks the river.
And that's gonna spell bad news for.
Yeah, and he checks the river there, and Ross is gonna bet it as he hits his gutter.
Ross bet a little too fast there. Just insta bet, and sometimes that means bluff, but in this instance, it appears that. I mean, obviously he has it because we can see his cards, but I think, ball sniffs it out.
I mean, there's not much when you get when you check raise the flop and get called, and then the board runs out heart and the 10. It's just like, I mean, you start thinking of hands. You basically have to imagine a hand or create a hand that you can beat with Queen 10.
Right. What is ball calling the check? I mean, what is Ross calling the check raise on the flop, and then bluffing the river? That 2-pair beats. I mean, ace queen. That's basically the only hand. Ace queen, ace jack, and is he really going to turn ace queen or ace jack into a bluff, or is he just going to be thankful that he's able to turn him over? I don't really like this rule of showing cards after because it allows.
Well, it's not our rule. This is a rule
No,
they decided to do at the table.
I understand. I don't like their rule because it allows Ball to fold more comfortably, knowing that he's going to instantly see the hand. I think that I would bluff more in this instance, just because I feel like opponents sometimes call because they want to see, even though they know they're going to find out 30 minutes later on the stream. Like they want that instant relief of. Yeah, I was right. We would see Negreanu used to verbally free roll himself a lot early on in his career, where he would say on camera, "I think you have the 2 pair," and then he would call and be like, "Yep, you got the 2 pair. Nice hand, you win." But now you don't have to. You can verbally free roll yourself and still fold. I mean, you can still. That you're just instantly finding out.
7-handed here, Poker Night in America. Blinds stay the same. It's 25-50. Occasionally, you'll see the game get bigger. Straddles get in there, and sometimes we get $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 on the table. That is not unusual at all. So far, though, no money really has been added to this table. So it's playing as one of the smaller Poker Night in America games, but I don't expect that to stay the case this weekend.
I'm gonna predict that tomorrow is one of the bigger games that we've had at the 25-50 level. I know obviously nothing's going to compete with the day that Negreanu and Esfandiari and Maria and Seaver and some others played the World Series when they had $100,000 pots. But I think tomorrow is going to be a fairly big game, I would guess. And I'm excited to be part of it. Hopefully I'll run good.
What's your buy-in? 10,000? 20,000?
I usually depend on my seat. I will probably, my initial instinct would be 10,000. That's what I've been buying in the last several stops with. But it depends on my seat a little bit. If I get an advantageous seat, I might buy in more. If I get a pretty poor seat, I might take a little bit off. I mean, I'm there to mix it up and have fun, and that's basically what I'll do, like I do every episode. But I mean, I still want to give myself the best opportunity to win. So.
So we actually have had a few rebuys here. So seat 1, that's Mark Kroon. He bought in for an additional $5K. Maria Ho bought in for an additional $4K. And Ross bought in for an additional $5K. So, more money in the table. That always mixes it up. Ace, 5 flop.
And you got to understand, we've been playing for 2 hours, and they're going to play for, they're going to play longer. So, obviously, none of these players are quitting. So, the money's only going to get bigger on the table as people start to lose and somebody gets stacked. Eventually, somebody's going to get stacked.
Yeah, they let Ross get there, by the way, and he hits his 4 on the river and he wins it.
Yeah.
It's so fun. I can remember several episodes that I've played where we've had 3 or 4 all-ins in the first orbit. I remember one episode we did in one show we did in Maryland Live. I think Tom Schneider and Danielle Anderson got it in like 3 times in the first orbit against each other.
I'm a big fan of D Moon's game. We had her on in Florida as well for Ladies' Night.
I'm a huge D Moon fan.
Yeah.
I met her the second stop I did with Poker Night. I met her and instant fan, and didn't hurt the fact that I've owned her at the table, but I like her personality-wise. I had nothing to do with that part, but we always have fun with each other because she says she can't beat me.
By the way, we just a little refresher who we are. We're David Tuchman. This is David Baker next to me. Players at the table, we have Mark Kroon, Maria Ho, Scott Ball, that's Rum Cakes from Twitch, Phil Hellmuth, of course, Alan Richardson, Lori Corbin. By the way, slight Sarah Palin resemblance.
Yes, definitely.
All right, and Mike Ross, who high-stakes cash game player.
I learned a lesson from a friend of mine down there.
And this is a Mark Kroon special. Anything with a deuce or a 3 that has another card that's not connected to it, or suited, seems to be what he likes.
What adjustment would you make if he was in the straddle?
No.
What adjustment would you make if you were in late position? Would you tighten up your raising range? Would you raise larger? What would you do? Because he's defending with almost pretty much any 2.
That's an interesting question. I'm not really sure. I would probably just keep my raising standards the same, and then I would just elevate my flop and turn and river bets based on what I wanted him to do, knowing that most likely he's just going to call down real weak or he's going to make some ridiculous bluff. So I might overbet when I have it.
He is check called the ace-7-4 flop. He had a wheel draw.
He's got a gut
There
check.
he goes. He's
Now,
sitting
now there's a
down
lot of
now.
history between these two. You know, they consider themselves very good friends, and Phil considers himself teaching Mark, even though he has zero of the similar style as. I mean, they play polar opposites.
Yeah, they're from the same town. They talked about it earlier. They've known each other for 30 years. King Queen is good.
You'd have called me too.
So that was Kroon's plan. I'm going to call for the gut shot and then just check it down and hope my 5-high wins.
Yeah, who knows? He might have check raised the turn if Hellmuth bet. He's just up against a bad opponent for that, because Hellmuth's just gonna play it conservative and tight to the vest.
I'm supposed to re-raise him and make him fold and then go with him.
Yeah, Kroon's saying that he should have re-raised pre, which kind of surprised me. Like he does do that a lot. He loves to put in a lot of action with these. It's going to be interesting to see what he does as the show goes on. If he I'm predicting at least two ridiculous bluffs that may or may not work. I mean, they could be great. They could end up being amazingly great bluffs, or they could end up being terrible bluffs, depending on what the opponent has. But I'm expecting that Kroon's going to try some crazy, made-for-TV hand.
What's up, Rick and Barstow? Good to have you on board, my
You're
man.
not going to call it on the turn, no? I'm supposed to bet the floor. I'm supposed to bet.
I've been impressed. I'm a little impressed with Corvin. I was impressed with her last night. We didn't play that long. We didn't play that many hands, but every time she was in there, she was raising, and she won like every pot that she played last night in cash when I played with her. I mean, I quit early.
I will tell you, as far as a satellite winner goes, you know, it's hit or miss. You never know. She is extremely entertaining. She's been 3-betting. She's been mixing it up. A joy to have on the show. I'm actually surprised at how tight, you mentioned it earlier on, how tight Mike Ross is playing.
Yeah, and with Corvin too.
That's a compliment.
She looks kind of fun. Maybe because she does have that Tina Fey, Sarah Palin look about her. She looks like she's just kind of like fun to play with, and she's just firing out bets. This could get expensive for Kroon.
Well, Kroon's not going to go anywhere.
But here's the thing, like he's more likely to lose a small pot here because he has top pair. If he had bottom pair, like I feel like he might just try something silly. But small top pair, he's probably just going to call down.
You don't have to just continue to bluff.
And I would expect that he's going to call all three streets. That she's going to bet all three and he's going to call all three.
You think she's going to bet the river?
I think so.
I mean, it would be a great bet by her, depending on what the river is, of course.
I really think she will.
$800 bet, $800 call.
And
pot now $3,500.
Almost if she was less experienced, even if she was.
Nah, she checked down.
She's checking. I kind of felt like if she was even more experienced, she might check. But a lot of times we find like satellite winners will, like they just have top pair, like they're just betting all streets.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I check back. You know, maybe you check back Queen 10. The problem is that Kroon is calling with so many random hands that he could be in there with Queen Deuce. He could be in there with Queen 7.
He might have 4-8. He might have just hit the second pair on the.
Well, I don't worry about that. I'm talking about what hands I can get value from.
Anybody that's slow roast Phil.
You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Like trying to think of that.
Yeah, we should do it. We just to tilt him a little bit.
But you're not worried about value owning yourself.
Not as. I mean, hey, to me, my personal opinion is if you're not value owning yourself occasionally, you're probably not value betting enough.
I agree. I would have bet in that spot. I expected her to value bet in that spot, but like you say, a lot of times it really also depends on how big this game is for you, and you know, if you're willing to get bluffed. I'm sure she doesn't want to get check raised and then have to fold.
I mean, it's interesting because that shouldn't change the way you play the game, but it does.
It does.
In reality. If the game is big for you, you're going to change the way you play a little bit, and that's unfortunate. What's the borderline? I mean, I think we both agree Queen Jack's a bet there. Are you betting Queen 9?
I'm probably betting any queen, to be honest, because to me, I felt like he had like a bottom pair, and maybe he turned like bottom pair in a straight. Like he came queen 3, 4, 5. So I would put him on something like 4, 6 or 3 deuce or 4 deuce or.
And then see if he heroes you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just see if he heroes.
King high flop, 2 spades out there, and how about 2 pair for Ross? Unfortunately for him, Corbin's got nothing to continue on with, and she just check folds. Some nights are like that. You know, some days you play poker, it's like you flop top 2 and your opponent's got 3s and they just fold.
Yeah.
You know, you've got aces and nobody has anything.
And some days you have king 5 and they have aces, and it's just a cooler.
Right.
There's just nothing you can do about it.
I had an interesting spot the other day while we get a little bit of a lull in the action. I'll say it. So you even might think this is a little bit too thin. I raise in late position with deuces, get raised out of the blind, and I get 3-bet out of the blind, so I flat with deuces, heads up. Flop comes out like queen 9-6 with a couple of diamonds. He checks. I check it back. Turns like the 4 diamonds, so 3 diamonds out there. He checks. I decide he's got ace-king, and he's a little scared, so I put a little bet out there. I'm like, maybe he's got the ace-king with the king of diamonds, with the ace of diamonds. I can get a little value. I can also a little bit of protection. I put the bet out there. He calls. River pairs the board. He checks to me. I decided to value bet in deuces.
Yeah, I love that. I love value betting the small pocket pairs versus what you're perceiving ace-king, ace-queen, and getting that ace-high call down. Especially,
Unfortunately, he flatted with queens. You need to top set the entire way.
Oh.
He checked the flop, checked the turn, called the turn, and then called the river with queens.
Oh, see, that's not how the story's supposed to end.
No, it's not. It was just funny though. I was like, wow.
Frankly,
when he just called me, I was like, okay, I'm good.
Beautiful.
And I turned my deuces over.
You just throw the dollar to the dealer, you turn your hand up, and you wait for the pot to be pushed that way. I'd even probably overbet I like to bet a little bit more on the river just to make sure I get the ace high call down.
Make it look like you're polarized.
Yeah.
Make it look like it's like you would never do this with a small pair. You got the nuts or nothing.
Right.
I like it. How about aces here? And we get some action here. So ball opens up with the suited connector. Richardson 3-bets. Kroon, he doesn't want to fold. We know that. The problem is he doesn't close the action.
He made it just too big.
Yeah.
Did he just limp the button for 100 and then ball raised to 425?
No, Richardson was in the straddle.
Look at Richardson just off, looking into La La Land. Oh, I have 2 aces. La-di-da, nothing going on here.
By the way, Richardson's crushing it so far. The unfortunate thing for him is he has overbet. Like he flops a set and he moves all in. Earlier on, he had aces. He did that. So there have been a few situations where he has basically, he flopped a straight against Maria Ho and she had a flush draw. He raised the flop and then he just moved it on the turn. So he's basically forcing his opponents to play well, to make the right decisions by folding.
Can you tell me what's Richardson's deal? I'm not familiar with
Businessman. He was up at Turning Stone, actually, where the cash game where you were going to play in, but you made a deep run in the tournament. He played in Turning Stone. I think he was stuck about 30K in that day. Didn't get much didn't go his way. Today, the deck's been hitting him in the face. Unfortunately for him, he's been overbetting, like I said, when he makes his hand.
It's very tough to leave your opponents any room when you're overbetting. When you've got it. I mean, you've got to, especially when you're going to play with a Kroon and perceived Mike Ross, both of those guys are going to be perceived action, or they should be perceived action in your head. You've got to leave them room to make bad decisions when you have big hands. And that's not a slight on either of those two players. It's just the reality of the situation. When you have an action player in the game, you've got to give them room to do something dumb.
Ross raises the 250, ball calls, action on Corvin. She's going to give that one up. I mean, part of the thing that was interesting, Richardson got unlucky that in both situations, neither player had a hand. But to your point, he put himself in a situation where the only way he was going to make money was if they had a hand.
Here's the thing. If you have a huge hand and the only way you're going to get action is if your opponent has a hand, well, you're going to get action if they have a hand regardless. So if you bet a little bit less, then you're going to get action either way. So you might as well give them a chance to put it in without it if you're going to get it in anyway with it, if that makes sense.
Ball called the raise from Ross with King 3 suited.
And it just got checked down.
It just got checked down. Yeah. Didn't want to take a shot at it. This always kills me if I'm playing. And I mean, I don't want to say you should be taking shots at every single pot, because I think if you do that, you're going to be burning money. But you hate to get the showdown and your opponent to show you 2 sevens on an ace-queen board where you're like, man, I could have bet sometime at some point and put a little pressure on him.
Yeah, I think his thought process is there are better spots than when Mike Ross raises under the gun and I'm flatting the button. I'm playing the King 3 suited, hoping for a really gin flop, and it comes ace-queen high. Yeah, maybe I can get him to fold 2 10s or something, but, there are probably better spots. I'm probably going to have to fire 2, probably 3 bullets, so I'm just going to move on with this. Plus, he had backdoor equity, and he had a backdoor flush draw, backdoor wheel draw, backdoor Broadway draw. So might as well take the free one. Once you took the free one, your story doesn't look that believable. So I'm fine in that particular context. Just happened to be he probably could have won it. But
a lot of people asking about the Aussie Millions. I'm a huge Jason Somerville fan.
Yeah, we all are here at Poker Night. He's he played a couple episodes with us, and we're all Somerville fans. So.
And he's going to be doing, he and Phil and myself and Maria are going to be working on the new show, the new tournament show that's going to be coming out in the spring. So we're looking forward to that. Good news is, guys, you can open up 2 windows. As far as I'm concerned, I'm going to have the Aussie Millions up, and I'm going to have Poker Night in America up.
Well, the good news is I think that probably won't get going for a while.
No, it's not yet. I think it's at least another 5 or 6 hours.
Yeah, so this show will be nearing its completion. So
run right into it.
Here we go.
Ball well,
has,
King 3 of clubs didn't work for him, but the King 6 of clubs is going to work to perfection. Ross does have a big ace, well, a medium ace, I should say, and Hellmuth with a gut shot, but no club in his hand. So
we need the Jack of Hearts here on the turn just for fun. That's what we need.
That would be a fun card.
But Hellmuth's going to stab at it, and I don't think Mike's going to fold. I think Mike's should probably see one more card.
What's the play if you're Ross?
Sorry,
what's the play if you're Ball? We know, let's say Ross calls with the ace. I think he's going to. What's the play if you're Ball? Are you raising right away, or are you flatting and kind of giving your opponent enough rope to hang themselves? Obviously, we can see the cards really easy.
I think because he has the King 6 that he should call. If he had the Queen 6, if he had the Jack 6, I think I might raise because Hellmuth might have a King.
Wow, tight laydown from Ross. This is not the Ross that I expected.
Yeah, I guess Ball's just hoping that Hellmuth does have something. But the thing with him having the nut card, that it's unlikely that Hellmuth is going to draw towards a non-nut hand. So he's basically just letting Phil off the hook. Whereas if he had Jack 6, then Phil can have the King 10 with the King of clubs. He might get it in.
You should just show it anyway.
Yeah, Hellmuth does like to get it. I mean, Hellmuth's not shy about just moving all in if he thinks he has the best hands. And I think Ball's hand is a little bit difficult because he's out of position. And if he flats that and the turn comes off, let's just say the turn comes off a red 9. You just know Hellmuth is going to check back so many hands.
Yep.
That's better. That's better.
Obviously, every hand of poker can go one way or the other depending on when you have a huge hand, depending on the strength of your opponent. This particular instance with a player like Hellmuth, I think you just come off really, really strong there. I would have liked to seen him check raise that flop if he either had a small flush or if he just had the nut 1 card flush. If he just had the king, if he had the King 10 with the King of clubs, then I would like that because then he can win it on it without getting there, or he can protect his hand and get value off of the solo king if he had a smaller flush. But having the nut card and the nut hand that's basically unbeatable, I think that I would just call and kind of see what happens from there.
So I got a tweet from Awais Ahmed, who I thought we were friends, but apparently he tweeted, "I'd rather listen to full table audio than your voice, you schmuck." Man, with friends like that, who needs
I'd rather
enemies?
listen to silence than Awais. So
wouldn't everybody? I love Awais. Awais, by the way, this is confirmed. By the way, Awais gets his entire wardrobe from JCPenney.
Gets his girl to slap me around.
No comment.
Bottom 2 for Ross.
No comment. No shocked.
Bottom 2 for Ross. Corbin with top pair with the ace kicker.
Hey, did you know Awais won a bracelet?
No, he hasn't told me 44 times.
If you don't, just talk with him. All right, so this hand everybody's got a little something.
Yeah, and this is not as a cut and dry spot for Ross because you got to realize that against Corbin's range, Jack 10's just not doing as well as you think.
It's really not. I mean, he's hoping that he has
ace queen.
Oh yeah, I mean king queen, ace queen, which he's got to fade a lot. And the thing about no limit hold'em is that's different than limit. Obviously, everybody knows is you can call or raise here with the Jack 10, and all you're going to lose is a bet on each street. Right here, if he calls right here, now he's going to be faced with another decision when the deuce of clubs rolls off on the turn for $1,400 this time, and then he calls that one. Now he's got to face a $2,800 decision on the river when the 3 of spades rolls off.
And he decides to
call. He's going to see what happens. I like this play. This is probably how I would attack this hand, and then I would make a judgment based on this turn card.
I think in position, because I just saw her check back the Queen Jack against Kroon, I'm actually calling as well, just because I think she's going to slow down on so many turn cards.
Yeah, I just want to see what happens. I want to see how she acts.
And sure enough, she checks. Ross is going to put a little bet out there.
Now, this bet has multi-purpose. One, if he gets check raised, he can just throw the hand away. He doesn't want to give a free card. His hand's very, very, very vulnerable to just a queen, just like the queen of hearts.
A queen, a king, an ace, a 9, a heart.
And he knows that she's probably going to check the river no matter what comes, unless it just crushes her and gives her the hand. So he can safely bet this. He dictates the size of the pot. He dictates the bet. He dictates how much he's going to lose in the hand. He knows he's not losing any more than $12.50 this hand. This is the last money he's putting in the pot. I like it.
You did fast.
You think so? I mean, I think if she just calls the turn, and she like painfully calls the turn, and the river is the black deuce, you're not betting Jack 10 for value there to try to get value from like 2 kings, ace queen.
I don't think so, because I just feel like she's going to be scared with queen 10 and queen jack and maybe even 8-9. The heart gets there. There's already a bigger straight on the board, especially like the queen 10 and the queen jack.
Yeah.
And I don't really feel like she's going to call a lot of one pair hands.
Let's have someone time it on Twitch. We'll bet on it. We'll get the
Ray Henson, Cord Garcia in the background, guys. Cord Garcia won the Colossus this summer at the World Series of Poker. Ray Henson came in 3rd in that particular event. Good friends,
I'll bet
and good friends of yours as well.
Good friends of mine. Yeah, that was a fun tournament. We were actually just talking about it at lunch today.
I'm pretty kind. I would.
What is Phil? Phil is busting out some
Okay, I'm just going to put it out there.
a loosening object.
This is bullshit, because this has clearly been done already, and I didn't get a drink.
Yeah, they didn't bring us any.
Have you been tipped? Hey guys, we haven't tipped him yet. You guys want to do it on this hand?
Yeah.
I don't know how a lot of these guys handle their liquor, so this should be interesting. I know Maria can handle her liquor, so she's probably a favorite in this.
I think. I mean, I drank with Scott one night. We were in LA. We went out to get some sushi, and we drank a lot. And he seemed fine. Looks like he's a big guy. He can handle it.
The great thing about alcohol at a poker table
I mean,
is
Kroon owns a bar.
it just gives people an excuse to do stupid things
It's going to be an excuse.
that they want to do anyway.
Isn't that the excuse in life?
Yes.
Isn't that why we drink in life?
That's basically what drinking is. It's just a free pass to do stupid
Please,
things.
I'd say 85% of the women that have hooked up with me have only hooked up with me because of alcohol. Please, my wife is only with me because of alcohol.
Your wife drinks daily
Yes.
to stay with you.
Right, exactly. Ace, ace, 4, and Maria with trip aces.
I can't even really talk. My wife and I just spent the last 3 days in Napa drinking incessantly, and then came here and we drank all night last night. So that's probably how I landed such a beautiful wife myself, is all the alcohol. I just feed her.
Thank you, sir.
Nothing wrong with that. What are they drinking by that? I couldn't tell.
I don't know. It looked good. I mean, it looks like something high-end. I don't think Phil went to get the house brand.
I believe it is Kimosabi tequila.
Kimosabi tequila.
Well, I am glad I am not in on that. Tequila and I do not work well together.
No, what does David Baker turn into? Tequila.
Well, I used to drink tequila a lot in high school and college, and then one day tequila said, "I will no longer be part of your life," and it exited from me and has never been back again.
So hold on, you missed one.
So now Maria's talking, Phil's pouring, he's just sitting there with the 9-6 on the ace-4. She's just doing jumping jacks in her head. Drink faster, Phil. Find some stupid play right here, please.
Yeah.
This sometimes can piss me, and I wouldn't say piss me off, because this never pisses me off. It's great. We're having a good time. It's fun. But if you're the player at the table with the big hand, you hate this because
people are distracted.
Yeah, and they're just not going to make up. Like, they're much less likely. Now, players are more likely to make a move in 15 minutes now because they're drinking, but much less likely to make a move right now.
Right, correct. As it worked out, she probably wasn't going to get anything from this group
Probably
in this
not.
spot. Maybe if we were in the similar spot and there wouldn't have been time, Kroon might have tried something with his 10-5, but that was really your best hope.
By the way, Brian, how can we not have a few alcohol sponsors? I mean, I can't imagine that we don't have a beer sponsor and possibly a tequila sponsor for the show.
I believe alcohol sponsorships are sometimes hard to clear standards and practices at television networks. I can neither confirm nor deny that's the case, but
tobacco, I know, is the case.
Yeah, we can sponsor the stream, though.
You're just always looking for a way to get alcohol. Every stream we do,
Yeah. pretty much.
every World Series event we do, you always have a bet for beer.
Listen, I'm not very funny, but I'm infinitely funnier when I'm drunk.
Fair enough.
I feel very lucky to be in
He said he just finished reading your book.
You say that like it's a bad thing.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Not a bad thing at all. The great thing about bets with beer is you win either way. Either you bring beer and you get to drink it with somebody that you like, or they bring you beer and you get to drink it with somebody you like.
Win-win.
And if you don't like them, at least you have beer.
All right.
So it's
Either way.
everybody wins, or at least you win every time.
Corbin open-ended with the overcard. 2 hearts out there. Not much there for Maria Ho.
She might peel one if the bet's small enough, or if the bet's small enough, she might peel one backdoor. But
Problem
she
is, I
also
just
might
don't.
fold.
Yeah, the problem is I don't know. I mean, if you're Ho, I mean, I guess like the 7 of diamonds, the 9 of diamonds, something like that is a card you're looking for. There just aren't that many cards. I don't even love an ace.
Yeah, she did peel.
I thought you winked.
You also
at
your
just
ace high is
so
good
fancy.
sometimes. Now she'll
healthy,
be done with
yeah.
it, obviously. But especially coming from a limit background, like we rarely fold aces out of the big blind for one bet against a cutoff, raise, and continuation bet. So
I'm with
especially
you.
she's got some backdoor equity. You want your opponent to fire twice, especially if they're betting small.
Once again, David Baker, David Tuchman. See, I agree with you in the sense that if I'm playing against a player who's not likely to fire 2 barrels, then I'm much more likely to take one off with the ace because maybe I can win it with just ace high. But against a good player who's going to double barrel and put a lot of pressure on me, I'm more likely to fold it, even though my hand might be the best in absolute terms. The playability of my hand is what I really care about.
If that would have been Kroon, I think she should just fold. But because he's probably going to fire again, I don't think that she would have fired a second bullet had she not hit the jack. If the turn would have been a 3, I think she would have taken her free card and taken the open-ended, and then she may not fire the river, so you might get it through on the river. I mean, you might just win with an ace high showdown. Maria just got unlucky that the jack came on the turn, so Corbin had free reign to bet. But I think she might have even won that hand, got showdown if it bricks out. I could be wrong. She might have fired a second bullet, but
Pick me, dealer.
question on the stream: why did Maria double
Always wheel cards.
double knock the table after she basically the double knock is just by basically saying nice hand without having to open your mouth.
Sometimes the double knock can mean you're an asshole as well.
Yeah, well,
it didn't mean it in this case, but it could be that.
I was taught in poker that nice hand does mean you're an
Yeah.
asshole.
It's like, hey, nice hand, GFY.
Yes.
Speaking of GFY, speaking of Matt Salzberg, who's also been on our show doing commentary, he also, I know he did the last tournament run, the last final table with Phil Locke, I believe, over in Florida. Apparently there's a new, instead of the GFY, which is what Matt Salzberg likes to bring about, now they're trying to, there's a bring back fat Matt Salzberg. Wow, 2 pair over 2 pair. Look at this. Kroon and Richardson, and everything is going Richardson's way.
I got the best.
Everything going Richardson's way.
Mark playing his. I mean, this is such an unlucky spot for Kroon because he's such a aggressive player that when you have a hand as good as aces and deuces, like you always have the best hand here, and just unlucky that this is the one time he doesn't.
Yeah, especially on a 2-diamond board where you can put your opponent on some sort of a flush draw.
We might have a game now.
Yeah, for sure.
2 outs.
Although, is it better? Would it be better for the game if Richardson lost or if Kroon lost?
No, it's much better for the game if Kroon loses.
Yeah, okay.
Richardson's not going to open up, and if
By the way,
Inquiring minds want to know.
I would love a king. Ooh. No, I lost.
yeah, that doesn't change anything.
No, it doesn't. Running, by the way, that actually
doesn't change.
it changes nothing. I was going to say,
I'm very
overcards,
lucky.
you could have had running overcards
Yes.
that could
By
have
the
chopped
way,
it up.
Anything over an 8
47%
would
of
have
the
been a
time,
much
the two of
better
spades gets
card.
Kroon looking for a deuce and only a
47% of the
deuce.
time. So almost half the time, I'm going to river you here.
Now he's just spewing nonsense. let's get
By
this
the way,
river
if
over
that
with,
is
and let's
not
get
the
Mark
two of
Kroon
spades, I'd be very
rebuy.
shocked. Ka, just go ahead and flip the 2 of spades. You know it's there. It's- Why would I make this up? Why would I make it up?
Oh, now Hellmuth trying to sell insurance. Come on, let's go put
Rebuy.
this river card out. Rebuy. I'm ready to see some action. Let's go already. There we go.
That is
of
not
diamonds.
deuce of diamonds. That is not deuce of spades.
Flush.
In fact,
And I'm not rooting against Mark at all. I could care less. I don't know either of these guys. I just want to see some action.
You want to see blood. If there's blood in the water.
I just want to see action.
Yeah, blood in the water usually creates action, and this is the first significant pot. I mean, we had a pot. We had the Ace-Jack Ross against Hellmuth. That was about a $9,000 pot, $8,800, somewhere in that neighborhood. But this is the first real significant pot. We're talking about, about $20,000 in there total, maybe $18,000. And it goes Richardson's way. And Richardson, who bought in for $9,000, probably up somewhere in the neighborhood of like 20 already.
He's crushing.
Yeah,
and
he really is.
It'd be interesting to see if he plays a different style, that he's way up. I know if I was in his spot, I would be pushing the action, but I don't really know his, his propensity for action pushing.
It's hard to push though in this game. You know what I mean? Because it's not like people come on Poker Night in America to fold. You know, I mean, we've both played, and people that are watching at home, we've all played poker in games where you're playing against a few passive, tight players where you can really push them around.
Right.
Poker Night in America, we don't generally get that. I mean, people came here to play, and it's a TV show. So Kroon has rebought.
You should have gave him a different math count on that, Phil. You might ask for an even shot.
Hellmuth, by the way, used to get insurance in all those situations from Ivy, and Ivy would always give him the worst of it.
Yeah, of course. I mean, anytime anybody offers you insurance, you're getting the worst of it. I mean, that's what insurance is. It's basically you're just taking the worst of it so that you're not losing as much.
Kroon raises, nobody wants to get involved, and he takes down a small pot. So nothing like losing.
Well, we played a couple of times. Or once or twice. Yeah.
Oh, really?
He's afraid to play me anymore.
Let him have it.
Yeah,
Some of my friends, I won $38,000 playing on the straight ones.
I think he actually got you pretty good the first time he played.
no, I was ahead of him for a long time, and then he just ran unbelievable for like an hour.
The amount of money it was per point.
Yeah.
And then you caught up really quickly.
The last hour, he just was like unbelievable.
But Ho owes me a bunch from playing the app.
That app is so rigged. That app is so
I
rigged.
just paid somebody $40,000.
All right, well, then maybe it's not.
Which really sucked. That hurt. It did hurt.
Didn't feel good.
No. I'm still ahead for the year, though. I'm always ahead.
And we're back.
It's hard to,
David Tuchman here for Poker Night in America, the cash game. We're at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento. If you enjoy Table Talk, a lot more Table Talk over the next hour or so, as I am going to be solo for a little bit.
There are some computer programs that are out there. I don't know. I think I'm pretty good at
It's so addictive.
when I play all the best players I do, but I beat everybody else. It's a good place to do.
Hellmuth open-ended. Ross with the best hand right now. Carwin calls with the ace-queen. I don't think Ross is going to fold either, and he calls as well. So we'll see this one three ways to the turn. Hellmuth with double barrel.
But I don't mind if you call. Call's okay too. How about a raise? I would not be in love with the raise.
Look at this. Hellmuth moves all in, stone cold bluff. Bets 5,100 into about a pot of about 5,100. It's a pot size bet. Can Ross hero call him with the 8?
Well, I'm just going to cartwheel if you get a snap ball. Snap ball is very hard. I'll take this one. You take that. That's my line. I usually maybe I got it from you one.
I definitely heard Phil say that.
Definitely said that.
Pretty wet board. A lot of draws missed. Jack 9 missed. 9-7 missed. Clubs missed. Phil pretty much repping a 10 or better.
I'll take this one. You take the next one. Come on.
You can rebuy as much as you want. It's a cash game. Get up when you want to. Rebuy as much as you want to.
I do not have the ace king clubs. Can I say that? I do not have the ace king clubs. You at Arizona? I love Arizona. But I also like Pittsburgh. We both show the hand either way. Usually you don't bet on the other. You made a great bet. Fantastic. I think it's great. And I gave you 4,000. Or you might be thinking. Thinking on money, TV, but I don't really care. Unfortunately, I had the other side of both the last time. I didn't see Denver getting that. I really thought the Patriots were going to. To me, the Patriots.
Ross still thinking this one through. Phil's still talking to him. Phil's got a monster sandwich behind him, too. Come on, Ross, be a hero.
You want me to flip a coin and then decide on that? You make the decision. You want me to flip a coin and decide on a call based on heads or tails?
I say this. Do as you please. I'll take this.
Once again, we are aware the table talk at the table talk is a little bit low. Our apologies for that. Believe it or not, the table actually is mic'd up. Each player is individually mic'd up. You can see that little mic on every single player. So we are picking up all the audio for the TV show. Unfortunately, for whatever reason, it's not making it to the stream.
You had me. Oh,
Of course he had him. He had 9 high. X-Moda saying, hey, it's Scott Ball. It is. Rum Cake, Scott Ball at the table.
I didn't want you to flip the coin.
First bluff you've ever made, and you got away with it.
Wow.
Richardson bought in for 9,000, so he's up almost 16,000 on the day. Hellmuth, I believe, bought in for 5, but he rebought a little bit, but he's up a little bit. Ross has got 8,600 in front of him. Maria Ho's got 7,600 in front of her. She's down on the day. Corvin also up a little bit. Rest of the table mostly down. Richardson's been the most aggressive player at the table, and the deck is hitting him in the face. Everything going his way. Once again, welcome to Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Northern California. We are in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento. There's a look at Mark Kroon. Kroon lost a huge pot earlier on. He rebought in front of the 5K right now. Action folds around to Richardson.
Yeah, when you didn't answer him, I knew that or something was up, I thought.
I was worried about you hitting the king. I was worried about him having a flush draw and hitting the king or something.
What would you have done, Alan? You would have folded him.
Ross just called out of the big blind.
If Alan was in the hand, he would have made a hand.
Richardson does not take a shot at it. He checks it back.
And,
Turns a flush draw.
yeah, why be in the hand?
Now he's going to bet. A little delayed C-bet there from Richardson. It works.
Alan would have just turned 3/8. And I would have been bluffing into him. He would have just raised the turn. Oh, sometimes you just have to put the money in.
I like it. I'd like the call better, though. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm
I
used
don't
to having more chips.
I don't think the public knows how tough a call that was.
Oh, it's a,
So hard to make that call. Because I haven't been bluffing much. I've been folding every hand.
I'm thinking he's talking a lot.
Yeah, but talking got to go to the How much?
Hellmuth raises to 200. Ross's 3-bet. That's not going to deter Hellmuth. He's going to come along for the ride with the 7s. Lori Corvin, our satellite winner, on the button. Looks like she's going to call as well with the Queen 9 offsuit. Tough hand to play in a 3-bet pot. She does have position, though. She's on the button. Thanks, Jeff. And this is going to get Corvin in a little bit of trouble. Wow, Ross 3-bets pre and then checks it. Corvin's going to take a shot. Obviously, Ross is not going to fold. At least I don't think he is. Corvin bets what looks like $900, maybe $1,000. I mean, I think if you're going to take this line, if you're Ross, it's like a check call pretty much. Maybe you lead out the turn. I just think check raising this is you're just going to. I mean, it is a wet board, I suppose. Easy for me. I can see the cards. Try not to be results oriented, but I'd almost rather just bet. Because I don't want to blow the queens out of the water. That's the thing. I don't want to get queen jack and king queen. I don't want those hands to fold.
real aces.
You know, I think if he just leads out for $1,000 or $900, Hellmuth probably folds. She calls. Then if he bets, you know, $1,700 on the turn, he probably gets called. I think by check raising the flop, you get a lot of the hands that you are beating to fold. You know, maybe she continues on with her flush draws and a straight draw, but.
Yeah, I don't know how I got
find out over here.
I know.
I know you don't care about me. You just want to be. I know what's going on.
Apparently.
See, I folded.
TK saying, funny how everyone has to do their chip tricks while making a decision. You know, the interesting thing for live players, if you're playing poker for a long enough time, the way you play with your chips is almost it's almost subconscious. You're just playing with them. You're just keeping busy. I mean, Hellmuth's not doing, shuffling his chips like thinking about it. He's played so much poker, it's just what he does.
Who knows what the turn card might have been too out of those.
I wasn't a fan.
Jack 9-3, 2 spades out there. Ross with top pair, Richardson with the flush draw, Hellmuth with the straight draw. A little bit of something for everybody. Richardson bet 600. He's our big winner so far. Green chips 25, black chips 100. The pink chips are 500. They've all done a shot of tequila already. So we get a bet of 600, a raise by Ross to 1,500. Hellmuth is going to call. Now Richardson's got a flush draw, and we can see that it's good. He's got to be a little bit wary of the fact that he might be up against a bigger flush draw. And if he is, he's drawing really thin. He makes the call. And look at that. What a card for Hellmuth. And now he checks it. This might get checked through, actually. And it does. Running eights. Hellmuth's going to check it one more time. And I think Ross might be really happy to go to showdown with King Jack. Hellmuth calling the raise and getting absolutely minimum value. Possibly. Wow, no. So Ross is going to bet. I mean, trying to get value from Jack 10, I guess? A 9? Hellmuth obviously never going to fold. Just a question of whether he wants to raise here or just call. I thought this was going to get checked through, actually. I did not think Ross was going to bet, but give Phil Hellmuth credit. He knows his opponents. Hellmuth moves all in. Possible hands that got there. 10-8 was an open-ended straight draw. He would have ran into trips. Queen 10 obviously got there as well.
Nice hand, Phil.
Ross paid him off.
So Phil said,
You're going to have to count that.
let me have the first one, you can have the next one. Phil lied, he took them both.
Wow,
That's
yeah.
how he got paid.
But he shows the bluff, and then
The
he's
second
a
one-
master. I mean, you got to give him credit. You know, people love to hate him.
Second one's never a bluff.
Which is why I love the second one should always be the bluff. I love the bluff and then a bluff. And then, by the way, the next one could be a bluff, too, because then they're like, you never do it again.
He would never try to do it.
By the way, those of you who are just joining us, or those of you who have been with us throughout, Chris Hansen. Yes, that Chris Hansen is alongside me
Why
right
don't
now.
you go ahead and take a seat here. I see you brought McDonald's. What's that in your pocket? Different Chris Hansen.
Right, yes. Very different.
Phil.
Look at Phil there. The problem is, there are a lot of hands got there. It's like the only hand that didn't get there that he would check raise. Like, he's not check raising with like a jack. Like, he's just check calling or check folding with a jack. 10-8 actually ran into like trip eights. Queen 10 got there. Like, the only hand, I mean, I guess your part of your thinking is, well, would somebody get there with Queen 10 and then check it twice? And I guess that's one of the reasons why Ross called.
A lot of danger out there to just call with jacks. A lot of danger.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I mean, can't beat much. I mean, you can't beat anything but a bluff. But, Hellmuth shows the bluff. And now he gets paid. And look at Hellmuth. He's crushing now.
Interesting thing when they agreed that any hand over 2,500 that they were going to show.
Right.
Because they knew that obviously everyone was going to see it anyway, and it was to avoid people of, oh, I saw this on the stream, and so on and so forth.
Right. We've had, by the way, we've had both sides. In Pittsburgh, we had a deal where they all agreed to not look at the stream at all.
Right.
Don't look at the stream. Don't let anybody call you. Don't text about it. We'll all be in the dark.
And this kind of takes away from that of, you know what, we're going to show anyway. So
Right.
If the pot's big enough, we're going to show.
Richardson raises to 400, straddled pot. Kroon's had a tough day. He's going to call. Ball's going to call as well. Flop is ace 5-3. Richardson all over this. How you been?
I've been good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How's life?
Life
all,
has been fantastic in North Dakota.
Yeah.
It's
Are
been,
you
a
having
pretty, been a pretty easy winter so far.
as related to a normal North
Yeah.
Dakota Fargo winter?
Yeah, we only had like one stretch where it was not above 5 below 0 for like 5 days.
Right.
Lows were 20, 25 below, and then get up to like 5 below 0 for a high.
Ball took one off, looking for a 6, doesn't hit it, and Richardson just blows him out of the water. This is kind of in Richardson's MO. Like when he has a hand, he bets the flop kind of normal, and then if somebody calls, he's like, no, I'm done with this.
I don't want to play anymore.
Yeah. It would kind of, I mean, if you're playing against Richardson, you know, it would make a lot of sense to just flat with a huge hand and then let him bomb no turn.
Right.
I lost 20,000 in 3 days.
There's more.
How about you?
Good. Hang on a second. Let me hear Phil if he has anything interesting to say.
I called it? Come on, don't say I'm that good.
Okay. Let's see it.
I don't even want to see it then. Don't even show it. I don't want people to think I'm that good.
No, I definitely.
By the way, those yellow chips, I think, are 1,000 each.
Correct.
There you go.
Maria, come on.
Don't show it.
2,500.
So the green chips 25, black chips are 100, pink chips 500, yellow chips are 1,000. We've had a really rough go of it
I don't want Phil to
in
think
Southern
I'm that
California. It's been abnormally cold. We have El Nino. It's rained a few days.
Yeah.
But I can see the concern on your face. We are braving the winter. We are getting through it.
I'm right.
Storm 2016 in Southern California it's been trying for a lot of us.
You're not having to wear like a fleece and a vest, are you?
No, I wear fleece just because I like the way it feels on my bare skin, but besides that, no.
Okay.
All right.
think
I need King 4.
Because if it was that bad, I was going to have a telethon.
You know,
I like that.
Yeah, I don't know. But just,
I used to be one of your biggest fans.
not anymore.
Now I'm on Team Hellmuth. Now I'm on Team Hellmuth. That's it. I'm over on Team Hellmuth now. I'm on Team Hellmuth. I'm getting rid of all my Maria Ho shirts. I'm going with Hellmuth shirts.
But they're also kind of your shirts. because
That's true. The Ho shirts are,
you
yeah.
can't really get rid of them.
Yeah, that's true. I'm putting 400 American. That looks like a raise coming.
Only because you said not my biggest fan.
I'm still a fan. I'm going to be a real big fan after this hand. I can see that.
How much was that?
Kroon raising up with the gap-suited connector. Who do you like this weekend? I'm sorry, next weekend. I don't care about this weekend. Next
Oh,
weekend.
boy. The better in me likes Carolina. The football lover in me likes Denver.
Yeah.
Carolina minus 5, 4.5-ish, I think is very doable.
I will tell you, the analytics guy in me, the mathematician in me, the poker player in me in that sense, likes Carolina. But my heart is like, I mean, I don't know. John Elway went out like that. Ray Lewis went out like that.
Jerome Bettis went out.
Like, I feel like
let's win it and get him out of here.
Well, and I just feel like for some reason in the NFL, it's like the Baltimore Ravens were not the best team when they won. But there was something magical about that team and the Ray Lewis retiring and something magical about it. Like, okay, and they got him to win. You know, Elway, you know, that was no longer Elway's team. A lot of hearts out there. Maria Ho has flopped the flush, unfortunately for her. Nobody has much of anything. When I say much of anything, I mean anything. But and then of course and the Jerome Bettis one. So it's kind of be like, I don't know. There's something about it that I'm just like, is there magic in the air? Is there something that's going to is something weird? I mean, Denver's defense is no slouch. People are like, oh, Denver's defense can play with anybody. We saw that.
Yep.
We've seen that all year. So, I mean,
to me, the question mark is Carolina's defense. If Carolina's defense can just confuse and shut down Denver, I mean, it's over.
Yeah, I suppose.
I don't think the running game is good enough in Carolina.
You mean in Denver?
In Denver.
Yeah.
That I think that they're, I don't know.
I mean, clearly Carolina is favored, and clearly they should be favored. And I think the spread is 6. Might even go up to 6.5.
Is
my
it?
guess is,
Okay.
I don't think it'll hit 7. If it does, then I will actually put money on Denver at that point. But
you know what? I really pay more attention these days. It seems like over/under bets, because it's so much more fun to cheer for scoring or not scoring.
yeah,
You know,
it's hard to it's hard to ever bet the under in a Super Bowl because you know a team is never going to just give up. Like teams will onside kick and they'll do everything they can. You know, they'll start going for it in the third quarter on 4th down because they're like, well, doesn't make a difference if we just keep it close.
Sure.
It's weird though. Sometimes you watch a regular season game, and Hellmuth, by the way, only in for $5K. He's up $16K. He and Richardson are crushing. Everybody else is pretty much down or slightly up. In the regular season, there are times I'm sure you and we watch games, and you're just so frustrated. You're like, is the coach just playing? Because like if they punt here, they can't win.
Right.
Why are they like? Why aren't you going for the win? But in the Super Bowl, they do go for the win. So you hate going for the under ever in a Super Bowl, but
I'm still your fan.
I mean, if this was a regular season game, would it surprise you at all if Carolina won the game like 16-9?
No.
If it was a regular season game?
No, not at all.
But if playoffs, Super Bowl, I don't know. What's the over-under, 45 now?
Something like that, yeah.
A lot of 9s out there. A couple of spades.
For some reason, it's running a little lag here.
Yeah.
Little lag.
I see there's a, just for anybody who doesn't know, I'll pull back the curtain. So we are in a booth in the lobby. Not a very sophisticated booth. I'm not going to say it is, but
it's pipe and drape.
Right, we've got our system here, and the commentary team, namely myself and whoever comes in here to help out. Very grateful for Chris Hanson. So we're sitting next to Brian, who kind of runs the live stream in here, and all I can see is he's got a little, he's got a box that kind of, I guess, mans everything.
Yeah.
And all I see are cords being pulled from it, and it's not us. It's clearly them pulling them. But you always wonder what's going on with that. Ace high flop, nothing there for Hellmuth at all. Richardson bets. Richardson takes it. So our graphics and our video are a little bit off.
What do you think of the play of Lisa in seat 6 today? Now, she was the hot seat winner to get into this game. Early on, I thought she was like going to try to,
Are you guys really close that you're calling her Lisa?
Isn't that her name?
Lori.
Lori.
No, I thought maybe. I thought maybe you guys were on like a first name basis,
No.
like she goes as Lisa just for like her real friends.
Yeah. No. Lori. My bad.
Right.
But then I think she kind of slowed down, and it's an interesting element because you have a person. Initially, she had said she didn't want to play.
Right. She just wanted to take the 5K and go.
Yeah.
Right.
But now, I mean, she's been holding her own.
She's enjoying it. I think, once she got convinced to play, I think right away in the beginning, I think she was very aware of the fact that she might be getting run over a little bit. And she goes, you know what? I'm not going to let these guys run over me. I'm going to stand up to them.
Right.
And she has, and she's held her own. I mean, I think it's clear she probably doesn't have as much experience playing poker as some of the other players at the table.
Sure.
But she is more than holding her own, and she's been really entertaining. So flop is 9-5 deuce.
45% of the way, or 90%.
I guess in her situation, me personally, if I was in her situation, it's better to be the aggressor instead of being, pushed around. You try to lead the action.
I think that's probably best in almost every situation. Hellmuth's going to bet 600.
Decisions.
Yeah, well, I think being the aggressor in poker, generally speaking, is almost always the more profitable route than passively just taking it and letting your opponent kind of, dictate the action. Movie Maker pointing out that Hellmuth gives everyone tequila and apparently is now cleaning up without drinking the booze. No, he had a shot. Although, look, actually, I can see over. Is that a half?
It's not gone yet.
He didn't finish. He's sipping his tequila. If you want to sip your tequila, you really got to give it. You got to serve it in like a brandy glass. You don't serve it in a shot glass and then sip.
You know what my favorite way is those sipping tequilas to get a side of grapefruit juice with it.
Really?
Yeah.
Never had that.
Yeah, that's.
So you sip a tequila and you have a grapefruit juice?
Yeah. Just a little grapefruit back on it.
Okay. Do you ever mix them?
Take it. No, just take a sip of one, sip of the other.
I kind of like that.
Alan uses the old school math. Yeah.
Ross at the flush draw. I believe, tell me I'm wrong, Hellmuth actually has the best hand right now at threes. Obviously, he doesn't know that. It's going to be very difficult for him to win this hand, but he does have the best hand right now. But he gives it up. Ball bets at the ace-king. Ross is not going to go anywhere. He calls. Kroon gets out of the way, and we'll see this one heads up. Kroon in there with 7 deuce offsuit.
Why not?
He doesn't like folding. I'll tell you that right now. Ross turns the flush. Ball does have the ace of clubs in his hand. So we mentioned earlier on, anybody that is aware, back in Pittsburgh, we did a field goal kicking contest. I wasn't surprised at all that Chris Hansen was good. I was a little surprised that Schneider was as good as he was, but Schneider, I found out, kicked in high school. Oh, and there's the fourth club. So ball makes it. Ross checks. And Ross is ready to blow his lid.
Yeah, nothing seems to really be going right for him today.
Nothing. He plays high stakes, too. I mean, David Baker was telling me he played 300, 600 of them all week at Commerce this past week. High stakes cash game player. Been doing it for a while. This is not a big game for him. But I don't care if you play big or small.
When you're losing, it sucks. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and, I mean, by the way, he's down 10K, 12K, whatever it is, maybe 15K. Not fun. And doesn't look like he paid him off. So anyway, I wasn't surprised at all that Hansen kicked very well and Schneider.
Except I choked when it counted.
You did choke when it counted.
I dominated leading up to the finals, and then I choked.
Yeah, not only, I mean, Schneider looked like an old man kicking, but he was so effective. I mean, his form was so spot on that he would kick like the 25, 30-yarders. He could do it all day. You look like you could cook. You were actually kicking some 45-yarders at one point.
I think I got up to 35.
It was clearing. Right, but it was clearing by 10 yards. So it looked like you could kick a 45-yarder, and then, when push came to shove. That said, though, I would have preferred to choke.
How many did you make that day?
I finally, eventually, after Schneider actually taught me how to do it, I made one equivalent to basically what would be an extra point.
In high school extra point?
No, it was an old NFL extra point.
Okay.
Like it was like a 20-yarder. It was like I said, I can't do anything but own my lack of athletic prowess. So to double up on that and make me look even stupider this week, we're going to play softball tomorrow morning apparently. Or I don't even know. Are we just kicking us? I
think we're hitting in a batting cage.
Okay, that's not. I mean,
against 60, 70, 80 mile-an-hour pitches.
Okay, so it's not softball then.
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it is. I don't know.
This is a lose-lose, because regardless of whether I can hit the ball or not, well, we're all bound to like just rip apart our rib cages.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Batting cages freak me out.
Really?
Like there's something about I don't know what it is. I'm always thinking like the machine somehow is going to malfunction and it's going to come screaming in on me and I'm not going to get out of the way.
Die by. It's like one of those horror movies where
it's gonna
Damien looks at the batting cage, looks at you, and suddenly the ball starts firing at you at 90 miles an hour, and then you die.
When I'm on the ground, it continues to fire at me. Like,
by the way, how has that scene not been done in a horror movie?
Dive via pitching machine, a possessed pitching machine.
Exactly.
Or
it's like Christine.
The killer gets in there and starts aiming it at you. Like
I like it better with like it being like a Stephen King or Damien type thing where it's a possessed pitching machine.
We're writing something, I think, as of
right now. This is being done. Somebody's stealing it from us, I'm sure. This is a multi-million-dollar project, I have no doubt. But I will say, like, I last time I went to a batting cage was probably 5-10 years ago, whatever it was, and I remember coming out of it like, I felt pretty good. But the next day I woke up, and my shoulders and my rib cage were so sore. See this one 3 ways. Corvin is the original razor. Not much there for anybody. I mean, if Corvin puts the continuation bet out there, she should win this. It's kind of like this past summer. Went with the wife and spent some time up at a lake, and I played football with her nephews. And, they're like range in age from like 16 to 22. So I'm playing. I'm having a great time. We had a great time. And I more than held my own. I actually felt pretty good about it. But the next day, I felt it. Oh, my shoulders just from throwing the ball.
Trying to keep up with the youngsters.
Oh, yeah. I'm so stupid. My wife's just sitting there laughing at me. Yeah, she knows how much pain I'm going to be in the next day.
To reply to you, that's Steve. We are just going to shoot the breeze for a while. Poor Tuchman's been over here by himself, flapping his gums for the past 3 hours. I mean, the monitor is right in front of us. By the way, for anybody who doesn't know, we are seeing the exact same stream you are. We don't have like extra monitors where we can see extra shots. We're seeing the exact same thing at the exact same time as you are. If an interesting hand develops, it's right in front of us. I promise you we're going to cover it. That's one of those spots where like that last hand, if Corvin bets, she's going to win the hand. Then sure enough, she bet and she won the hand. So we try to kind of mix it. We want to do a little bit of poker analysis mixed in with other things. Unfortunately, we can't hear the table talk, but our audio team is feverishly is working on that. One update, by the way. So we have 2 4-hour stints now. This is how we're going to do it. So the players come out at 1:30. We're on a 30-minute delay. So for your purposes, we'll be streaming from 2 to 6 and then from 7 to 11. The 1 hour between, though, is going to be pretty cool. We have Chris Hanson, who's next to me. He is going to be interviewing Maria Ho for the first 25 or 30 minutes of that hour break. So 6 to 6:25, 6:30-ish. And then from 6:30 to 7, we have Nolan Dalla, who will be interviewing Scott Ball, Rum Cakes from Twitch, the guy in seat number 4 right now. Seat 3 technically, but kind of in the seat 4 position. So if you have any questions for Maria Ho or for Scott Ball, you can start sending them in now. And we'll keep track of the best ones, and we'll do our best to ask Maria and Scott Ball those questions, provided they are in good taste or funny. If they're not in good taste, make sure they're funny. Either way. Once again, green chips, $25, black chips, $100. The pink chips you see are $500, and if you see yellow or kind of orangish chips out there, those are $1K each. So go ahead, sorry. Something on this trip that I have to do now that I'm back in California is I have to get in and out while I'm here. I've never had it. Is the hype real?
It is for what basically is a fast food burger.
Yeah.
They do a couple of things well, and that's it. And it's burgers, that's it, and shakes. I think it was the first of the marquee burgers. Like now there's so many out there. Like Shake Shack's got one. You've got Five Brothers. There's a lot of burger places out there that are really good. But In-N-Out's been doing it for quite a while, and it's a really good burger. Okay. I mean, my East Coast friends, they come out, and their first stop is, like, they land at LAX, and there's an In and Out about 5 minutes from LAX.
Right
and they
straight
go,
to
oh,
it.
right there. Get yourself a shake and a burger. They're good. Not going to lie. 9-3 deuce, 2 diamonds out there. Nothing there for either player. Whoever bets is probably going to win this one.
Interesting reply on the discussion here. In and Out disgusting. They use Thousand Island dressing instead of mayo. Really? Is that true?
I am not privy to what their recipe is.
I've heard about the animal fries.
There's also a bunch of things, yeah, you've got to they have a menu, and then there's kind of a hidden menu that you learn about. Like you can get 2x2s and 4x4s, and there's other things you can do if you're in the know. It's kind of like playing a video game. We'll bring it back to Twitch. If you know the secrets, you can get different kind of things there.
Aha.
It's a good burger.
Like when I used to play Super Mario Brothers, if you knew where all the free lives were at, you could always just dominate it.
Yeah.
And all the secret coins that you could hit.
The same exact thing.
All right.
It's not unlike that at all.
Interesting talking to Scott last night at dinner about e-gaming and just how crazy esports has become. And talking about it in other countries where it's this like multi-million-dollar putting players on the side of billboards and just huge. And he had said that early on a lot of the world would laugh at the American players. Like they would troll them during the plays of the game. I didn't understand what games he was talking about because I'm not involved in it. But and just to hear him talk about what a huge deal esports has become, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, no, I kind of I became friends with Scott, and I really enjoy Twitch. So I go on there, and poker only makes up maybe like 2% of what Twitch is.
Right.
It's almost all e-gaming, and I've watched a few of those like League of Legends and shows like that. They're really cool. Commentators do a great job, and in fact, we're actually look at us getting all in a call and standard flip, ace king versus queens. This is Kroon is just not that deep. And, once they put the straddle in there, this is just going to happen every single time. And what a flop.
Nice.
Top set against the flush. Against the nut flush here. She has a redraw to the royal. How about jack of clubs on the turn and then a queen on the river? Just for ultimate
I'd like
pain.
to go verse.
Reverse, okay,
Reverse
fine.
that, yeah. Give him the quads, then hit the royal.
Well, Kroon needs to pair the board, or he will be stacked once again, and that is not a pairing card. And once again, we don't run it more than once here at Poker Night in America. And we're going to count it out. I think Kroon might have Corvin covered. It's real close.
Wow.
15. It's super close. We'll see exactly where they're at.
How about Corvin? Again, taking that 5K buy-in from the sit and go that she played and cracking with it.
Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, hey, this is a hand that played itself, obviously. I don't want to give her too much credit for just
but
getting it in with ace king and winning against queens. But I do want to give her credit for, more than holding her own and kind of like fighting back against these guys. But
sure.
Tough spot for Kroon. Kroon's not much gone his way. But yeah, in and out, guys, if you've never had it. I remember calling them many, many years ago. I was like, hey, I want a franchise. I want to put a franchise on the East Coast. And they don't franchise, apparently.
Wow. Because I'd wondered.
Why is it only on the West Coast?
Yeah. Question from Snowboarder77. That is another famous Chris Hansen, that there was a punter that had played for the Jaguars and for the Patriots by the name of Chris Hansen. Now, his name is spelled how my name is spelled, with the O. The Dateline Chris Hansen is with an E.
Is there also a singer? Weren't like the Hansen?
The Hansen brothers, yeah, but that was like Isaac.
There's no Chris?
No, there's no Chris. There's a country singer.
Chris is the one they lost.
There's a country singer
It's
by
an
the
unfortunate
name of
story.
Chris Jansen.
Chris Jansen.
Janson, just one letter off.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Corwin and Ross have been by far our two biggest losers, unfortunately for them. Ball has more than held his own. Hellmuth and Richardson are big winners. Yeah, that Steve says, what shot do you guys think online cash poker has in the U.S. again? Near future, far none. Well, I mean, on a state-by-state basis, it's been happening. I mean, it's legal in 3 states. I know Pennsylvania's been talking about it. California is possible. I've talked to Chris Grove about that. Chris Grove does a great job for the OPR report. And we always talk about that, and he's kind of in the know. Corbin picks up aces here. She is raised. And there is a 3-bet. from ball. Oops. Poor timing.
And now let's see how the amateur plays this.
Yeah, and there's two ways to play it. I mean, she just doubled up.
Yeah, she just scooped a huge pot, so
Yeah. And she just moved all in, I believe. Oops.
a little fast.
Yeah, and that's the problem. Obviously, you've got to realize that what's my image? How does the table perceive me?
Right.
And if I 4-bet and it's the first 4-bet of the day, am I going to get action from anything except like kings and queens, basically? Maybe ace king suited, but it's very unlikely my opponent has ace king suited when I have 2 aces.
And like we had talked about earlier too, that just if you're the outgunned as far as your poker skill,
Your experience, yeah.
hit it, just push.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with what she did. Obviously, she wins the pot right there. There's no risk of losing. She feels much better about it. If by chance ball calls and she loses, she feels much better than if she calls and then he sucked out on her that way.
True.
But
back to your point about online gaming.
Oh yeah.
Or the question of that, wouldn't you have thought if you could rewind 8 years ago that I think a lot of people thought when Obama got into office, it was only going to be a matter of time?
Yeah, I didn't think
you
so.
didn't have that. I totally thought that.
Unfortunately, this is such a small issue on the national scale that this is not an issue that the president's ever going to get involved with or anything like that. And it's just, I thought it would be a long time, and unfortunately it has been a long time. Kroon's still at the best of it here with a pair of 4s. He's picked up a gut shot to go along with it. Richardson's got nothing. But, hopefully we get it to be the point where, states by state, they begin legalizing it, and then eventually it becomes more of like a Powerball situation where the states join up. So people from Pennsylvania can play with people from New Jersey, and they can play with people from California. And if you can get 8, 10, 12 states involved, you become a reasonable market is there. If it's state-by-state basis, it's difficult to really sustain itself. So I think most states just don't have a big enough player pool.
Especially in smaller populated states like we live in North Dakota that what percentage would play just in our state?
That's the point. If by some crazy chance, and I think North Dakota, I don't know, you can tell me, I would imagine North Dakota is far too conservative to legalize it.
They are, but actually they were the very first state that tried to put it on the ballot.
Now, if they did,
way back in the day.
If they did legalize it, to your point though, how big is that player pool going to be? It's not, they'd have to team up with other states.
Yeah.
Delaware has that problem because Delaware has 8 players. 8. That's it. I know them all by name. There's nobody there. Get a raise here from Richardson with the King-Jack suited. He's been the most active, most aggressive player. And he is also our big winner. And he flops top pair on a very dry board. When I say dry, by the way, I mean there's no draws out there. No flush draw out there. There's no straight draw out there. If you hear me say wet, a wet board, then I'm referring to a board that has a lot of draws out there. This one checked through. Maria Ho picks up a pair of 6s, as does Kroon. He's going to bet it. This could go bet, call, call. Both players drawing really thin simply because their 2 pair is no good. If Richardson knew how good he had it right now, he'd just call.
Absolutely, nothing to be.
Oh, he's got the board crushed. They literally need the last remaining 6 in the deck to hit the river. And then they would chop. He just calls. Pot's 27-25. You can see that in the bottom right corner of your screen. And running diamonds got there, and that's definitely a hand that you got to consider if you're Richardson. You're thinking, okay, well, some of the hands that my opponent could be leading out on, a jack, a 5, 7-8, hands like that. In Kroon's case, even 7-4 is a possibility. But some players will lead out when they turn a flush draw, and the flush draw got there. I do think, though, if somebody wants to bluff at this hand, though, they're going to have to bet probably close to pot. I don't think Richardson's going to fold to anything smaller than that. And the problem is that all these players have showdown value. So they both check, hoping their 6 is good. And Richardson's going to be happy to see a showdown. Doesn't bet it. There you go. There's one of them. Fibulation from Delaware. He's one of the 8. Welcome. Let's see if we can get all 8.
I was going to say, can we get them all in the same place at
They
the same
probably,
time?
yeah, they probably are. 4 of them live together. How's the morning radio show? For those of you who don't know, Chris Hansen hosts, along with 2 others, a morning radio show up in North Dakota. He's been doing that for decades.
Well, a decade, almost decades.
Yeah, Chris and his co-hosts actually invented radio.
That's
back in the early 1900s.
I call that's a bluff. That is not true. No, radio's been great. Just got our ratings back this last week and just continued to pound our competition.
Right.
Which is, it's a good spot to be. We've almost 15 years our show's been together.
Keep in mind, there's 61 people in North Dakota.
68.
68 now?
We had a family that was moved in from, I think, Wyoming.
There you go. So 68 people. 54 of the 68 religiously listen to your show.
No, sadly, 53.
Did Joe?
Edna Gernhagen died.
Edna. Oh, yeah. Good old Edna.
Had some bad hot dish, and Edna Gernhagen, may you rest in peace.
So young, too. Just 81. Gosh.
Had a lot of life there.
His radio show, by the way, actually, in today's day and age, it is available on the internet, right?
Yes.
People can. You don't have to be in North Dakota to listen.
True. It's available on the internet and the megaweb.
The megaweb.
Megaweb.
I like it. Ray's here from Richardson once again, and both Ball and Hellmuth call. Ball, of course, wearing the Twitch sweatshirt on Hellmuth's right. Hellmuth is the pompous-looking one in the middle.
I wonder with his glasses, because you see his glasses are in his mouth all the time. They're one.
Oh, wow, look at the third card. Hellmuth's 10's counterfeited.
Ooh.
He can't beat the board now.
Ouch.
Richardson checks it back, and now Hellmuth's got to bluff at it if he wants to win. I mean, he can only barely beat the board, and he does not. He checks, and Richardson's going to be happy to check it back, and he's going to win it with a
wait a second. Let me look at that. Oh.
Do you think maybe Richardson wouldn't see it and fold incorrectly?
There's a chance of that.
I've seen people do it.
Sure.
Yeah. You were saying about his glasses?
His glasses, I've noticed. So is his vision in his age now that bad that he does have to put the glasses on just to see the cards? Because they're never on unless he's about to look at his cards.
I don't know. I mean, I think he's 51 now. He's either 50 or 51.
Really?
Somewhere in that range, yeah.
I would take the over. I thought he was older.
He might be 52, but he just recently became eligible to play in the seniors event.
Ah, okay.
He's just been, remember, he won the main event. You guys do the math. He won the main event in 89 at 24. He was 24 years old. At the time, he was the youngest winner ever. He won it as a 24-year-old. Back then, it was unheard of. Back then, if professional poker players saw somebody in their early 20s walk into a poker room, they were salivating. Because that meant no experience. That meant, okay, this is going to be easy. Nowadays, it's very different.
Now it's almost the exact opposite.
Yeah.
You have a bunch of younger players, and if you see an older player who would walk in to come and play, licking your chops.
Yeah.
That's terrible to say about Edna Gernhagen because she loved playing poker.
Oh, Edna.
Isn't that what they call in the comedy business, recall?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
And is it a...
Come back to that. Even though it wasn't that funny to begin with, sometimes when you recall it, then it becomes funny.
By the 6th time, it's really funny.
Did you get that 5,000?
Wait.
Player audio may be coming back. No? Okay.
Okay,
Boy.
so apparently we have audio, but I've been told it's not fixed yet. But we can hear them, so let's just shut up and listen to them.
Love it.
I can't talk. That's all I can do, Alan. That's a little weird. Yeah, listen, she had crazy toes. I play weird. What can I tell you? I trap you, but against her, I just play straight up.
Last time you had aces with me, I didn't play like that.
Don't try. You beat him, though.
I did.
I I had a hand that could have been beat my pocket ace.
350.
Sometimes I slip.
I win this one, you'll win the next one.
I'll win whichever is the bigger pot.
I'll give you the next one. I'm going to check.
What?
Don't bet, don't bet, don't bet.
I maybe could have made it.
Really bad at following directions.
Oh, yeah. You have 7 or 8. But you get some tricky spots. Yeah. Say you have 10-9 suited, just comes 10-8 deuce. Now you're pretty much. Not very likely. It's more likely is you flop a 10 and yes. Pretty hard to flop for that. I don't have that very hard.
Ho flop the jack. Backdoor diamonds there, and look, you see Richardson just bombing. I mean, he's just hammering. I mean, a lot of players, like, you know, ace deuce, it's like, yeah, I got top pair, I got no kicker. I mean, a bet like this is just what it's so weird in the sense, like, it's like, is he trying to get value from worse? Is he just trying to end the hand? Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes it's really difficult to play against players that are less experienced simply because I don't know if they know why they're betting sometimes. So it's really hard if you're playing against them for you to figure out why they're betting.
If they can't figure it out themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like, you know, you look at this bet here and like Ho's trying to figure it out like, okay, I don't think I can raise. And look at this, she's going to call.
They see the stop sign.
Problem is, I mean, the board's pretty dry. Ace, Jack 3, there's no real draw out there. And does she think she can get Richardson to fold? Well, he's not folding now, and unfortunately for her, she might actually pay him off. And look at, he just bombs. I'm all in. Like, he can't get called by worse, can he?
And it still says no instant snap.
I don't think.
Always a good thing.
No way she calls.
Well, he's a loose cannon. By the way, Phil is 51.
Oh.
So you would have lost that a little wager.
Is that good when they're using your lines, Phil?
Bill does have some pretty good lines.
I do have lines.
I guess that's where I got that one. I always say that. Maybe it is.
I use that a lot on ESPN this year, and so everybody kept using it for months against me. You take this one, I'll take that. And a lot of times I was bluffing, but then I switched to always having it.
You've said you take this one, I'll take the next one.
But
You give them this one and then you take the next one?
I say, I'll take this one.
Oh,
you
yeah,
take
that's
the
not
next
what you say. I said the reverse. Right, yeah, I
yeah,
believe
but I
you.
don't know if this
I'll take this
I
one,
don't
you
think
take the
I
next
watched
one.
episode this week. It had to have been this week or something.
But I've been using that line for 10 years.
Then that must be it.
I'll take, in fact, I'm using that line since the 90s. I'll take this one, you take the next one.
I tried that line with my wife, by the way. It never seems to work.
If you do.
And I said it so many
I'll leave it alone.
times.
I'll just leave it alone.
Like a montage.
Just let it sit.
You never come with the follow back, do you?
The first 7, 8 times, and the next 2 or 3 I had it.
I should do what you were doing, which is flip a coin, basically.
I'll find
You
a
want a
coin.
quarter? I might have one.
I'll find a coin.
Wow, that was awfully fast.
Wow. You
Get this over with.
And the problem is, I mean, her 9 doesn't even play. I mean, I know he's not betting a jack here.
Leave it up to,
So it's like he has a bluff or an ace, right?
Let's just leave it at
Or
that.
like
Oh.
pocket 3s. But
That one's not going.
Heads or heads? I call heads. So sick if he says tails, right? You want to call heads or heads? I'll call tails. Well, you lose. We don't have to flip. Right. That's a sick flip. That's not the kind of flip I want to do.
Should have flipped that.
I wish I'd blocked king queen, but I don't, which kind of sucks.
Everything would be
You
different.
actually said
say that again?
I said I wish I'd blocked king queen, but I don't, so that kind of sucks.
But again, it could be, you know, it's so hard. You know, it's so hard to.
queen, did you say?
Yeah. Kind of an
King queen, I think is what she said.
King, queen, okay. I mean, she can't, I mean, I don't,
I don't know. That's That's what I'm trying
You know
to
what? I
figure out.
want you to ask her during the
All right,
break.
I'm going to make a deal with him. I've
What
never
hand
done
did she
this in
think
my
he
life.
had?
You could pick one of these cards, one of them.
Wow.
And then I'm going to let Phil look at it, and you can ask him if that card's a king, or you can ask him if it's a queen.
Yeah, that's really
Never done
So
this
I
in my
don't
life.
understand though how that benefits me because essentially.
Because if you pick this card and you say, Phil, is that a queen? And he says yes, then it gives you information.
Pretty good offer.
What do you mean? I wish you would do that for me.
Can't hurt.
I thought you were just gonna turn one over.
No, I can't give you that much help. What if I turn over like...
You want me to look at
if
one?
I turn over the 8
Sure.
No, you have to pick one.
All right. I picked the one closer to you, Phil.
Okay, now all you can ask him is if it's a king or a queen.
Okay, but I have to pick one of the two.
Yes, of course.
All right. Is it a queen?
No.
Why do you have to think about it for so long, though? That's the worst part. It's like,
Leave the
isn't that
card
a
on the
snap
side
answer?
so we know what it is.
They were the camera already caught it.
Oh, yeah.
That should have been a snap answer, though, Phil. What?
The greatest game ever.
She's now leveling herself into thinking like, wait, is Phil bluffing him? Is Phil helping him bluff me?
No kidding. Because now you've got another player involved.
True. I really. The truth is if that was a queen, I would have called. That's the sick part. That's why I asked, because I know what hand I like. If that was a queen, I would have called. But now that he says not, that like changes my decision.
So why don't you ask him if it was a king?
Why? What? I'm
So I
just
can
curious.
ask him that too now?
You've got to ask her. Okay,
No,
if that was a
because I
queen,
want
You want it to be a
because
queen.
if I tell him it's a king and it's not a queen or a king either, then I don't get any information. So I have to ask the answer that I'm looking for, because that's my only two options.
GTO asking questions.
True.
Wow, that's so rude.
I know. You
I
mean
mean,
you
I wish
can't
somebody
give
would
me-
answer my question, and I'm all in. If the card's a king or a queen or a heart or a
He seems
diamond.
far too comfortable to be bluffing. I can see the cards. Really easy for us to say that, but he just looks really
Bill,
comfortable.
I think Alan might be the best player at the table. I'm just telling you right now. He's really good. I think he's playing left-handed sometimes too, and he does not even telling people.
Well, let's reverse this. What do you have?
I have two pairs.
You have a jack?
Pretty good. That's a pretty good guess for two pair.
Can you beat a jack? Well, maybe you have queens, and that's why you're thinking so long.
But if I had a queen, then I block king queen, which is what I said I didn't block.
Oh, you're right. She's got, you know, your drinks are really strong. Normally I'm on top of that.
All right, I'm giving my. I'm making this decision pretty soon. Don't you guys worry. I hate being wrong, but I want to sleep good at night. You know what I mean? It's like, what's worse?
Sleeping good at night and
But I
not
guess I'm gonna
sleeping
see
at
it. But I guess I'm gonna see it either way because of what's in the pot. So I guess I
sure.
will.
For sure.
You know,
Yeah.
it's not like I'll never see it.
I love Maria Ho, and I love her game. I have a lot of respect for her game. I don't get this.
You're all in and it's...
Every time I get milk out of my refrigerator and look at your face, I'm going to be like, oh, I remember this hand. I'm going to think about this hand. I'm going to be like, oh, God, that's why I drink so much milk.
He had 8-9 or 7-9 or something. Exactly what he was.
See, I don't want that text from my mom. I don't want that text from my mom.
By the
my
way-
mom is my like absolute hero. I need to look good
By
in
the
front
way,
of my
you've got to
mother.
make a decision before your mom texts you my hand. Strategy until I call the clock. Because I know what you're up to now.
Yeah, all right.
Well, I definitely don't have my phone on the table, so you don't worry about that one. But I do want to look good for my mom, though, because I don't want her to send me that text. She hasn't been proud of many things, so I need her to be proud of something, you know?
That's so sick.
You got to give her something to be
So
proud of.
make a hero call or a hero fold.
It's a really good point.
Bill, does it remind you of the spot or anything?
To Mike's dad, there's a reason why he can make that fold and that call. He's made a lot of money playing poker. Don't worry about him. He'll be all right.
They can't hear them. My team, they can't hear this.
They can't hear us talk?
No, they said
I
that
call.
the...
She called.
She called.
Oh, wow.
They said that whoever is announcing.
Well, take that. All the people thought she was just Hollywooding, I guess.
Yeah, I knew she wasn't Hollywooding.
No,
I mean,
actually, I think
let's hear
I
it.
felt my mom's presence, and she said you should just call. Either way. You know what I mean? So I think she
Go with
should
your
have
gut.
either way.
Well, Mama Ho Maybe she shouldn't be giving any more poker advice then.
Stop sending signals.
Yeah, Mama Ho, be quiet.
It's like
Stop.
so
What are you
before
doing?
the river, which is exactly why I
We'll
called
definitely
it.
ask Maria about that. When the players go on break, we're
Yeah, I
going
had
to
a
interview
jack, but-
Maria Ho for about the first 20 minutes of the hour-long,
But if you put
or
me on a
20
jack,
to
then you
25
probably
minutes,
wouldn't.
first
I mean, I
hour-long
guess
dinner
moving
break.
all
So
in.
if you have any
Moving all
questions
in
that
on
you'd
the-
like
I
to
know,
ask
but if
us,
you move
So
all in
many
on the
cards.
button, I
Are you
improve.
kidding? I
Then-
had
ahead and
a
post
triple
it now.
quadruple reverse.
Right, what about
Hold on one
a jack,
second.
queen,
And I
or
said
a
that you
king?
thought that I couldn't do that if I had just an ace.
Alan, you're the best poker player I've ever seen. I mean that
I may give
seriously.
you like my whole portfolio for
I'm
free.
going to read all your books.
Alan, do you have 5,000 in chips you can?
I do. First, that's for you.
Yeah, I'm just curious what she put him on turn. Like, there wasn't a draw out there. So that's the only thing I'm
Slap and hold
curious.
around in
Like,
this
like
shit.
what did you what missed draw did you put him on, or did you just put him on stone air, which obviously I think she did.
Good, you can deal. She said she's playing 5 tables.
I don't know, but the legend that is Alan Richardson continues to grow.
all the money is just sucking towards the middle of the table here with Phil and
Should
Al.
I preemptively text my mom and say, sorry, Mom?
I
I mean, it's coming.
Yeah,
So I-
she's blaming
I
that
might
loss
as
on
well.
Mom. Mom's not even here.
I might as well.
Well, I have a feeling your mom's not watching the stream.
Yeah, you're probably right.
By the way, if Maria Ho's mom is watching the stream, I want to say hi and
Hello, Mrs. Ho.
Yeah.
Does your dad play poker, or he just watches? Thanks, Al.
He plays enough to know he's an idiot for full.
I want to thank Chris Hansen for joining us. Once again, if you want more Chris Hansen action in approximately 37 minutes, he and Maria Ho will be talking on the table, and he'll be asking her all sorts of questions.
No worries. I just in case.
I kind of like that, by the way. Southside squashes, and I thought I blamed my parents for too many things. Somebody else meant my parents for everything bad about me. Ball turns the flush. It's not going to stop Ross from betting, though. And I got to tell you, if a red 8 or a red, I was going to say a red 8 or a red king come off, Ross can get himself in trouble. But fortunately for him, 6 of clubs falls in the river and nothing, no more harm. Ball's quietly had a decent day. I don't know if he's up much. He might be up a little bit, though.
Or anybody.
But Hellmuth and Richardson are crushing it.
Don't worry, Dad's gonna tell you really.
Look at those chaps. Most players, by the way, keep their stacks in stacks of 20. Their chips in stacks of 20. So each stack of black is $2,000. Keep in mind, Richardson's only in the game for 9,000, so he's up 25K in a day.
Ben. Yes, sir. What time? You know what? Let me just play this hand. It's a monster. Is that a tell?
I don't want to interrupt your monster.
150.
How big is our hand, Phil?
Hello, Al. This is where you usually.
What's up, Mad Flavor? We're going to have a kind of little smorgasbord of people to come in here. David Baker came in, Chris Hansen earlier on. Maybe we'll get a player or two in there to jump in the booth.
Very similar position.
But as long as the players are talking, we'll let them talk. Hellmuth raises to 150 with the 9s.
Maybe with one of these.
9's, of course, the hand that he won his first World Series of Poker main event. His only main event. With Richardson called. And it continues to go Richardson's way. Check on the flop. Top 2 for Richardson now.
I think you re-raised me 6 times. You never had the best hand.
Did I that time? I think I had it all that time. The flop, flopped an ace, turned to queen.
I'm talking about before the flop.
Oh, before the
I think
flop.
you re-raised me 6 times. You've always been in bad shape.
I'm just curious, Phil. What,
I like it.
Being even money is really good against me.
I just want to know what Phil would do with ace queen on the button. I'm just curious. I don't want to read all your books, so you could probably just tell me quickly. What would you do?
I can't discuss things with you. You have to be a guy that sees reality clearly.
I'm sorry.
Sickest part is when I say 1 + 1 is 2, and you start talking about another subject, then you shut me down. So I have to move on. What do we got?
Sickest part is when he explains to him, he slows down the
I don't
stop.
blame you. I induce people play like this.
Well, you see,
I induce it.
What was that, Nolan?
Bad raise on the boat.
What did you say?
1 hour dinner break at 5:30. Alan's buying dinner for you.
You never know. I might catch him. It might be me. Like one of these times when he has ace-3 offsuit and I have 10s, it could come a 10 ace-3. And I would try to beat him for 15, so not all.
Not nice.
Yeah, I can only be.
No, the love is just leaving the air very quickly.
That's not it.
Kroon bluffing here. So Ross bets 450. Kroon raises the 1250. Action is back over to Kroon. Richardson has already folded. Sorry, action back over to Ross, who has second pair, and he calls. No, wow, did he just re-raised all in?
In my mind, it was ace-8.
Kroon is in a world of hurt right now. He's got an overcard and a gut shot. The ace or the 8 would be good. But kind of got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. And this is the battle of the two players who have lost the most money today. We're going to get a couple of people, a couple of new players in after dinner break. Bart Hanson from Crush Live Poker and Rhett Porter will be joining us after dinner break. Once again, in about 20 minutes, the players are going on a 1-hour dinner break, but we will not be leaving you. Chris Hansen will be on the table interviewing Maria Ho, and then Nolan Dalla will be talking to Scott Ball.
That's probably my mom.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to play pot when I had the best hand, though.
Kroon is just kind of deciding if he wants to gamble at this point. He knows, obviously, he's behind.
I could have the best hand, though.
Is he considering he has the? Does he think maybe he has the best hand? I mean, he can beat King Queen. He can beat King Queen. He can beat, he can beat. The problem is he has the
I
ace.
get to see your cards no matter what, right?
Problem is he has the ace of hearts in his hand, so he can't even Ross doesn't probably doesn't have too many flush draws in his range, but he could have King Queen, I suppose. And speaking of the devil, I've got Ross in the booth with me. Hey, what's up, Ross?
Hey, how's it going, man?
Good. Let me just get this mic closer to your mouth so we can hear you. There we go. What's up, buddy?
Doing well. Getting a little beat up out there, but
Yeah.
I got the poker hoe this hand.
Yeah, a tough thing there, but you did get the poker hoe. You got Kroon.
Yeah.
Talk about that hand. We'll get the full cash out later in terms of up, plus, minus, who won, who lost, all that good stuff. We will get that updated throughout the show. Hanson raised 10-9. Ball calls with jacks and flops top set. You expect a continuation bet out of here from Paul and from Hanson. My guess would be that Scott will probably just call. If an 8 comes off, it'll be disastrous for Bart.
If the pot's over 2,500, everyone shows?
Yeah, sure.
Just the winner, or so at the point that you decide to fold, you still have.
It's better. The first time this was ever implemented was the $1 million blind tournament, if you believe it or not.
Yeah.
We're at the final table, and I pointed out to Guy that everybody else is checking the streams, and he's like, I don't have this. Somebody else, I don't have it. And so we decided that everybody voted, and we unanimously agreed we were going to show all cards that were 3-bet. And that was $1 million buy-in.
Start with the run.
Okay.
Live on ESPN.
Wow, what a river.
Yeah.
3 spades
That's
out
a good
there.
thing to do. It's fun.
Feels very muscular.
This will just be a call from Bart, my guess would be. Can't fold, though.
Flop really good.
And a bad start for Bart Hanson
Oh.
as he rivers the straight.
Yeah, if the top over 2,500, yeah, so. Okay. I think that was. Oh, yeah.
Now, paired board, 3 spades out there. Certainly can't expect him to lose any more than he did there, but once again, playing 25-50 Poker Night in America at Thunder Valley Casino Resort.
So, when you guys do tip odds, winner or by
Oh, you're
numbers?
supposed to do that pot. What's the first card?
Seven, Jack 7-7.
Okay.
I didn't know if you did winner or numbers.
When it comes Jack 7-7, we know who's paying. That's an easy one.
Those of you who just stumbled upon us, not quite sure what poker is, welcome. We might have a special guest commentator in tomorrow. I don't want to talk about it too much because it might not happen,
Might as well play the first hand.
but I'm pretty excited about it, if it does.
I'm not. I'm scared of you guys.
Maria Ho will be back at the table very shortly.
want
Like I
them
said,
Jack
she
7-7
Just
again.
don't make any
had a
really,
late start for dinner.
good folds against my face, Wes.
Hellmuth with the ace-9. He's got a lock on this hand. Ross picks up a gut shot.
Please don't make any good
What
folds.
are you pretending to have there?
Maria had ace jack that came ace 10-3.
Yeah.
She folded by the way. So folded.
Phil goes, I know you have ace jack. She goes, that's
totally
good.
confident for her.
He goes, well, I know you have ace jack. Right to the mouth, ace jack.
And I had to show I had ace queen. Yeah, I told her her hand.
Yeah. That makes people uncomfortable, you know.
I know. I do that a lot. It's a payoff too.
Some people, yeah. Depends on their.
People are uncomfortable if you know.
Oh, you had a straight board, Bart? Too good.
I was thinking about raising, but
Give me so much credit.
the flush.
We bet so much on the river. We bet 400 in that race.
Oh, there's so much in it.
I mean, if it had come in option 5, you would have raised.
What a lineup here.
It's a completely different line. It just went raise. We had that once in 6 hours already. Correct.
1250. I was gonna make it 800, but it's not limit, you know. Last week we were playing limit hold'em at the Commerce.
Is that your button? You've been using it?
We got it. We just wanted to be like you, Chris.
It's winter, you know. You can't. To wear white between Labor Day and Memorial Day,
As
right?
good as you do with a black shirt.
You're exceeding the half.
Yes.
No straddle in effect right now, so blinds
I'm gonna let you boys
25-50.
fight this time.
Hanson
Well, let me look.
opens with deuces. Ross very quickly 3-bets, and it's a really small 3-bet. So Hanson opens with deuces. Ross 3-bets to 400. Folds around back over to Hanson, who makes the call. Pot is 875. Hanson checks.
Hello.
Ross bets.
Welcome back.
Of course, one of the issues here with deuces, even if you're ahead, playability of the hand is somewhat difficult, simply because, yeah, your opponent could easily have ace-king or ace-queen or something along those lines, but your hand is just so vulnerable, and I didn't even know that was going to come, but that's one of the cards that can come to kill your hand. Hanson's hand now completely worthless.
Yeah.
And Ross is going to continue firing here. Kind of surprising. Thought he might check that back. And quick fold by Bart.
Yes, it was. Yeah, but it has to, with your bet is what we've been saying. It's always over the bet. I had to show.
My bad, actually, in terms, actually, he did check back the turn, and then he bet the river. We didn't see the river out there that quickly.
You've had him like a couple times today, right?
Bad start for Bart Hanson.
Sorry, Mike.
Any questions you can ask me at Twitter, Tuck on Sports. You can also ask me on the Twitch, and I can see the real Leggy, Bot Lady, Mart Wickacre, Tough Ass 2. Tough Ass 1 was awesome. Great movie. I never got the chance to see Tough Ass 2. The Poker Mentor, Gooble or Gabble, Rad Poker 47, of course, Codger 60, 7-4 offsuit. All in the chat.
It was good.
Thanks for joining us, guys.
For like 7 months.
Yours was short too.
It was very short.
And then I couldn't even do my interview because it was broke. Yours was great. My audio was ruined. So I rushed.
For no reason.
I mean, I got to cuddle with my doll. That's a reason.
Rap, are you playing the tournament?
Maybe. I might play a tournament tomorrow.
Baker got all the chips.
In the tournament?
Hellmuth a big winner today as well. Hellmuth and Richardson are our two big
Think you
winners
put
so
too
far.
much in, Bart. I might late reg tonight too. I don't know. Let's see what happens when it gets closer.
Well, I think the last reg is
9:45 or so. When we were trying to.
Maria Ho back at
when
the
Ben and I
table.
were trying to add it up earlier, it sounded like that's what it was going to be. I thought so.
This is supposed to end at 11 or 10:30.
10:30, yeah. So you get blinded off for like 30 hands or something. It's probably not the end of the world. Oh, I can't
Might
give
do
this
better
one
that
up.
way.
Well, I might not have made it out of 40 minutes otherwise. You don't like. You can win some last longer just by showing up late, right?
True.
Am I allowed to make a good fold here?
Yes.
All right. Means you had like the king 10,
Better.
ace 10.
Now you're in the way. I've actually been playing really tight, but it looks like I've been playing really loose. Oh, it's so yummy. If I could beat Alan, I'd be up another, oh, yummy.
Alan, what's wrong with you?
What happened? I should have played the last time. I had a three.
You did too? Then I was in trouble if I had it too.
What have you been doing?
For like the last month or what?
Yeah, life-wise, since we last spoke.
I've been pretty busy.
Shout out for our crew getting the audio correct. Our apologies for the technical difficulties earlier on. Hopefully they won't be here anymore.
I don't know why.
Ho raising under the gun.
Because it's really overpriced sushi, okay?
It's the Bahamas. And there's poker and...
Porter defends.
Actually,
do
the guy
it.
who founded the brand is
Porter's had a lot of check fold hands, very easy decision ones. Codger 60 says, Scott Ball, is he the guy who started Twitch? He's not the guy who started Twitch, but he is right now heading up the Twitch poker department.
Everybody likes like
Maria Ho, by the way, the other big loser. Maria Ho, Kroon, and Mike Ross were our big losers the first 4 hours. Kroon is already thrown in the white towel. But Ross and Maria Ho are here to try to get their money back.
I honestly don't like to drink stuff like straight, ever. And that's like, I enjoy that. I normally don't do that. I sip on like tequila and mezcal. I sip on it, yeah.
Usually mezcal tastes like gas.
Folds around the button. Ross is going to
Play
bet.
all the hands.
Rep order.
Rep, I would expect nothing less of you. Phil is Dom, still your champagne of choice.
Ross raising the button to queen 9. Porter's going to defend with sevens.
I was going to say, I remember Aruba.
Ball with a king queen. Thinking about a 3-bet here, and he just calls.
Within the poker world, for 7 years, I was famous. I told everybody I only drink Dom.
Yeah, I know. I remember.
And so people would say, have a drink, and I'd be like, I only drink Dom. Yeah. And that lasted for about 7 years.
10 high flop, 7 still in the lead.
I don't necessarily love Dom.
Think of all the money you could have saved. You could have figured that out earlier.
Exactly.
Because Voob is good and it's cheaper. It's really good, actually. I really like it.
Yeah. Voob's good.
Yeah, it's really good and it's so much cheaper.
The other thing is I was always drinking Louis the 13th. And those shots, you know, they charge $110. This was back 10 years ago.
Right.
And I wasted so much money on it and just realized, you know, I'd rather have like a...
Macallan 25.
Even a Macallan 18, I like a lot.
Yeah.
So I finally am like, you know, maybe I don't have to just get ridiculous all the time. And now, of course...
Prep forward with the raise, and he's going to take it down.
No, my wife will tell you. What was that? Not frugal. It would have worked?
If you were trying to get 3-bet, maybe.
Hi, Jeff. How are you? Good.
Another day. Happy to be here.
So Richardson in for $9,000, so he is up $28,000. Hellmuth, I believe, is in for 5. He might have, did he rebuy for another 2 at some point? I don't think so. I think he's up 15. Maria Ho down a lot. Bart's down a couple thousand already. Mike Ross is down a lot. And obviously Mark Kroon, who is no longer with us,
30?
is down a lot as well.
I think I've had their 30.
Every bottle.
Have you had Pappy then?
A lot of people like Pappy.
Pappy's rated 99 out of 100.
Yeah.
It's the only whiskey or bourbon that's made from wheat. Everyone else is made from, what do they make whiskey from?
They make whiskey a lot from like malt and barley.
They do a lot.
They'll
Bedmo does a lottery.
most bourbon's made from corn.
And then they do the lottery where they sell like a couple hundred.
So I was drinking Pappy on Saturday night at the Warriors charity event. So I kind of volunteer a night there where I just have the mic, and I have some great pictures of Steph Curry being on with pocket aces before the flop, and the passion he has of winning the pot. At the end, he's up like this, and I'm like, I know that pose. I tweeted some out, but the Warriors players are all good players. Holdem players.
Bogut played at Commerce. I know he's been one.
Bogut's, he doesn't want me to talk about him. Let's just say this. Let's just say that he's good.
You see this?
ESPN wants to.
If I had this, I would have raised.
No matter what.
No, with the 2 cards I had.
Oh.
Ball with jacks.
I was gonna say.
Not going to win a big hand this time. This time he just takes the blinds and antes.
70% of
Antes,
them.
blinds, I should say.
That's where I'm
I mean, these 2 tight guys in the blinds.
You bet again?
Chip Chairman asking if I'm here. I am here. I'm up in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. I did a couple of Poker Night in America shows from home, but the last 4 or 5 I have traveled with the crew. They're a good group.
I mean, that was a sick game. And it's amazing how many people show up. Mary Blige was...
It's the thing to do now.
Jay-Z and Drake were there. And Christy Yamaguchi. The Surgeon General was at the game.
Christy Yamaguchi.
Yeah.
She married a hockey coach, right?
Yeah, Brad Hedderman. He was there too.
I used to work at McDonald's, and I traveled. I was one of like the training staff, equipment staff, and I went to Norway.
14 times.
Well, for the first time, we see Richardson does not have the best hand. He's been outflopped by Hanson. You can see he's drawing really slim. Ball doesn't have much, and this is the interesting spot because Richardson likes to bet a lot. We saw what he did with ace-deuce earlier on, so. Hanson with ace-7. Pot is already 1375. Richardson bets 450. Hanson immediately raises. That orange chip, kind of orange-yellow chip in the front, that is a $1,000 chip. So the raise is to 1250. Back over to Richardson. Kind of a wet board. Richardson might not give Hanson credit.
There's no one. See here. Oh, yes.
How's your family?
They're doing good.
I'm actually surprised that Richardson's at 10%. I guess he can catch running diamonds as well.
Varsity basketball team today. For she's like in 7th grade, the 7th grade.
I mean, a king chops it up as well.
Position does she play?
Point guard. She was pretty excited.
Richardson picks up some more outs now. He can catch a diamond. Pot is 38-75. Richardson checks. Action on Hanson.
She got skills.
She dribbles really well. With both hands, and she sees the court well. She looks up.
Hanson checks it back.
Those two things are not that common at that age.
Yeah.
So, makes a good point guard.
Yeah.
And she shoots okay. And she plays decent defense. I mean, like, she's reasonably fundamentally sound.
Yeah.
Basketball's the only sport I played a lot of through my whole life, and my older brother played.
It's like
my younger brother
2000.
Played
No, wow, it's
varsity
2,500.
football, and so we both trained her up a little bit when she was young on the fundamentals and stuff, and so it's paying off.
Richardson is such an unorthodox
That's cute.
player. He
She
plays in
likes
such an unconventional way. Like, he bets nines in a spot where you're not quite sure what he's betting. I think you can fold this.
Hard and sports stuff.
Simply because, I mean, Richardson could bet a king here. Who knows? I mean, he doesn't need a flush to bet this. And as you can see, he's betting with ace deuce.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think it's a really good thing. The team environment.
I love Bart. Full disclosure, he's a good friend of mine. That's a pretty bad laydown.
Alan really thought an ace.
That's the thing. I mean, Alan's not bluffing there. But, like, when you get raised on that flop and the diamond comes off, I mean, I don't think Alan is turning his pair of aces into a bluff. He could be. I could be totally wrong.
You got it in there drawing dead in one pot.
But I mean, that's sometimes the difficulty when you play against somebody who kind of plays in an unconventional way, because, you know, if you're in Bart's spot, it's kind of, you're looking at it going, well, what hands would he be bluffing with, and can I beat any of his value hands? And normally you wouldn't think that he could beat any of his value hands.
What are we gonna drink?
If we could only capture what people were thinking every street, then we could actually.
I wish we had like thought bubbles coming out of
Yeah,
our...
there's a thought bubble. Like Alan's like, oh, my ace must be good. I'm gonna bet 2,500. Right? But now later he's like, oh, I was bluffing.
And Bart's like, get a stick cooler.
Yeah.
He's like, damn, I put the best hand.
Like, the only draw hit, there's no way this guy would ever bet a regular ace here after a check raise.
All this talk of champagne, I think I want champagne.
Yeah?
I'm not really paying attention. I'm not sure.
I would have a glass, but you know that already.
You know how we roll at Commerce Casino, like Rep Night, like we used to play like all of the like, you know, limit mix games and like whatever together, and there would just be, people would just be drinking all session in those games, all session.
So it's around kind of a little fun.
Played a game with a bunch of people drinking, honestly, probably in over a year.
Really? That happens every
So-
other time at Commerce.
The rules, we should make a rule that like every time you win a pot, you have to have a shot or something. Or every time you lose a pot. If you get to the river, if you get to the river and you don't win, you have to have a shot.
I can't do that rule. I'll be laying behind Phil.
I feel like
People don't want to give up.
I have a high alcohol tolerance. Do you vouch for this?
Yeah.
No, I do. Really
No,
do.
I'm not.
I really do. Like I would,
Yeah.
like I would be one of the first people.
You're a high functioning drunk. I mean, that really is what it comes down to. Your blood alcohol level goes up at the same rate for everybody, right? Well, relative to their mass. But some people function better at 0.15 than other people.
Last time I was drinking and playing was at Jason's event in Reno, and it was with Danielle and a few other people, and we were actually taking she had a breathalyzer, and we were doing like prop bets and like over-unders and what we'd blow. It was
Okay.
so much fun.
Oh yeah, I love one. Oh yeah, anytime the casino has one of those breathalyzers, we have to always make bets.
Yes. But yes, I like my chances in that environment, if that's what you were going to say.
Yeah.
I think I forgot to straddle. Or maybe I did straddle and folded. We could just say every time you have to show your cards and you don't win, you have to drink.
I'm not.
The
Well,
drinking.
I'm not only playing this game with you. Like others,
No,
there has to be some other people.
we'll get them to participate.
The Richardson train continues to roll along here, but ball with a set of deuces. Unfortunately for him, just hard to get any value. Ace, jack, deuce. That's sometimes the difficulty when you play those pairs.
What?
Yeah, there you have it. See, ball's like, why can't I have a big hand there?
Have to have champagne.
Some days are like
Let them
that.
be-
When your opponent
let
flops a
them seem
set,
like they care.
you have nothing. And
I'm stealing some of your gum.
I want to thank our sponsors, of course, Crush Live Poker, 888 Poker.
Far less bad about it.
I want to thank our host here, the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. We are Poker Night in America, the cash game. Playing 25-50 No Limit Hold'em. I'm David Tuchman. Phil Hellmuth, Maria Ho, Scott Paul, Rep Porter, Bart Hanson, Alan Richardson, and Mike Ross at the table right now.
If he has a flush, I'm just running that back.
Hellmuth at the jacks.
And then, you know, I'll be able to sleep again tonight, unlike Bart.
450.
I wish I hadn't seen it.
Race ball.
Hey, cocktails are here.
Thank you.
You might as well get in there. You haven't lost.
So we get a raise, a 3-bet, and a 4-bet. Back over to Richardson. These guys are deep. You know, 5-4 spades kind of handy. Might want to call in position. But
Right. I say veve
he's up a lot of money. Doesn't want to give it away.
All day. So what if you have 4 hearts? I just lost my patience. Of jumping in there with tens against you, but I should have kept it. It might have
No
come
Marie's
back
gonna
to
have a
it.
van eventually and take all my money.
Seen everything, right?
Sooner or later, she'll get involved.
You know why?
She's usually not this
I
shy.
went in with tens, nines,
No, I mean,
aces, but you've always said the right thing.
She was on blast when I wasn't here.
I wouldn't say I was on
Wouldn't
blast.
say on
It's
blast.
tough when people don't know
didn't
they're
work.
value betting or bluffing or something. What do you then? You know, like, seriously, that's what it comes down to, right?
No, it makes the game really, really difficult
I
sometimes.
mean, changes your
All right.
calling range.
Everyone
Everybody-
merges all the time, and you're like,
but they don't. Yeah, like they don't realize. Did you order champagne? Yeah.
Hey, so we were talking over the top of each other. I didn't warn her up about that. The problem is when we talk over the top of each other, they don't use any of the footage, and we'll get less time versus more time.
ah,
Am I blaming you? A little bit, yes.
ah. So I'll talk, Klaus.
It's
For like
it's
the
like
next
if you have
3
an
minutes.
interesting conversation
So
with
like
Maria,
this is what you're talking about. That's not good.
No, I'm saying,
Two conversations.
I'm saying I don't want to be the bad guy, but I can't. I don't know how long I can sit here and listen to the show being ruined, so I have to step in. It's just like, why should we film if we're not going to use it? All right, Phil's steaming for some reason. I don't know why. Ace out.
Same here.
What? I looked over like I'd been nuts.
Yes, you did.
I slow rolled Phil.
What? So, Rep, what it boils down to is I think you and Maria are having a great conversation that I want to hear. So I
we
think
can only talk when you guys are being quiet.
Sort of, yeah.
usually I just have somebody else. Usually I text somebody else to come over or whatever. But I mean, you know, like I'm trying to protect the show, Rep. So if you want to make a big deal out of it, we can. But,
Like when you folded aces up right here. I leaned over and go, what are you doing? The camera wants to hear that.
Cam wants to hear it. Doesn't want to hear you guys talking about something else in the background. That was a good comment.
175.
I think I'm coming across. I always come. I don't want to be the bad guy. I need to text somebody else. Get somebody else in here to tell everybody to shut up.
Phil, it's over with. We got it. Don't worry about it.
So
It's so over. We're hustling.
Get in here and tell them how bad it is when people talk over the top.
We're all
Tell
so
everybody.
over it. It's okay. We
Phil.
believe you. We know you're just
we're all going to be okay.
I just hate being the bad guy.
You come across like you lost the last 3 pots you played. Is how you come across.
In case I want, but I want to.
Hanson, the original raiser. He's got a pair
Not
of
the
10s
last
here.
one.
Porter with a pair of 5s.
Alan, did your food taste a lot better knowing that you are destroying almost everybody in this game? How was your dinner break?
Do you have any?
My dinner break involved a lot of sulking.
When they
No
said
comment?
When they said it was tough.
I'm gonna let you have this one.
Oh, okay.
You know why? Because
The rich just
It's not big enough. You don't
they
have
don't
to
even
show.
have to pay, even
But
though
I
they
did
could.
leave
I could beat that.
Yeah, because he was the big winner, so he was stuck with the dinner bill if the meal wasn't tough. So, he was happy when he did that.
How you doing over there, Phil?
I'm winning.
You eating abacus too?
Next time I do feel eating cookies. Do a lot of Oh, you
Mike,
feel
how's
better?
your horse doing? Brett, right?
No,
You got bigger fish to fry. You're not worried about that 1650 over there.
When I put them in, I say no updates. I don't want to know.
That's how I am. I don't need updates
Tell me
until
when you're out or you're bad.
right.
Did you get
For those of you who are going to run over to the Aussie Millions stream,
I think like the sweating.
keep in mind,
That's
you
why
can
I
have
drink instead.
2
Like
feeds
that.
open at the same
Like, you
time.
know your guys
Go
in
ahead
there,
and
you
mute
want-
us
Champagne.
and watch that, or
Glasses if anybody
mute
wants.
them and watch
kind
us.
of champagne.
What we were just talking about.
As far as I'm concerned, you can never have too much poker.
Not.
And by the way, another thing cool, you can also watch this stream
He didn't-
after the fact.
He didn't hear the fun.
It is being recorded on Twitch, and you can watch
We
it
were
after the
talking
fact.
over them then.
Should be a really good, like, we're going to be on for another 3.5 hours, and should be really good action. A lot of money on the table right now.
Smooth calling with these hands just wasn't working. You know? I have to like ramp it up a little bit.
So you have 9.
It's a pretty good read. Actually.
And while I love a good final table at a tournament,
Those?
there is something about a cash game that I do love.
Earlier I would have smooth called, praying, and then would get in there, and they would come 10-8 deuce, and he has like a 10 with a 7 kicker, and he just give me 10,000 for no
So the
reason.
dream would have been become 8.
Like I have 10,000 in my pocket.
But
in
Al
my
didn't
room.
realize I was trapping him anyway.
Yeah, I'm good with money.
Didn't care. Play well.
See, Liquid Script 2 has it right. He says, I'm watching this cash game and the final table of the Aussie Million 100K. Tater Salad saying Jay Carver is a good commentator, though. He's awesome. Hey, dude, listen, I won't be offended. Go ahead and mute the stream here and listen to Somerville. You can have both streams up at the same time. It's all good. I won't be offended, man. Hey, I'm a fan, too, of Jason's. Love what he does.
I know, but that doesn't really. But what I'm saying is, because basically I would be paying more for like by the glass if I want to buy the bottle anyways, and it would essentially be, you know.
Can you pour a bottle into 4 glasses and just bring the 4 glasses? Is that allowed? All right.
She's a poker player, and she's like,
Hang on a half a second.
Yeah, it doesn't really make sense. 'Cause as long as you guys keep the bottle over there, you know, if you guys aren't allowed to like bring a bottle out here, I totally understand. But 'cause then I would just end up paying.
There you go. The real bunk been pointing it out, saying apparently there's a way to watch multiple streams if you know the channel names in one browser window. I'm not tech savvy enough to figure that out, but I'm sure some people out there are. Queen 5-5. Hellmuth might get himself in a little bit of trouble here.
It'll be resolved very quickly. Put Matt in charge.
Who?
Matt.
Oh yeah.
He told me
Well,
earlier
that's what
today.
we pay him for.
He says all I do is problem solve. I sent him a text that said, "Come problem solve."
Ball's going to continue firing here.
what a rush.
He's not even hardly going to get to play.
How much? 850?
Matt doesn't. What?
Yeah.
You want- Hey,
It's 5K.
you
It's okay. Everybody has some, so I'll.
want 5 or 10 or what do you
Sure,
want?
I'll just take that. Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
I'm getting frustrated.
Are you frustrated? Good luck.
Did you smooth call with that one, Phil?
Yeah, sweet. So I did. Oh yeah, I do get to see. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's got to turn over.
Yeah.
I didn't get that on. No, I wish that was like
Once again, we are at Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento. Maria Ho, Phil Hellmuth, Scott Ball, who's Rum Cakes on Twitter. Rep Porter, Bart Hanson, Mike Ross, Alan Richardson, who's crushing it
Try to
right
give
now.
him 1,400 with second pair.
All playing
Boy, you were
25,
ahead.
50, no limit Holdem. Take a look at the chip counts here. Richardson, once again, only in for 9,000. He is up nearly 30K on the day. So his run bed and turning stone almost completely turned around. I'm not sure. I don't remember if he lost 25, 30, or 40 in turning
wish I
stone.
had that problem.
Somewhere in
Jacks,
that neighborhood,
tens,
though.
I get like the 10-4 all the time.
Phil, I'm gonna play this one too.
You make it work though. Sometimes.
Okay, I'm gonna smooth call you again.
Sometimes.
Okay. I'm probably going to have floppy, but I'm probably already there.
Wow. Way ahead.
Yeah, wait.
Head and out gonna outflop. That's pretty strong.
I know. I'm just gonna get further ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like either one of your attitude. I'll just call.
Good decision, right? Five.
We'll see. Ben will fix it for us. I like Ben. Ben.
Ace Queen's good here. We got a showdown. Hellmuth's going to win this one. And the quick roll over there. Hellmuth, once again, I think he's in the game for 5K, so he's up about 15,000. So he and Richardson crushing so far. Ball, I think, is up a couple of thousand. He might be up $4,000.
Are you saying I got in your head for a whole hand? I feel like this is a big moment in my poker career. You just said that I said something that confused Phil Hellmuth.
You did?
I just confused Phil Hellmuth?
You confused me.
Yes.
Well
I
done.
feel like I should dance right now. Like, where's the club?
Yes.
I'm going clubbing.
This is our impromptu moment right now from the stream earlier. I'll
Save you
rap you
600 too, 'cause
Yeah, I want to see this.
I would have valued that. I would have
dances.
valued that ace point high against you.
Hey, if Rumcake starts dancing, I gotta get myself some singles.
I would say this hand too, Phil.
I know. I'm gonna.
Make it rain, baby.
I hope I have something. Doesn't
Ball
take
raised to
much.
300. Hellmuth calls.
Bart, that was the
Hanson in the
greatest
small
moment
blind with ace king.
in history of me.
Looks like he's going to 3-bet this.
Which one? I just confused Phil Hellmuth.
There's the 3-bet.
Bart, you're a little too froggy down there.
Looks like 1150.
I wanted to play this hand. 200 more. It's my.
Ball calls. Hellmuth gets out of the way. Heads up here between Bart Hanson and Scott Paul.
I didn't have to play that hand since considering I picked up jacks, tens, eights, and ace points with every hand. I could have folded that hand.
Wow, what a flop here.
King
Ace,
jack of
queen,
spades.
10.
Mike Muck.
Top 2 for Ball.
It's got to be in the range.
Hanson checks.
I could have thought the king jack of spades.
Hanson looking for a jack or a spade. I'm sorry, a jack or a king. Running spades as well would help him out. Pot's now 49.50. Turns the 9 of diamonds.
What were you going to wrap?
What?
What were you going to wrap? You just freelance?
No, I have like a couple like in my arsenal that the go-tos.
Yeah.
I think it would depend on like what kind of dance I think he would do. Like, you know, because if I wanted to see something specific, I would have tried to like steer what
Oh,
the song
right.
I picked in that direction.
But then you have to kind of gauge what you think's in his repertoire. How do you do that? Do you look at like his body type and
Check
decide
call
how
once
he's gonna
again from
wiggle
Bart.
when he's dancing?
Pot now nearly $10,000. Hanson looking for a jack or a king.
How active the arms are going to be? Things like
6
that?
diamonds not going to help him.
No.
Top 2.
I folded the 7 and 8 of clubs.
Surprised Ball didn't bet that on the river. Man, understanding a 3-bet pot when you get check called twice. I just think when Bart 3 bets pre.
Wasn't the king jack.
And then check call, check call. I think his hand looks like what it is a lot. Maybe it's kings or something along those lines, but.
So what Mom said?
You know, she wasn't watching, and
Hanson quickly down $10,400. Not a good start for him.
I do genuinely feel like she would have been proud of me either way, though. That's the truth. She's that kind. I'm gonna give her the benefit of the doubt on it.
You sound like you have a grandmother.
I do.
Now wait a minute, you said all that knowing what he said about his father and making fun of him about folding because I had 9 high?
Don't you?
Really? What are you doing?
Don't you have a shout out to your mom that you have to give, by the way? Nice shout out. She's very pleased.
Supervisor.
And he's gonna deliver it himself.
However it works.
Sounds wonderful.
Does anybody want a glass?
Richardson raises the 600.
I think we need 5.
5?
3 betting Ho's original raise with the queen 10. Richardson with the ace king. I just don't think Ho is deep enough to do anything but fold this. I mean, I suppose she can 4-bet if she has some sort of a read. But basically, it's a 4-bet or a fold, I think. She's only got like 3,500. Oh, no, she rebought. My apologies. As you can see, under right next to her name, she has $8,800. So that changes everything I just
I
said.
do want to play this hand,
You
but
want
I'll
me to
play it for
put
350.
it in with the best hand and then just end it right there?
It's a cool shot, guys. I like that.
Not for sure.
Just for me?
Maria gives it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd call
Got a
this
tweet
350.
from
That was my price.
Elon Cohen.
400.
Plays in the LA area.
Out of position, probably not.
Says, tuck pull, no punches, calling out your boy for a bad laydown. Hey, man. I do the same thing with my Jets.
What they say, as long as they pour it.
Doesn't stop my love for the
Bottles
Jets.
behind the bar.
And obviously my friendship with Bart is not going to change. But
More
You got
sense.
that done because it wasn't getting done.
I mean, although keep in mind, I mean,
It's like,
I've been watching Alan Richardson for the last 4 hours. I've also watched him at Turning Stone. So I don't think I'm making that laydown. You know, Bart's probably not privy to the same information.
Doesn't really seem like
So,
We're used to bottle service.
one and done kind of.
Phil, we could both play the tournament and have like a last longer and who has more chips at the end of the day.
Got a nice tweet from Annette
We
Irwin.
can make fun bets.
Says, first time hearing your commentary. You must be from back
Crickets
east.
over there. You hear that?
I am originally. I haven't lived back east in quite some time, but I'm originally from New York.
Just a little fun one. So
Moved out to California. Then I lived in the UK. I lived in London for many years.
just like a cocktail.
Now
or
back in
something.
LA.
Doesn't have to be.
Thanks for the tweet, Annette. Appreciate it.
That's no fun.
A lot of people seeing this one, and
Back and forth.
what a surprise. Richardson just crushing the field.
Now that Alan's drinking too, we're up to 6.
well, there's not enough.
Hellmuth takes a shot.
Yeah,
He's not going to get it through, though.
I know. I'm guessing in the next 4 hours we'll get through more than 2 bottles.
I'll pick you.
I would like to wager everything I'm stuck in this game on the over. Anybody? Any takers? Any takers?
Everything I'm stuck.
So you make a really
Hellmuth
big bet,
catches
so
a
you
pair
run
of
the bathroom
fours.
and unplug everything. So we have to
The question
quit.
of does he want to bluff?
Exactly.
He checks. Richardson checks it back.
Sorry guys,
Any
had to beat
way I
Maria
got
out
it.
of 25.
And now he bets 200 and gets value. Pretty sneaky, Mr. Richardson.
Gold. No speech on that hand.
Are you sure you want to mess with me?
It wasn't ace 2 or ace 3, so I want to make sure
Are
I
you
got
sure
it.
you want to mess with me?
No.
You can.
No,
You can.
no,
But I want to tell you something.
No.
Not very many people win once they start messing with me on television.
All right, I'm done.
They just
I'm
don't
done.
win.
I'm done. I'm done.
All right, but I don't mind.
done.
If you want to bring it, let's go.
I'm done.
You know what? I can handle
done.
this. I
I'm
can
done.
handle that. I
Another
can go
bottle,
here. I
please.
can go there. This is what I do. I'm like a
Phil, I'm done.
I'm like the Niagara Falls. You know what I mean? Doing direct water anywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Not everybody gets the reference.
No, I get it right away.
Yeah. I direct the water everywhere. You don't want to mess with
Bart
me.
has rebought.
For the big fall.
Yeah.
Just a lot of water.
I don't know for the exact amount, but I know he only had about $10,000 in front of him. So, yeah, he's rebought for another $10,000 now.
By the way, you won the match too. So well done.
Somebody asked if Maria Ho had rebought. She's rebought a couple of times.
I thought Scott was going to give that one.
No, but I got to try.
When they come,
She's having a tough day. Queen Jack 4.
I'm not worried about that. When they come back, I'll tell them.
Hanson in position, open-ended.
I was just trying to give you more money, Bart. I wanted to give you a little more than just the blind.
So, Rick, you spend a lot of time in LA now, or?
Yeah, quite a bit. It's the closest big casino to where I live. They got poker like 24/7.
So you moved down to Southern California?
No, I still live in Seattle.
You still live in Seattle?
Yeah, my kids are 10 and 12. You know, they have friends. We're like established there. Relocating is difficult.
I went through the same thing.
Yeah, so I fly down and I'll play, you know.
I try to announce to my family we are moving to Vegas or LA, and they revolted. My wife and kids are like, who do you think you are, buddy?
You're like, I'm Phil Hellmuth. They,
Yeah, I tried to say, I'm Phil Hellmuth, and they said, whatever. You're just my husband, you're just my father. We're not doing what you want. Whoa. That's standard, by the way.
I feel like that just got really real for a second.
It was.
275 out there.
There's a lot of really good things about Seattle, actually. I've actually never been. There's a pack in Seattle, I believe. I always want to go. I never do. I feel like the food there is amazing. It's good people.
There's a lot of good food, and there's a lot of the Pike Place Market. There's a lot of really good outdoor stuff to do. Everything's really fresh. You know, I mean, like it's.
Seattle?
Yeah. I really like it. So,
Hanson looking for a king
there's
here.
uphill everywhere, yeah.
Not a king, and instead it might get himself in a
10
little bit of
miles
trouble.
school in the snow,
Hanson
uphill
now with a
both
pair of
ways.
ace with 2 pair.
There's some hills in San Francisco that if I ever have to walk up, I'm absolutely just going to stop my ass there and we're going to do it. 100%.
I like that.
Uber up that hill. That's destination.
He's mired in a big pot. You have to give him a half a second.
Hanson bet 750, and I think this is pretty much, it looks like Hellmuth's going to raise. And sure enough, there's the raise. Makes it 1750, so 1,000 on top.
Yeah.
At this point, ace 10, just a bluff catcher.
I got the boys beat for 200. Yeah. And what I lose, right?
Aces and jacks.
Don't take any chips from Alan.
What do you do to earn this status? I mean,
Oh, really? So start with 40 big blinds? No. Yeah, almost 40 big blinds. And then you know how late they play after that?
We're going to play till almost
4 in the morning? Wow. I had all this momentum, and now
Nice raise there by Phil.
Now I'm worried about,
I thought it was going to end like between 2:30 and 3.
I heard 2:30.
It's like between 2:30 and 3, not quite 4.
You don't want
The 4 guys like 4.
Oh.
We'll be on all weekend, by the way, guys. 2 p.m.
I was
to about
asking
11
earlier.
p.m. every day.
Maybe it doesn't have to be bag and everything and all that.
Yeah, well, they might be here till 4.
Tomorrow and Sunday as well. Monday, we're covering the final table of the main event that is going on right now.
You're right. You're right. Sometimes it's good when I do that too, right?
Maybe he just said he'd do that.
Yeah.
Bill, do you want me to do that?
Thanks, bro. I'll check in with the, I'll just make sure I'll check in with Ben. Jesus. Yeah, I think so. 4 a.m. just seems like it's late. Ben, is that confirmed? That's what I 2:10. So I can pop in at 9:45 and I'm done at 2:10. I love that. Hey, I think I have to play that tournament. How late do we film here? 10:30.
A lot of people trying to give love to Bart. The poker mentor saying, can we send Bart a drink? He might need one right now. Yeah, that Steve says Bart is one seat too far to the left.
You could blind off for a half hour too, you know. Wouldn't be the first time you ever did that.
Yeah, Scott Ball up a little bit. Hellmuth and Richardson are really our only two big winners so far. Everybody else is down or kind of even. Mike Ross came back from dinner break and has not really done much. He lost about 14 or 15,000 in the first 4 hours. Ace 9-5, 2 diamonds out there. Hellmuth King still good. Never like seeing the ace though.
Really?
7-4 offsuit, asking how Bart's doing. Not well. He's down about $11,500 already.
Time to walk to the bar, man.
It's been an expensive hour for him.
Check.
Interesting. Interesting play here by Ball. Unless he pays him off. I mean, if he called the flop thinking that his king-jack was good, this is not a normal bluff line though. When a guy bets flop, checks back turn, and then bets river, it's not normally a bluff. It's more of a pot control and then value bet type hand.
Just because it'll be awesome for me.
Kings.
If kings, that's good. That's good. Didn't lie, you. That's a hard end to have right there.
Scott Ball he's so badly wanted to own Phil Hellmuth. So badly he wanted to own him.
That's what Alan had. Queens.
Take a look at the chip counts here. Richardson, 39,800. He is up over 30K. Hellmuth now up over 18,000. Ball is very quietly up somewhere in the neighborhood. I think he rebought for a little bit, but I think he's up at least 5 or maybe 7. We'll get exact count on that. Porter bought in for 10, so he's basically even. Maria Ho is in for a lot more than 8,700. She's down. Ross also in for a lot more than 8,100. He is down as well. Startup Tim asking what Ball's buy-in total is. I'm going to try to get. I've got our crew on that right now. So once I get that total, I will get that to you. I promise. Once again, David Tuchman here for Thunder Valley Casino Resort, playing Poker Night in America, the cash game. 25.50 are the blinds. Phil Hellmuth, Maria Ho, Alan Richardson, Scott Ball, known as Rum Cakes, Rep Porter, Bart Hanson, all at the table, playing 25.50.
What?
Really bad.
Ho makes it 300.
They've yet to come.
Hellmuth calls. Ross calls. Richardson calls. We'll see this one
over to the bottle.
4 ways.
He said he had to go to the bar and pour it there, and they'd be bringing it back, and he hasn't come back yet.
King, King, 5.
I'm sure he'll get here eventually, or she'll get here eventually.
The way Ross's day is gone, you kind of expect the 4 to come on the turn.
I think it's what's going to happen. If she's going to show up, and I'm going to tell her to get 2 more bottles and fill up 4 more glasses and just bring them over here for reserves.
Well, Maria Ho, wow, look at this. So Maria Ho checks her queens. Hellmuth bets. And 2 players call before Maria Ho decides to call it the queens. Turns the jack. Right Ross now fills up. He can't lose the hand. And now if it checks through and a queen or a 4 come off, it could be disaster for one of those players. It does check through. River. It's a 10. And you kind of knew that, like, somebody is laying low. There's always a snake in the grass. It's like when a guy bets and you get 3 calls, somebody's got a king, right? It's a raised pot.
Yeah. So start with these.
Go ahead, I can wait. It's fine. They have 5 glasses, I can wait for the next one. It's totally fine.
All right. So one here, 1 for her, 1 for each of the 3 guys at the end. And yes, Phil.
Maria's going to pay him off.
5 and 8 days, and I just play like 12-hour days while I'm there. Man,
Richardson's not.
What's your name? Ash, can we get 2 more bottles, like poured in glasses and brought out? because we're all gonna.
$1,400 bet by Ross, and he's going to take that one down.
Like,
so
3 guys on the end for now, I guess, for the rest of for those 3 glasses.
They can. Can't
Thank
leave
you.
boat.
You're supposed to show it. Right?
I forgot. I didn't mean to mug it. People just have to remind me.
It's good to be able to go somewhere where there's going to be poker 24 hours a day, right? So like,
You need to line up on your sticker. Do you not have a sticker? Oh yeah, right there.
I'm supposed to sit way over here.
Yeah, that's good. You get closer.
Chris Hansen is really a stickler for the rules.
Ooh.
You hear him telling him, line up where your sticker is, buddy.
Like when I was coming up and I played a lot of mixed games. You
Yeah.
could never count on games.
Old Chris.
Yeah, it's miserable
Stickler.
going to Vegas to play poker.
Or if I went to the East
Do you
Coast.
bet like ace jack straight
Like
value?
at the Taj, you'd go play at the Taj.
There was 3,600.
Like what's your yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like you're more you're a, like a thinner
Yep,
value.
there's
bet.
definitely.
I'm not trying to let anything go. You saw it.
Yeah, yeah. And the way it was played, there's nobody they don't have a king down there.
But yeah.
So they're not going to check turn.
I got to say,
They're not going to check turn with a flush draw on board.
Maria, I've known Maria for about 10 years now. She's getting better looking. You know, it's not often you see somebody, male or female, who as they get older, they get better looking. Maria Ho is getting better looking. Ace-9 versus Ace-4. Get a raise, we get a 3-bet, we get a call. I think we get a call. Yep, just a call. Bart in position, Ace-9 versus Ace-4.
The games are amazing at the Positional. The 3,600 stud games are amazing. I mean, I'd buy in for 3,000, and sometimes I'd cash in 70 or 60, and they eventually
7-5-4.
me for only buying in for 3K.
Porter not only with the not only outflops Hansen, but also has the Ace of Hearts to boot.
I like to buy in short, like in this game, and run it up.
Bart's gonna call.
3,600, you're only buying it when you buy in for 3,000.
Pot's a little over $2,000.
Yeah. It's not really blinds in that game though, right?
Yeah. 5 bets.
Queen of Hearts. Porter's going to continue barreling here. Might be trying to get Bart off something like 8s,
The stud used to be big on the East Coast.
a 7, something along those lines. Something. Porter's got a lot of value here in the sense that not only does he have a pair, he has the Ace of Hearts as well.
96 or 97
Figures an Ace is good, a Heart is good, a 4 is obviously
It was in
good.
the 9.
But I think he's double barreling here.
12.
Try to get Bart
It was
to
in the 90s
fold
when they
a
approved Holdem out
slightly
there.
better but
I
still
know
marginal
a couple
hand.
people who went out there just because Holdem was new there.
We can see that Porter's actually got Hansen crushed.
Yeah.
I think you might be right, though. Rupp's saying that before 96, you might not have been able to do that.
Yeah.
Might have been a little earlier. It might have been like 94 or something. Do I have to show? Is this a show spot or not?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
I got this one. That's a good card to
That
have.
is a good card to have.
And I got pair too.
We used to watch those guys playing 3,600 stuff. The square, right? It was in the square. What came out?
Those games are good, man.
Joe Malkin.
Yeah, Joe. And,
Did everybody get a glass? I got one.
3 down here. Both are
She's bringing more.
Yeah, Oh,
The Mayfair.
but is she's going to come
Mayfair
back?
might have closed in.
Deal yourself at the Mayfair. Deal yourself.
Did the Mayfair close in 92, maybe?
No. The Mayfair, Joe owned it like in the late 90s when I first moved to New York. I used to go in there and play when I first was working on Wall Street in 99 and 2000. Like 2000 or 01, it closed, somewhere in that range. All those places started getting robbed. Like they had the Diamond Club there.
The Mayfair.
I went there a few times.
Just play pool in there.
Oh, you thought it was min raising?
No, I just.
I saw Phil do that one time on a YouTube video, and I learned not to do that. I saw him min raise someone when they had the nuts. I learned from that.
Hansen with the raise. Gets called by Porter with the Ace-Queen. Gets called by Ball with Jack-9. Wow. Well, it all might go right now for Hansen. The Case Jack on the flop. Ball with top 2. Backdoor spades. Hansen with top set. And the board is wet. This is going to be really interesting. And now, and honestly, with Ball leading out, this has the potential to be an extremely large pot. An immediate raise. I mean, it kind of looks like Hanson's got an overpair. It looks like Hanson has an overpair. Ball has kind of made his hand look like a draw by leading out. Going to be very, very difficult for Ball to get away from this.
No, you can. It's fine. There's several people who don't have a glass yet already.
No, we can.
I'm kind of surprised Ball just calls that.
What?
I'm really surprised. If a low black card comes off.
Well, this one was free, so. Well, the bill
This
hasn't
could get
come in.
really,
It's
really
probably all
big.
going to show up together.
Ball gets saved. I mean, that's just such a terrible card for Bart and a great card for Ball in the sense. I mean, Ball is basically drawing dead. I mean, he needed running nines to win the hand. Well, an easy value bet here by Bart.
What?
You can read the off the table, but the.
And I don't think Ball can fold this. I mean, Hanson's hands. Hanson could have aces here.
Like all four.
Hanson could have kings here once he checks back the turn.
She saw a little tiny.
Oh, God, he had top fours.
Wow.
Ugly for you.
Where's the pot? Just kidding.
Could've.
Action killer card.
Wow, sick.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I mean, give Ball credit. I'm really surprised. I mean, if you're leading out with top two, I would assume you're leading out with the intention of 3-betting if your opponent raises you. Because it's just really unlikely your opponent, I mean, it's very, very unlikely your opponent has a set of jacks or a set of nines. So when they raise you, they almost always have like either big hearts or an overpair. And, you know, frankly, I'm surprised that Ball doesn't really kind of, you know, push that.
I started going there a lot like in 06. In the 90s, I used to go to the Bay Area and play a lot. Before I went to work on Wall Street, I'd go down and play at Bay 101.
I mean, Ball really dodged the bullet on that one. He could have easily could have lost another $5,000 or $6,000 on that hand.
Like either limit or no limit, but.
So what are you playing at the Commerce?
Now I stay at the Commerce, and they have mixed games go in the evenings usually. They have limit Holdem during the day. They have PLO. I mean, so like.
Boy, those 400 limit Holdem games were out of this
They were
world. When I
so good, like
unbelievable.
They were so good.
They got bad for a while, and then right now they go a lot, and they're pretty good right now.
There's so many people that I just
Since
I
like
don't
the
know,
fall.
They put in so many bets, and I'm just like, you can get barbecued, obviously, but I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, startup 10 pointing it says Scott Ball turned to $16,000 card. Yeah, I mean if the turn instead of being a 4 of hearts is the 4 of spades.
Holdem pot when I was there like a week ago, or 2 weeks ago. I put in 11
that
bets
pot
on the
has
turn
the potential of being an
bets
all-in
on the river.
very easily. And Hanson
The
had
most
about
bet I've ever put in
18,000. I mean, now you can
Holdem
see Hanson's got 21,000.
Yeah, no.
I think he
Yeah,
started that hand with like 17,500.
I mean, but although to be fair, with rep, it doesn't have to be. Depending on your opponent, sometimes
Right,
you will
right.
put like the 11th bet with like third nuts. I think.
Well, he
There's a
could
few
put the
players
fourth
at
or
Commerce.
fifth bet with the second nuts.
Yeah, and there's a few players at Commerce that I think you could actually get called by.
I did get asked. I had the Jack 10 of diamonds, and it came King Queen of diamonds and a 9, right? And then the 9 of diamonds came. I did get asked how many bets I would have put in if I had 4 9s in that spot. I was like, I don't know, quite a few.
Maybe not 11.
You know, the other guy stopped raising on the other on the flop, right? So it's hard to give him the Jack 10 of diamonds.
They had what, like 2 1 2 the whole week?
So Richardson just limped in here?
They had 2-4 Holdem every day.
I don't know if Richardson's playing tricky or is he in kind of like
They've had
shutdown
more 2-4
mode
than
because
1-2
he's
since,
already
like,
booked a
World Series
30K
ended
win.
for the first time in forever. It used to be like yeah, and then it was hard to get going for a little while. And if a 2-4 game went, it was like one guy was in town and 8 pros were sitting around. Now everyone just wants to play 2-4 Holdem again.
I like to. I mean, I like playing 2-4, 3-6, 4, I think. But I'm not happy with 2-4.
Yeah.
Just if I'm going to pop into town for a couple days.
Plenty big enough to
As if Ross
get a little
needed it.
gambling.
His hands get even stronger here.
I never traveled just
Richardson has 1 out and
Right.
1 out only. It's the 10 of clubs.
Yeah.
at Aria Hotel, of course.
I played 2-4 mix last time I was in Vegas with Alan even.
I kind of like just calling here with
all
King
my
Deuce.
money.
I got to be honest. I mean, it turns out that, well, maybe against Richardson you're raising, but
No, I was there like.
I just feel like you get a lot of hands that are worse than yours to fold out.
I don't remember.
He might have. he was there all summer, so I saw him a little bit. I don't know if he played.
You're in
we started the game
position.
that one day, and then I left right away because something better.
And
came
you've
up.
got a monster draw. I mean, you'd hate to
And
raise
then
there and then get 3-bet
There was the other day you were
by like
laying
ace
and I was
9
in
or
the
something
second
like that.
game for a while.
Even ace deuce. I mean, you really
Alan and I
can't beat
played
much once the
Fiddlywinks
ace
one day.
falls off.
Remember playing Fiddlywinks? Or trying to throw the chips on the line?
I mean, I guess you can beat like ace X of clubs.
That's the only thing I beat you at recently. Who was it who showed up who I talked out of betting me? Wanted to play and then gave up. Was it Wasserman?
Yeah.
Alan, did we play 4-8 mix at Aria this summer? I feel like I can't remember either, but I know. I mean, I played with you a few times. I just can't remember if it was like.
Yeah, people debating whether the turn check is okay on that Jack 9 versus Jack's hand. I think the turn check is pretty standard. I mean, the pot is already like, the pot was like $6,000, $5,000. I mean, if Bart bet 3,100 and then gets check raised to 9,500, you're just hating life. And I actually think Bart gets almost, I mean, Bart gets a lot of hands to fold.
The 25-50 game doesn't go as long as it used to, and they're playing 500 to 1,500 buy-in on the other side, and half the people in that game used to play on the hotel side. Yeah, so they're already moving over there.
King
I think
6-3.
Loy wins all their money too.
9
fast.
still in the lead. JSP asking why they're showing the cards. They made a decision, like, I think if the pot is $2,500, they show the hands.
And we got Baker.
So we may well have a 2-400 game. At least 1, 2.
That could happen.
9 still good.
I am so down.
Ross takes it down.
Yeah, I got you. Let's play mix.
Fine with me.
I feel like I'm on the fence.
Tournament or mix?
Yeah, tournament or mix.
What?
You could do all 3 potentially.
Some people like to play. Like when Doc Fred comes, he likes to play the one-winner games. There's a few people who like to play more one-winner games. The guys who like to play the split games they want limit hold'em out of the mix.
Even this, like,
There's a will, there's a way.
I could do it. Drop a split draw.
Yeah. So it just depends on. I mean, they play a lot of HT too, so you get just 2-game mix with hold'em, and so the people who like that get enough of it, I think. Wait, I gotta sit in front of my white line. Careful, I might bump your knee again.
What place did you finish in the main event? You were almost
12th that year.
12th.
12th. Got him in a.
No, there's been
He
some-
called me in a flip spot.
There's
I
been
mean,
some really great players that have finished.
like at the second with 2 tables to go.
How about Louis finishing 10th? Like,
Yeah, that was rough. I mean, he just
So
looked.
good.
He looked exhausted.
they need to get rid of Ace King. That was an easy
Valador?
lay down. Yeah. He's
Yeah,
way
that
too
was a-
good. Like he's gonna just crush everybody at the final table. He
Well,
just has to get there.
I don't think that like having the November 9 necessarily makes it the best poker tournament. I mean, it's good for the marketing aspect of it, but it takes away the continuity of the game. People get to study, they get to learn everyone else's habits. You don't see what real poker tournaments end like, where people have momentum and they have reads on their opponents and history set. You
Well
know?
put. I mean, I also think, you know, part of this, to me, the salient part of what you're saying is people study and change their game. So
Yeah.
So people can actually, they're not very good when they make the final table.
Porter continues to fire here. Ball's going nowhere, obviously, as we can see. Flops trip 9s.
They find good
Yeah.
coaches.
And like I've been part of Sims and stuff for.
I coached
They
Jeff
run
Tillman. He should have won it that year. He got on with, he had a guy in with jacks against his 3s. And the guy hit a 3.
Awfully
Otherwise,
tough here
he's
to
three-handed.
to continue bluffing at this.
That was Joe Cato.
And he thinks about it for a second and folds. There's the ace 9. And they show.
Smooth call, smooth call.
That big. He's
Fire again, please, Rep.
He didn't though.
Joe. Yeah. Nice guy.
He's a good kid.
When a kid I've never played with sober betting, something great happened.
I like Joe Cato.
Couldn't beat very much. You could beat all your bluffs,
But if you look at the
all your
mathematical,
draws, but
you look at the mathematical simulations of him winning, he had all this money in with an under pair 5 times. 5 times, I think he had it in, and he won all 5. Like, start multiplying 4.5 times 1.
Hope you're enjoying the stream, guys. Once again, we are here for Poker Night in America, the cash game. We're at the Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento.
Yeah, he did.
being
Couple
on the
people
right side
pointing
of
out,
pair
like,
over pair 3 times is 50-50. I mean,
Teapot mentions here, nice $1,500 punt off by Porter.
All 3 to survive all 3 of them.
Something that I try
like,
not
it
to
doesn't
do,
take
and I'm
much
certainly
to-
guilty of it, and I think a lot of viewers
so that's even-
fall into this trap. Really easy when we can see the
was.
cards. And
I can't let this
you
one
realize
go.
that sometimes it's a really, really fine line in poker between looking like a genius and making the perfect play and making a play that's not so perfect. And you know, when you can see the cards, and that's something I just try to implore it on myself while I'm doing commentary, and upon our viewers as well. Keep in mind that, you know, while Porter's play looks really dumb because Ball's got trip 9s, what is it? Ball had like pocket 5s there, or something along those
The
lines.
family phone tree in action.
And the double barrel gets him to fold that. You know. So we try not to look at each hand as just in a vacuum of like, okay, this is what the guy had. You should have done this.
It's true.
Sometimes it's not quite as simple as that. Big flop here for Maria Ho. She's flopped a gut shot straight flush draw. Porter gets out of the way, but Ross is going to come along for the ride. You can see Ho with 8 high right now is the favorite. She's no longer the favorite, but now she's picked up a double gutter. Ho can catch a 9, pardon me, a 5, or a heart, or actually a 6 or an 8 as well. And if she double barrels this, it's going to be very, very difficult for Ross to continue on, but she doesn't. She checks it back. Turn pairs the board.
Phelps says hello. Hello, hello. Tell him hello. He's watching the live stream right now. He says. Hello, Mark. What's up, Phelpsy? Come film with us, kid. Play with us. What? He's a good player, I'll tell you that.
I think Ross might call this. No, wow, snap fold.
No.
Snap fold.
No,
Nope.
get on the phone.
You don't want to show your ace jack.
I did not have these.
I spent the weekend with
No need to apologize, Teapot. Like I said, a lot of us, we just get into that mode sometimes. I'm guilty of it as much as we all are. You know, you watch the poker, you see the cards, and you think, Ross, how do you fold that?
so wise. He's so
You know, we remind ourselves, you know, when we play the game, we don't see the cards.
Yeah.
The players at the table, they don't know what their opponents have.
for 2 hours and 40
It's not that easy.
minutes and lifted for 2 hours.
So all we can do as players and hopefully as viewers and commentators is, you know, try to imagine that we were
But
there.
he made me
What
do
would
some
we do?
chin-ups. I couldn't do one. Is that bad?
Did he
Table
give you one
talk's
of those
been
cheater
great.
straps you can put around your knee or your foot to help you up when you're doing them?
It was pretty pathetic. I used to be able to.
Matt Glantz joining me in the booth. We probably, we won't talk much. We've got a lot of really good commentary, a lot of good table talk.
For sure.
How are you, Glancy?
What's up, Tuck? How's the game going here?
It's good. I mean, the rich keep getting richer. Richardson and Hellmuth are just crushing.
Oh, Alan and Phil?
Yeah. Alan and Phil are crushing. Bart's had a real tough first hour. Lost about 10K right out of the gate. Maria continues to, you know, hemorrhage chips. A nice little bluff a couple of minutes ago, though.
Yeah.
Hanson turns 2 pair. Porter turns a pair and a flush draw. Let's see if anybody wants to try to rep the 10. I don't think one bet's going to get it done, though.
You don't think Bart's in the folding mood when he's stuck already?
I mean, if you double barrel, maybe. I don't think he's going to fold the 1 bet, though, no. Bet of 300, Hanson calls. Oh, look at that. Some days are just like that, you know what I mean?
Mark Spitz.
Well, pot's 1100. I mean, I think the call on the turn is pretty standard. Now it's just a question. I mean, you don't really put your opponent on backdoor hearts, but you think, okay, he's got a 10 or not.
He's not folding. He's stuck 10,000 the first hour. He's not folding here.
He made 1 bad fold and one bad call.
Well,
He's got it all mixed
at
up.
least it's consistent.
Yeah. 1,600. He overbets the pot. 1,600
bet
into
big?
11. Yeah, 16 into 11.
That might get a fold. They always have that aspect of you won't have to wonder for more than a half an hour. He'll always
I
get,
thought we were
get
using
to know
Maria's
what rep
fold.
had
I thought it's
from the
what's
live
in
stream.
the middle and not
If you're
the
betting
big
this
bet.
much, I mean, are you betting this much because you're hoping Bart's got a 10?
Remember that being a rule.
I mean, is that why you're betting that much?
Because if you
Because
keep
Bart
it
wouldn't, by the way,
so
if Bart had a 10, I don't
because
think he
they
raises the
add-
turn.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't.
I mean, you're only, if you have 10x of hearts, then you're raising the turn because you can get value. But it's like,
Is that a fold there?
that is a fold. I don't see him paying him.
Good for Bart. I think rep bet's just too much there.
Yeah, I agree. Bart has a lot of two-pair hands in his range that you end up forcing the fold.
Obviously, if rep thought that Bart had 2 pair there, he's not betting as much. He's probably just hoping to get called by a 10. Figures everything else is going to fold anyway. That's why I
We
bet
want
that
to
much.
give Ben Irwin.
I mean, if you think your opponent has a 10, would you ever check it? Go for the check raise?
I don't think so. Not against Bart, because I don't think he's going to pay off the check raise.
Good point.
So you just want to get max value, bet over buy like rep did. I think it's pretty smart.
Button slides in front of Mike Ross. Yeah, Ross has gotten a little bit of money back, but not a ton. Richardson's up 30K. I think he's kind of on lockdown too.
Did we? You guys ever talk about what's going on in front of Scott Ball with that little button there?
No, I have no idea what that was. I figured it was just some sort of weird thing.
He said early in the day to me that the Twitch viewers will know what that is.
Sounds like
something to do with
bribery
Twitch, but I've never seen it before.
Okay.
I mean, I guess you call
Can
it.
the Twitch viewers
you
let us
call
know?
it sale. The same way. You
Anybody
get
on
the front
Twitch,
page
let me know what that red button in front of Scott Ball is. Ball with deuces, Hanson with 10-9.
We do non-sale front page stuff, but it's kind of like they find content.
Pretty standard continuation bet here for Hanson.
So Bart feels like playing some hands right now, huh?
They find stuff that.
I think he's pretty confident in his ability. Like I said, I mean, you know I'm good friends with the guy. I thought he made a pretty bad laydown against Richardson. Because, I mean, Richardson earlier on bet with ace deuce, but we know Richardson, like, he bets in spots that are so unconventional.
Right, for sure.
Because he maybe doesn't know exactly where he's at. I don't know, but he
puts not a professional.
Right, but he puts money in spots where, like, a professional wouldn't necessarily.
He's a wild card. I agree.
But because of that, sometimes it's really hard to put him on a hand, because it's like, wow, are you value betting a hand worse than what I have? It was weird. The red button, by the way, is a real life emote.
Sure.
By the way, I still don't know what that means.
That's what I was going to say. I still don't know. We're too old for this. You guys got to tell us what that means. It's a good game button, meaning GG button, meaning good game.
Oh, okay, I got that. Fair enough. And the other time was he folded there, and then he ended up paying off Hellmuth.
The second bottle was a bigger
where
project than you realized, Scott.
Hanson, he rivered an ace, but Hellmuth rivered aces up, and Bart bet 750, and Hellmuth made it 1750, and it just.
He's never bluffing there.
I didn't think it.
Sizing.
It didn't look like a bluff with that sizing exactly.
There's always value there. Always 2 pair plus.
That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah.
Like, I felt like if he was going to bluff, it's like, he puts in more.
What does that mean, 9 times?
I mean, hey, it's Phil friggin' Hellmuth. I mean, he could do whatever
I've seen him show the ace-9 before.
Yes, I have.
There's a good turn card for action.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, problem is, action with who?
With nobody bet.
Well, I mean, they both have showdown value. Bulb, of course, backs into the flush.
Phil immediately folds. It's easy to fold when you're winning 20,000. Huh?
No.
Yeah. And he can't beat anything anymore. What can he beat with ace-8?
So, Tuck, how's this Thunder Valley, man? This place is all right.
Yeah, I haven't fully been able to check it out. I flew out this morning, got in about an hour and a half before the broadcast, went upstairs. I went and had myself some good food. It looks nice, though.
This casino
the
is
poker room looks
enormous.
nice. Yeah.
When I got here, I flew in last night. I got dropped off by the taxi on one end of the casino. I took my luggage. I think I walked a half a mile to get to the lobby. The hotel lobby.
You went the wrong way. Okay.
This place is enormous.
Talking's overrated.
Yeah, I'll do a full tour tomorrow morning.
Yelling, screaming, singing, rapping.
Or maybe even tonight after the show.
I haven't even been in the poker room for more than 30 seconds. So
But people vastly prefer singing and rapping and yelling and screaming to talk.
By the way, we're in the lobby, guys, just so you know. You literally walk into the hotel lobby. We're right here. That's where the table is. And you can see people actually standing on the outside of it, kind of watching. Poker room right down, 150 feet? Whatever,
Yeah.
200 feet down.
Right there.
I saw Baker playing in the tournament.
All these chairs.
Are you playing in the tournament or no?
I might jump in a little later tonight. I still got registration.
I knew where you were going to go with that.
So maybe take a shot. It looked pretty good. The field looks really soft, and I think they have about 75, 80 runners right now for day 1A.
I'm going to go on a limb and say the vast majority of the tournament wizards are probably down under right now.
How about Paul Revere?
There's not that many professionals in Thunder Valley right now. So if you're thinking about playing a tournament, I would definitely play this main event. This place looks pretty juicy.
Right. Thanks, Movie Maker. I appreciate that, buddy.
Don't let out that hand.
Once again, blinds 25.50. You see the $100 chip in front of Ross. That means it's a straddle, so 25.50, 100. That's a live straddle.
Oh, wow, Maria looks lit right now. So does Scott. It looks like they have a few drinks already before I got here.
I haven't been watching them drink, but they're having a good time.
Ross is still buried?
Yeah, he's kind of grinding back slowly, but I think he's still down a good 10 at least. Like the Ross, Hanson, Maria Ho, and Mark Kroon are our casualties for the night. Ross with ace queen, so he's got overs and a gut shot to Broadway. Best hand as well right now.
Poker at Aria. When is that this year? I thought it was like
Ghost of M pointing out a lot of other tournament wizards at Borgata apparently. Board pairs. Ball. Not just any flush draw. And he gets there. I tell you, Ball has just been... I mean, look at this. Sick way to lose.
He looked at just one card.
Right. Like he didn't know.
Yeah.
I can't eavesdrop.
So just give it away like that.
Nothing exciting.
What's the worst spade you're betting here for value? I mean, are you betting like... Would you bet the 8 of spades?
Wasn't it check through?
Yeah.
You still got
I'm probably...
It's full.
6 of spades, 7 of spades?
By the time she gets here, I will make sure.
I'd probably bet any spade if it's checked.
Yeah?
Checked. Yeah, he's got on the button, so it's checked to him 3 spots. I'd probably bet any spade. But
I'll take under 10 minutes.
I like to value it a little more than most people.
I'll
Any difficult plays today that you might not have comprehended, like that play I made over in Pittsburgh last time on the show?
Well, for somebody as simple-minded as me,
If she is here, my phone says 50
us simpletons, there's a lot that goes right over my head.
801.
So,
You need me to explain anything to you.
yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out. What I like to do is I'll just watch the broadcast over 3 or 4 times and I'll take notes and I'll call you up.
There you go.
And we can talk about it.
About 100.
There were some complicating things.
I love
Whoa.
I love busted Tuck's balls.
All right.
Look at Richardson. He's giving back a couple
Can be a
thousand, but he's
push.
up 28K, 29K.
Oh, he's in for 10,000?
He's in for 9.
Wow.
He's in for 9. Hellmuth's only in for 5. I'm trying to get word on what Ball is in for. Do we know yet?
Whose side you like?
Still don't know. I know he rebought once, but I'm just not sure if he's in for 9, he's in for 11, somewhere in that range. But I think he's up at least a couple of thousand.
Side bet on the efficiency of the wait staff. The efficacy of the wait staff, I guess, might be a better word.
Did Rep raise his ace king here, I assume?
Michael Phelps has
I would assume he will.
so soon, but you have some skills.
Are we sure he has ace king?
That's what it showed on the graphics.
I think we should make the
Might have
font
been-
just a little bigger.
Yeah,
I think he has ace king of spades, but
Story checks out.
it showed up on
You
the
have-
screen for a little bit.
There you go.
You
Story checks
have
out.
either 2 black 8s or the ace queen of hearts.
Jack 9, 6, rainbow board. Nothing there for either player.
We should
Porter
make
should
a
be able
small
to bet here and take it down, but we'll see. Bob Silverrose asking what Bart's in for. Bart's in for 30K, so he's down about 8,000, 8,200, somewhere in that range.
Bart takes it well when he's losing. He's one of those players who really doesn't change his game much when he's winning or losing. So
No, he's
a consummate professional.
he is one of the most level-headed guys I know in terms of poker.
I don't know if that's
I mean, obviously he wants to win like everybody, but If he was up 15K, down 15K, it's, you know.
The first time I saw them do it, they were playing PLO at the Bellagio. They started doing the PLO games like 2 World Series ago.
2 World Series.
Yeah. And then the big bet players did it because there were a lot more hands where everyone gave up. And so it would go deeper into and it also was more significant to the small pots and stuff. So they deemed it fair. Just hard to argue it.
Oh, I like it. It's fun, kind of a fun system.
And it's quick. I mean, like in...
Once again, welcome to Poker Night in America. We're at Thunder Valley Casino Resort in Lincoln, California, just outside Sacramento. Playing 2550 No Limit Hold'em. Phil Hellmuth, Maria Ho, Scott Ball, Rep Porter, who we're looking at, all at this table. Matt Glantz, David Tuchman in the booth for you, and we'll be here all weekend long. 2 p.m. to 11 p.m. local time tomorrow, 2 p.m., 11 p.m. Pacific time again on Sunday, and then the final table of the tournament, the main event that's going on right now. That'll take place on Monday. So you can stick with us here, twitch.tv/PokerNightTV all weekend long. Flops 10, 10, 8, rainbow. Nobody's got a 10, nobody's got an 8. Nobody really even has a draw. Ross actually has the best hand, the 3s, but those small pairs so vulnerable on a paired board.
This is one of those difficult situations I want to explain to you. So when the board comes 10, 10, 8, and someone has 9, 6, they actually have a draw. They have a gut shot.
It's not a real draw.
Gonna call.
I mean, okay, so somebody's got. Are you the kind of guy that has, like, you know, if a guy has 2 diamonds, does he have a diamond draw too?
I didn't say it was a good draw, but
right. He's got a pair draw too. I mean, can I go down those roads too? Ross has got a full house draw.
Ross still firing. I think he's going to win it here on the turn. No, it looks like
I kind of assumed
Ross,
the 9-6 would be gone.
Ross checked to have Scott bet.
I assumed the 9-6 would just fold, so I just didn't even bring it up.
Well, you were right about that.
Yeah.
Look at Ross sniff it out. It's a check call right there.
Yeah, the problem is, I mean, his hand. I mean, he might end up winning his hand. The playability of his hand is. I mean, think about it, a 6 beats him, an 8 beats him, a king beats him, a jack beats him. And there's one of the cards. It's just sometimes the absolute value of your hand doesn't mean nearly as much as the playability of your hand. And we've seen twice where, you know, Bart had it earlier on where he had a small pair, the board doubles paired. Phil Hellmuth had the same situation with 10s. I mean, it doesn't happen all the time, obviously. I'm not saying you should always fold the 3s here. I just think you have to have a plan.
Ball's got to bet the river there when he gets there.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, he's going to bet the river if he misses probably, but he has to bet there when he gets there because the king's always good there. It's very rare that Ross can beat a king in that spot.
And frankly, if you bet the king and you get check raised, it's okay.
Yeah.
Worry about that when it happens.
True.
I like my side, by the way, now.
You like your side? Pardon?
757.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if Ross was being stubborn enough with the 3s on the flop and the turn, he might have been stubborn on the river. He might have convinced himself.
Yeah. Wow, you guys really like Maria Ho in this chat. I can see everyone just constantly talking about how hot she is. You guys love her.
I mentioned earlier, and I said this, I mean, men or women don't usually, they don't start getting better looking as they get older. You know what I mean? Most women, I've known Maria 10 years now. She looks better today than she did 10 years ago.
I would agree with you. I've known Maria probably 12 to 15 years.
Maybe I'll get a push.
We started playing Limit Hold'em when I first started playing poker. I think we were playing maybe like
10, 20?
80, 160 or 100 or 200 Limit Hold'em at the Commerce when I go out there in February for the LA Poker Classic. This is in the early 2000s. I haven't been there 6, 7 years, but we would play in the same games all the time, and I have to agree with you. She's more like a sister to me. I don't look at her that way, but yeah, she's definitely done good with her age.
I mean, he rules the home. You know, he controls the stereo of the TV.
And it's not just a female thing. I mean, men too. Rarely 10 years later, you're going to see a guy and be like, wow, you look better today than you did 10 years ago.
True.
I'm not there
Maria's
often enough to get to make any important decisions.
Exactly, right? And when you try, they just veto it, right?
Mubot is wrong, by the way. The commentators are actually...
My name is no longer Mike Ross.
No.
Mike Ross is right there in the white sweatshirt.
It was just
at
referencing
the
friggin'
saying you were moving to LA.
Mike Ross. He should be Mike Ross the boss.
So he doesn't
That
have
should be his
any
nickname.
raises.
Is that his nickname?
No, he has
Have you
some.
not played poker with Phil before?
Something like East Coast Rossi or something. I don't know.
There
Something.
you go.
He has a Twitter, something like
Oh.
that. I saw someone tweet tonight.
Surrender that fast.
Raise from Hellmuth. 4 to 3 bets. And nobody's going to get involved. We continue on. Nice table, by the way. Kind of like it. It's classy.
I love the pictures next to the cards there.
Yeah, they look good.
Am I out of time yet?
Very professional. These guys are doing a great
7:59,
job.
so it's looking grim.
They were more amused than I was. I was chuckle to myself.
And you know what else I noticed today when I watched the stream for a few minutes? I noticed it's crisper and cleaner looking than any of the previous stops we've been on. They did something with there's less lag or something.
Yeah,
on the stream.
I actually went in there and worked on it. I talked to Tony and Tucker about this, and you know, I'm pretty tech savvy.
Yeah,
I'm a pretty handy
you
guy.
Fixed it?
Yeah, I went in there. I just showed them exactly
programming stuff.
I showed them what they were doing wrong.
Nice.
Yeah, some kind of things that I do. Hanson,
Showing your
I gotta
true
tell you,
value.
Hanson loves raising with 10-9.
I like Stackopoly says, Lance, get on the table and wreck these chipmunks. Yeah, I usually do that, but you know, there's so many people playing this trip that it's going to be hard for me to get myself on.
Oh, and look at this.
But I would love
Look
to
at
play.
this. This, by the way, this is such a good squeeze spot. Hanson has opened it enough that this is such a good squeeze spot, and the fact that Phil actually picks up a hand just makes it even better for him.
Everybody's got a hand. Everybody's got a hand. They want to see a flop. So this could be
I don't know.
interesting.
I don't know if anybody's deep enough though to
But
call.
Phil,
Like, what size are you making?
The problem is Phil usually overbets. His sizing's really, really big, so it's hard for people to call. But people love to try to get bad beat Hellmuth, so that there's also that.
And by the way, the hands that are in there are like
So it's
perfectly
375.
suited, perfectly suited to do that. Yeah, the pot's 1100.
If I know Phil is going to make it 1600 at least.
16.
16's like his
I'll take the
number.
over.
1650.
I'll take the over.
But he's gonna do some funky stuff and make a show out of it. There you go. There he did his little thing. Where'd he go?
Uh-oh. I'm in tie only range.
Does anybody know the amount there?
Did he just call?
No, I know.
He just called.
He just called. Oh my god.
Well, Ross raised right away. Hanson opened it to 125. Ross raised. Ho called. Hellmuth just called as well.
That's really bad. I love Phil, but that's just not proper.
And it checks through.
I gotta tell you, Phil does not deserve to win this hand the way he's played it so far.
Wow. Maybe is it like a kind of a little bit cautious lockdown mode?
No, I think he's just trying to be tricky. He's just trying to overthink it and trying to be tricky.
Hanson's picked up some more outs here. He can catch a straight draw as well. Instead, it's the King of Diamonds, and Hellmuth hits a set.
White magic right there. Too bad he can't get paid off by anyone.
Well, I mean, yeah. He's going to show the kings. I want to see everybody's.
It's like, wow, Phil, look at Bart's face. It's like, wow, you really played that well, Phil. Well played. Bart's face was amazing right there.
Wow. His eyes went wide like a chipmunk, and then just like, what?
One of those two.
I think 700 on the
That
flop
was
or something.
classic. Oh, gosh.
But I don't think but I thought in my mind you would check.
That is your 13 bracelet winner, folks. World Series poker champion.
No, I'm not giving you all my chips.
You got to earn them, Phil.
I'm gonna.
So you can see how you win bracelets playing like that.
Did I give you a chip?
But I think if you have
Well, he plays so like.
I did. I paid.
No, you didn't pay.
He's so survival based in tournaments, and I think that works in tournaments. In cash games, it just gives up way too much value. My God.
Someone will text me. Someone will text me and let me know that I
Unless you
gave
put it
paid.
into my stack, you didn't actually hand it.
Especially, I mean, that 3-bet from Ross was so small.
Yeah.
That
Put it in my stack.
I know I was holding it, trying to pay you, but then Phil started talking. And
Phil's play was
All
just
attention went
weird,
that way.
makes no sense, and
Well, I mean, I guess his instinct was just like, okay, well, hey, I'm going to flop a set and trap them all. The problem also with that play is, like, you got to realize that when you flop a set with kings, like, let's say in a perfect world he flops a set. The problem is, when you flop a set, in all likelihood, you're going to have the top pair on the board. It's really hard to get any value.
250 Bart put in
of
after.
course, it just doesn't make any sense any way you look at it.
You know, there are spots where, like, there are
couldn't have
spots
done
where,
much worse,
I don't necessarily always 3-bet with, like, jacks and 10s
Maybe
and hands
make
like that
1100.
because, I think a lot of the
Just a
value in
little
those hands
sweetener
is,
raise, and they all come
flopping a
along.
set and, people not. But there are a lot of flops that can come out when you have a jack-high flop or a 10-high flop where I can still get a ton of action.
If it came 3,
Flop comes out
2, 6, you might
king-high,
have
though.
got Maria to
How
put
much
some
action
in.
is Phil even going to get? I mean, unless he gets super lucky and it's set over set.
Very true.
But I have her on
So, guys, even though you can make fun of Phil and say he played that hand terrible, and he did, there's no question about it, he's still one of the best players on the planet.
So yes, I think.
And that's the beauty of poker. You can make bad plays all the time, and all the best players make really bad plays sometimes.
You know, it's funny. Earlier on today, Maria Ho made a play that I questioned. I didn't think it was a great play, and everybody was like, "Oh, how awful, how awful." We've seen Bart Hanson make a couple of plays that
depends
you
a
know
little on whether you let her
weren't
barrel and you were
optimal.
calling,
We've seen Phil
or
Hellmuth
whether
do it.
you were firing,
I can
right?
tell you. I mean, I've done
I mean, the tempo's
commentary all
important
over the
in this
world.
spot.
I've had the privilege of commentating on probably well over 100 hours of Phil Ivey.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that I could easily put together 45-minute
That one
video
might have got 'em
of
all in.
Phil Ivey looking terrible. For sure. And if I was to edit it the right way, people at home, if they didn't know who he was, they'd be like, wow, this guy's a donk.
Yeah,
This is
for
what a
sure.
terrible play.
And
It's
he's-
Phil,
I didn't
it's
think
Phil
he was
friggin' Ivey.
Any player in the world
she might have got 'em
makes
all in.
bad plays.
Those are very
They all
different
do.
things.
And by the way, the best players in the world are the ones that are have the courage to kind of think outside the box, jump off the cliff and try something new. And they take the risk of like looking like an idiot occasionally. All that said, that's a terrible play.
It was awful. I would love to get Phil in the booth to replay that hand and give us his explanation at every street how he played the hand.
If I show somebody's hand, I'm not still thinking about you.
Yeah.
They're just worried about Mike, that's it.
So it's concerned about your tells.
Clearly.
I mean, people can argue whether he's one of the best players in the world in terms of like cash games and stuff. When it comes to tournaments, people that come out and say, "Oh, come on," there's no denying it at this point.
For sure.
The guy just crushes tournaments.
1100 goes call, call, call.
Back in
Like a little
2006, I remember people were saying, "Oh, he'll never win another $10,000 tournament."
Yeah.
And then he goes out a couple of years later, and he just and he came in second in the World Series of Poker Player of the Year back-to-back years.
Yeah.
You know, then he won the World Series of Poker Europe against that amazing field. It just
The truth of the matter is, his fundamentals aren't great, and if he was playing just online poker, he wouldn't be a big favorite of the field. He probably wouldn't even be a favorite. He'd probably be a nice dog, but that's not his skill set. His skill set is reading players, you know, presenting himself in an image where players look at him and formulate the wrong opinion and act on that, and that's his benefit. He's really good at that stuff.
look how quick people can do it. Apparently, it's Phil Ivey is in the chat. Go ahead, make that video, Tuck. Well, yeah, you always hear people say, like, you know, whether it's on a forum or something like that, and I don't want to disparage forums. I think forums are great, but you always hear people say, oh, can you even beat 2-4 online? Who cares?
Yeah, it doesn't
I don't.
It's a different game.
Yeah, exactly. At the end of the day, it's like he's beating the game that he's playing. He is, you know, he's focused on.
Your boy Bart's in there with a hand.
He's focused on bracelets. He's focused on tournaments, and he's clearly. I mean, his whether you care how he got there or not, whether you approve of it or not, his results speak for themselves at this point.
Yeah.
And I've been a detractor for years, but it's, at this point, all I can say is, wow, he's good.
Of course, there's no denying that.
Yeah, no denying whatsoever. How about a set of 10s here for Hanson? But as I mentioned earlier, sometimes it's just really, really hard to get value out of these hands. I mean, even when you flop a set, so many things have to go right for you to get any value.
Check through right there. And that's not going to help him.
No.
It's over right here. He's going to bet and get 3 folds.
I mean, he might get one. Trying something. Nah.
Alan's winning too much. And doesn't look good for him.
Yeah, good point.
He doesn't have a back. He doesn't have running cards. And, turns
like if
on the
Richardson
blind.
was down 15K, he's calling this.
It's probably like.
Oh, easy. But he's up 30K. He's like, why do I need to bother?
Alan Richardson does. He plays a little different when he's winning or losing. So I'm going to say he's going to fold right here.
Yeah.
But if he was losing,
don't most of us?
Lean more to, of course, most of us do. But not Bart Hanson.
Yeah, he does.
That wasn't.
Yeah, he does. I don't know anybody that doesn't. I remember Annie Duke was interviewed many years ago,
1200, so
and
you
she
didn't
actually
have to
came out
show.
and said, my biggest strength is that I play the same down or up. I was like, okay, Annie.
How does this guy keep making this thing red? His chat.
I still had 6.
I don't know. That's pretty cool, though.
So I gave up.
Unfortunately, it's Phil Ivey. I don't have access to that video.
This time?
Like I said, I was in a fortunate position and very lucky that I was doing commentary on different shows where Phil Ivey was playing cash games. And over, say, a 6-year span, I probably watched Phil Ivey play 115, 120 hours.
Sick brag time.
No,
Sick
like
brag
I said,
that you did all these cash games
I'm
with Phil Ivey.
so lucky to watch this guy play.
The great Phil Ivey.
Like everybody else had this. Everybody else got to watch the.
So jealous.
It was cool, dude.
You should just snap.
That was cool stuff. Come on.
What happened here, too?
I know you're trolling me here, but that was good stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have access to those that video.
I don't know the answer to that question.
Don't own it.
I drink first,
And
ask later.
I'll play tight. What?
Oh, apparently anybody can do it.
Yeah, it shows up red to us whenever they mention us by name.
Gotcha.
Pretty clever. Top 2 for Richardson. Everything
Ooh.
keeps going his way.
Phil will not fold on the flop, and now he's going to lead on the turn.
Richardson, by the way, Richardson loves to check back his
Yeah.
big. Like he checked back ace queen on an ace 4 board. He loves doing that. Hellmuth's going to bet one straight. Richardson's going to call.
Great call, Al.
Make sure it's
Great
not the total though, just
play
that
so
bottle,
far.
because she hasn't, I haven't paid for the first one yet. But don't. Just
Let's do this. Next person who wins a pot over some
It's
amount
going to be
pays.
snap call.
We all are in the same boat, you
he's
are,
got his
right?
chips
We all
out.
are willing to pay. So the next person who wins a pot.
Snap call.
4,000.
Oh, he raised them.
No, I think he just called.
Do you
Oh, he
need?
just called?
Do you need money right now?
Like I said, Richardson is in.
We'll give you money now.
Feels like
Someone will
this
give you
donkey. What the hell's just
So the next
going
pot
on
over
right
4,000.
Richardson's
Takes me back.
He is in blatant. Like he is for him.
Next pot over.
For him, he's in conservation mode.
Yeah, right, for sure.
Like he's not going to take a big chance there.
No, it's fine, but we had a tip or two.
I think 6 hours ago he's raising that, he's betting that, but here he's just like, you know what? Maybe I'm beat. I'll just
Right.
call, keep the pot small.
Look at Phil's body language. He's perturbed right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here, this is extra for you. Just
Thanks, I
Ben.
appreciate it. It's Phil Ivey.
Yeah, so the next spot
take my
over
word for it.
4,000 reimburses.
I agree. It's Phil Ivey. Tuck is a boss, especially this live streaming gig. I think he's the best in the world right now. The best in the game.
I appreciate that. There's a lot of guys out there that do such a good job that I have. Somerville to me is
Good one for Phil.
on a different
and
level. He
she
does something
brought
different than I do, of
everybody a
course,
new
but I have so much respect for him and what he does. Stapleton. Hopefully we can get Stapes back on the show. I had a good time working with him in Florida.
That would be nice to get
There's a lot of
Stapes
money
back in
out
the
there.
show. I
Any
like
of you, by the way,
Stapes.
any of you guys who
Everyone
missed
likes
that one, check it out. You can go in the Twitch, or I think it's probably available on YouTube as well.
I will.
Yeah, check it out on Twitch though. It's saved in Twitch, and it was Florida over the summer, the first Florida one.
He limped, so he has something.
Stapes and I did 3
If
days
he'd
of
raised
commentary
and I re-raised him, he might have folded.
in Florida, and we had a blast.
Or you could send Tuck with $20 and he'll send you a DVD copy.
No, I will not do that for $20. But for $79.99, I will send you an autographed DVD for $79.99.
Yes.
Porter bets 850. Hellmuth's getting a little bit salty,
Every few hours and just,
for lack of better words.
shouts us things from the rail like.
Had about 10.
I think he's a little bit frustrated with the king's hands, that he got no value, he wasn't able to trap. Then he loses the ace-7 hand.
Yeah, I saw it in his body language right away. He was really perturbed the way that hand went down. He expected to win or at least chop that hand for these.
Oh, for sure. I mean, the way the hand played out, he was supposed to, right?
Definitely.
850. 850.
Hanson open-ended here. Big Disco Santa says, Tuchman, you should make it up to the next Run It Up event. I'd love to.
Not quite yet.
I'm not a big
Bart
fan of
calls
traveling these days. I've got a 2-year-old, and I don't like traveling as much as I used to, but I do travel here and there. But I'm a big fan, so maybe at some point I'll be able to go.
Yeah.
Hanson just calls. Pot now $4,500, and he turns the straight. Oh wow, what a turn card though! Hellmuth turns the flush draw, and he has a gutter as well. Hellmuth has a huge draw now. He can catch a 6 to only lose more money, catch a 9 to lose more money, or catch a diamond to win it.
True.
Porter basically drawing, dead. Hanson with the nuts right now.
Yeah.
Hellmuth staring Hanson down.
You should bet 2,800 there. That Bart Hanson, your friend.
I like the sizing. I'd probably go 3,100, but sure. 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, really wet board.
Bart, I know, is 2,800 kind of guy right there.
I think you're right. Did you know? Have you seen this hand?
No.
Oh.
Especially because she just doubled up, like she's not trying.
2,600. Porter obviously gets out of the way, and this is where the action is. What does Hellmuth do?
Hellmuth is a caller.
I mean, he's got a pair of 9, so he's got some showdown value.
Hellmuth is a caller.
A
but
9? A 9? We could see vintage Hellmuth. A 6, we could see vintage Hellmuth. A diamond might test my theory that Bart's level-headed.
Yes.
He just called, right?
He just called. Pot is nearly $10,000.
Pot's right.
Yeah, if the diamond falls, Phil's likely to lead out pretty big, but I don't think that Bart would fold.
It's a blank. Just kind of rooting for the 9 of spade. Or 6.
I've seen Hellmuth,
What's your sizing here?
Right here?
What's your sizing here? I mean, at this point,
5,200.
The draws didn't get there.
5,300.
Right, so you're trying to get value from like a queen, really, right? I mean, you're trying to get value from a queen jack, a king queen, something along those lines.
9-8 suited, that kind of thing.
Well, 9-8 suited for sure. Phil can only beat a bluff. A lot of draws missed, but he quickly lets it go.
3 9s.
You might see some vintage Phil coming up. He lost a couple pots now.
He might. I'm going to go on a. I think. I mean, he went from being up like, he went from being up, say, 15, 20K. I think he's probably up about 5,000. Nice little part for Bart there. As I think he took about 4,000, so he's probably down about 5K now in the day.
Yeah.
You almost put 750 in. You almost put 750 in instead of 850.
I like this lineup, by the way. It's a really nice dynamic.
You like these guys? Wow.
It's not a personal. It's not like I like this guy or I like this guy. I think you have a really tough job. Matt, by the way, is kind of he has become our I don't even know what you're going to call it, but
I am a producer and an event manager.
Right.
2 titles with Poker Night in America.
Matt's job though lately has been basically to get the players at the table and kind of configure lineups. And it's not the easiest thing in the world because, sometimes if you put too many pros in the game can be a little bit too nitty and not much fun. If you put too many amateurs in the game, sometimes the game has a different kind of flavor and it's not as much fun. Getting that mix up and getting that kind of the correct mix is not easy.
Yeah.
You do a good job.
Thank you, Tuck. Well, I'm just learning on the job because I'm new at it. I just started officially January 1st, so this is the first official stop where I put together the lineups. But hopefully we'll have a good lineups all weekend and have some good fun in the games. And I'm sure I'll be able to do a better job as I get more information.
Hellmuth again with a decent second best hand. And that might cost him even more now, although his jack does not play.
That's really unlucky.
So Scott checked him
Lucky
twice.
for you, unlucky for him.
Checks it back.
I showed you a lot of respect with 3-way ace jack.
I think Hellmuth has to call here. It's an impossible fold after the way
He played like
checked
4
white
hands
2
since I got
streets.
here.
I mean, I would bet a king for value.
No. Currently estimated.
Hellmuth's getting a little sick of this.
Yeah, he is. He's lost about, I want to say out of the last 15 hands, he's been involved in about 5 of them, and he's lost every single one.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they open that door, you get a nice little...
It actually feels kind of good. It's warm in here.
How's your boy Joshua Beckley doing? I know he had another deep run, didn't he?
Or how many drinks you've had?
Did he?
Didn't he do well?
Yeah,
in
he came in like 4th in the 25K, I think, down in PCA. He's doing well.
Beckley, of course, runner-up in the World Series of Poker main event. Played on Poker Night in America up in Turning Stone. If you guys want to check that out, you can check that out on the Twitch Turning Stone feed. We had 3 November 9ers. We had McKeon, we had Beckley, and we had Thomas Canuli on.
We had the champ and the runner-up.
Yeah. And Canuli, by the way, who very easily could have made a deep run if he doesn't get a bad beat from Max Steinberg.
Pretty unlucky there.
Yeah.
You did miss a pretty sick bluff that he...
Talk about a sick Brad. Sly cry. Paid $1.39 a gallon for his fill-up today.
Really?
Like your kneecap? Yeah, that's probably
9-8-3, 2 clubs out there. Ross,
Does it hurt
best
you
hand
walking
right
around?
now at ace-8.
We gotta have more Maria on. We got a lot of love from Maria on the chat. Wow.
Listen,
Sometimes
I'm not going to disparage Maria Ho because I love having Maria Ho. I think she's a class act. All the respect in the world for her. Anytime you put a good-looking woman on the show,
yeah,
you're going to have love.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Generally speaking. I mean, if they can play poker,
Lifting,
it's a
right.
bonus.
Right.
The fact that Maria Ho is not hard on the eyes and she can play poker is just is great.
Makes a lot of sense, Tuck.
It's not that hard. Yeah, you see Richardson just not. I mean, he bet there. I mean, Richardson has to lose a big pot, like he has to lose a cooler, and get kind of like upstuck. I'll coin Phil Locke's term, upstuck. If he gets upstuck, he could go on a little bit of more tilt.
Yeah.
Because I think Hellmuth right now is experiencing that upstuck.
Let's discuss what percentage of exercise equipment is bought for home use that gets over 100 hours. What do you think the line is for 50?
I noticed rep is
to get
louder
to
than
where
everyone else.
50% of the exercise equipment gets use. How many hours is it? What's the number?
Yeah, the audio is still not
perfect.
It's been
It's not
favoring
very
the
many
left
hours,
side
I
of the
don't
table
think.
for whatever
I
reason.
don't think you're talking 1,000 hours.
Fortunately, the right side of the table doesn't talk as much.
350 hours to get.
Which
you
is
think
good.
50% of the home machines get 350 hours? use?
Not by design.
I would take the under.
No, but if you get a table with everybody talking, then it doesn't really help. But yeah, it's just whatever reason it's worked out that way. It's unfortunate.
An hour of exercise, 4 days a week, like you're talking about 6 months to get to 100 hours.
Hey, how about that Aussie Millions final table? I'm pretty excited. I mean, Samantha Abernathy, I was talking about it before. I consider her one of our own. You know, I mean, she's been on the show numerous times. She has supported Poker Night in America. We support her, and she's made the final table of the Aussie Millions. Really excited for her. Hopefully, she takes that home.
Or sometimes I go out the front
some other
door and
players,
walk a
though,
little
of course,
ways,
we
then
know
run a
Tony
little ways,
Dunst
then walk a
at that
little
final
ways, then run a
table.
little ways.
Not only is she one of
Russell
our own.
Thomas's wife.
It's not sunny in
Oh,
Seattle.
okay.
She's there too, Kitty Kuo.
Not in the winter.
Wow. That's true. Yeah, I saw that.
Pretty sick.
But not only is Samantha one of her own, but she spent the
like, even if you
entire
have two people,
November 9 railing
they spend
sitting
3
next
hours
to
a
me,
week, 6
railing
hours
for
a week.
Josh.
Awesome.
So that's like 4
all
months.
a special place in my heart.
Wow, look at this.
To get
How
to
many
100
flops
hours.
a gut shot? He flops a gut shot with a diamond draw. Doesn't hit either one, but runs to the 2 pair.
How's Bart running? Wow. How bad is Bart
So
running?
100
today?
hours for you. would be
Well, in all
2.5
fairness,
months.
I mean, he wasn't like way ahead on the flop. I mean, Hellmuth could have caught a 3.
Yeah.
Hellmuth could have caught
When's the
a
last time you
jack,
started exercising?
a diamond. I think Hellmuth is probably favored on the
last time
flop,
you
right?
exercised.
I used to be an athlete.
Maybe Bart can find a raise here. I guess not the
Not
way
anymore.
Not the way he's acting.
Not anymore. Stop paying him off.
Sounds painful.
That's how you get people in those tournaments, huh?
Phil just doesn't bluff that much, does he?
Phil bluffs, but only in specific spots. I don't want to give it away. He wouldn't like that if I said that on the air. But
Come on, give it out.
I
Give it out right here.
suspect most People who
I wouldn't do that to anyone.
on a
actually.
regular
Well, there's the
exercise
payoff.
routine do things like
Look at he sees.
Face.
or have a regular gym routine.
Can we have a
that they
mashup
go
of Bart's face today when he gets reactions to hands?
Well, it's like the disbelief, and then he then he looks, he goes,
through.
oh, okay,
Home
that makes
exercise
sense.
equipment, or do you only go to the gym?
All right, I'm out of here, guys.
Get out of here. Okay?
Later.
Later, Matt.
Do you have home exercise equipment, or do you only go to the gym?
Matt's such a noob. Don't you know you got to turn this thing off before you take the mic off?
We're just
CrossFit.
go out the front door and run once in a while.
Once again, you're watching Poker Night in America, the cash game. I'm David Tuchman. We are in Thunder Valley Casino Resort
We're discussing
up in
where
Lincoln,
the
California, just outside Sacramento.
50 point was like home
Playing
exercise equipment that
25-50
gets
no
bought,
limit
how
Holdem.
many hours of use
Blinds
it
are
gets
25-50,
before
$100
50%
straddle.
of it doesn't get that many hours of use. So like someone buys a treadmill, brings it home. How many?
The over-under is 3 months.
So like for one person, in maybe 4 hours a week. So you're saying some number like 50 hours. Someone buys a piece of home exercise equipment and brings it home. How many hours of use is like the 50-50 point? Half of them get more than this, half of them get less.
I think.
Right. Well, actually,
I think you
understood
might
that
be right.
question
2-3 months, right?
I meant that per household. So if like there's
Well, it
5
can-
people in a household and it's there for 20 years and you have kids and stuff, how much of that single do you use?
I will tell you this much: when we moved to a place that has a swimming pool, my kids were in every day, and then 3 years later, we didn't use the pool for 5 years.
Pretty much how it goes, I think.
Yeah. The novelty of having it was great, and then it wore off.
I think the ones that you're talking about are like 10% of the.
Porter raising
So
up
then
with
you
the
got,
ace-8.
like,
Once again, positions are
so
all next to
many
the
other
players.
ones that just
You can see under the gun
somebody takes
plus
home, they use
1.
for 3 months. They put in the corner, they sell on
UTG.
Craigslist.
Is Maria drinking wine or champagne?
For me, it's all my excuses. And I knew if I gave myself the opportunity to make excuses, 100% I make excuses. It's hard. It hurts.
Yeah.
Take them all away. Don't do it.
What's up, Zova? Your college casino. Welcome back, my friend.
Yes.
That's right. We're at the
There's
Thunder
no
Valley
question
Casino Resort,
exercising is a good thing to do.
just outside Sacramento. Thank you all for sticking with us today. We're back at it tomorrow, 2 p.m. Pacific
Thought it
time.
was an
More cash
interesting
game
topic.
action. Got a great lineup tomorrow for you.
We went to Dallas the second week.
Sunday as well. Both tomorrow and Sunday have the potential, no promises, potential to be really big games. We'll see how it plays out.
Alan, what are you doing? You're playing 6 middle. You're raising with ace 3 offsuit every hand.
I haven't had ace 3. I gotta have it to raise it, right?
Let's get a raise from ball. Hellmuth calls.
Getting
Hanson is
crushed.
3-bet here at the King 9 of Hearts from the small blind.
That's not good.
It's okay. I still like my spot though.
You get a set by me. How could you complain?
Ball's not a believer. Ball's going to 4-bet.
True. And so you like that because you're good company, but also
And these guys have gone at it a couple times today.
Oh, I see.
can't hurt.
Raise, 3-bet, 4-bet.
It wasn't bad for like an 8.
Hellmuth gets out of the way.
Phelps is so sad.
And congratulations on your baby.
3 more gold. I think
Pre-flop wars.
5 more gold medals. How about that?
It's pretty strong.
Action back on Hanson.
Right now, he's just the fastest in the world at every event. He's been racing Rocky and these.
Hanson looks like he's cutting out 5-betting chips.
He's a hero.
Hanson with the 5-bet.
No, he's not.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like a proud dad. Like my boy's all grown up. Look at him. This is some action here. So we had a raise from Ball, a call from Hellmuth, a 3-bet from Hanson out of the small blind. Ball's had enough of Hanson's 3-betting. He decides to 4-bet. Hellmuth gets out of the way, back over to Hanson. Hanson suspects it. He 5-bets. Action back over to Ball.
Be willing to call more often. Yeah.
And ace is tough. I mean, Ball's only got 14-1-5 behind, and he lets it go.
Tony's cool too. Tony's a nice guy.
The poker equivalent to men just basically taking out their appendages and seeing whose is bigger. Whose is bigger? And for that case, Bart's was.
You packed me on the show.
Really?
Yeah. But I
Kind of
forgave
part
it.
it's like part of his shtick, though. You know what I mean? I feel like he's doing that more like it's not a personal thing. It's more like he's getting paid to be like attacking.
Ghost of M says, got to admit, if Ball jams, I will be so happy. Hey, I love poker like that. I mean, to me, that's both players kind of thinking on a different level. Both of them think they know what the other one is up to, and it's just a matter of, you know, who has the courage to go one more step. Who has the courage to go one more step?
What did he say he had? Oh, they were supposed to show those hands. King 9 of Hearts?
I like the perfect hand
What'd
to
you have?
ace 10 suited.
Sly Cry, you're right. You do not have to be adults here on Twitch. That is not a qualifier. That said, keep it in good taste.
I'm expecting more than anybody else was taking. You didn't even notice?
Keep in mind, when we have the chips behind, that's how many more they have. So Ball had another 14,000 and change behind. So it wasn't 7,000 more. It was actually another, probably 10,000 more. Zova asking why I moved to London. A girl and a job. Got a job there. And why not, man? To me, life's all about adventure. If you get a chance to go somewhere like that, I will tell anybody who listens. I told my nephew this. I said, you get a chance, somebody offers you a job in Japan or Australia or London or another city, Montreal, whatever it is, check it out. Worst thing is, if you don't like it, you come back. Check it out, though. Big turn card for Hanson. He's now got a gut shot to go along with the flush draw. And you can't, not much better card than that. And not a great run out for Ross, but he's going to call. Pot's $4,000. Let's see if Hanson can fire one more bullet. I mean, he's trying to get ace king or ace jack to fold. That's the hand he's trying to get to fold, if he bets. Yeah, he's going to check it.
No straddle for you this round.
So Ross is going to win that one with ace king.
Oh, tip up? All right, the 10?
All right.
It's all good. The 10.
Or we can just tax Maria because she's not here. Hit it again.
You gotta have the button, dude. You gotta have a GG button. When you make this a thing in poker.
One of the guys I play with in Seattle has a button that says that was easy. the easy button from like Staples or whatever. I don't see why you'd want to fold in that spot. I mean, these blinds never defend down here.
No, they don't.
Porter defends from the king 7. Actually, sorry, it folds around and now Porter raises from the small blind. Maria Ho taking a break. Action on Scott Ball. He's going to call. And I'm butchering the action here. My apologies, guys. In fact, just Paul decides to 3-bet it. So a raise from Porter, a 3-bet from Ball. This is blind on blind action. Not surprisingly, both players miss. And to me, this is a lot of what poker is as well, you know. You're going to miss a lot of flops. There are going to be a lot of flops where you and your opponents miss. Who gets those? Who takes those pots home? Wow. Porter's going to check call with the king high. And unfortunately for him, had Ball dominated, but unfortunately, Ball spikes his 4. And he's going to continue barreling.
Show it. What was that? Is that over 25? No, show it. Is that over 25?
Yeah, with your 1200 bet it was.
Yeah, no, I'm showing.
You have I don't know if he was supposed to show his hand. Yeah, you're supposed to show too.
Oh, when you don't call?
Just tell us. Yeah.
I had the king
Right
high.
or wrong? We've made all day long, we've made show.
It's fine.
What was it?
I had the king high.
King what?
7.
It's not, past the poker. You had him dominated. Yeah.
4 came, I gave up.
He knew. He was like, that 4 makes me mad. I'm gonna do more.
Well played, well played.
Did you have to do it again, Bart?
What's that?
Did you have to tip again?
No, that was,
I came 9-5. 2.
That was so funny when Lori said earlier that she was running bad in the tipping world. That was great.
Is that your tipping pots?
Yeah, because she had to tip like 3 times in a row.
she did have to tip, but she want to flip the 10,000.
He's a smart guy. You know, he went to Harvard. He's going to manage the game.
Who? It's like the biggest rip I've ever had in my life. You're just like,
Fitzpatrick, quarterback for the Jets.
Fitzpatrick has a little bigger, deeper.
6 is still good here.
Not a big fan of
Porter picks up more outs, though. A king, an ace, or 8. An 8 now would win it. To the river. Pot is only 1350. Jack of Hearts not going to change anything. 6 is still good. Ball wants to go to showdown. Porter hoping his ace high is good, but it's not.
that guy's got some really good wide receivers.
Yeah. Having Eric Decker as a clear number 2 is pretty strong.
Yeah, right.
Decker's a good wide receiver.
Brandon Marshall's just an animal. He's so good. And Decker's so good in the red zone.
Decker's good all the time. I mean, Decker's a good receiver.
But he can in the red zone, he just crushes, right? Like, he just always comes out.
Yeah, he's got big size and he gets positions himself well.
I don't know anything about football. I just know I just started liking it again this year a lot. So, about a quarter way through the season, I just started watching every single game I could.
Me too. I watch way too much NFL, but I love it.
It's hard to say too much. There's only one more game. I mean,
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, dude, I watch at least 3 games a Sunday, at least. Between Sunday and Monday, probably 4 games.
yeah, and
But
Thursday.
I go through them in 35 minutes. You can,
Well, if you wait till Monday, you can watch all the games in 30 minutes each. You know,
Yeah, but
NFL
you
Network.
They have that button on the DirecTV thing that fast forwards exactly 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Jack 8 deuce, rainbow flop.
Now it's snapped. The guy hits boom. I can do it in 35 minutes, which is.
But for Patriots games.
Queen's still the best hand.
30 seconds is
Oh,
too much.
the worst used to be man. Like he would snap every 15 seconds, and so you'd have to like go forward.
Ball's going to bet here, open-ended.
Yeah, if that thing was 20, 25 seconds, it was perfect. But it's going a little bit.
Richardson calls. That's a dangerous call. I don't mind going for
like,
gut
if you have
shots
the
when it's the gut shots to the
NFL
nuts.
package, they play
I
them
don't like
on,
going for gut shots when it's
Mondays
not to
and
the
Tuesdays,
nuts.
Yeah, I mean, it's
That's
just
afterwards. Yeah. But then you've watched Sports
well,
Center.
by
Somebody has
you
queen
just record
9
it
and goes
watch
to the
it,
same
like,
exact gut
when there's only
shot
30
that
minutes left in
Richardson
the
has, and a 10 falls off.
Yeah, what else?
It's
I
going
mean,
to
like
cost you a lot of money.
Sit down at 12:30 and start watching.
Exactly.
I mean, to me, gut shots are already really, really hard to hit.
At like 12:15. I'll start at like 12:20. I'll fast forward. Then I'll record some late games.
When I hit it, I want to make sure I have the nuts, and I can
One
really
game,
bang it.
35 minutes. Start the other, and then
Ross is raised here.
Yeah.
kind of sick that way. I guess.
I mean, I think ball can easily call.
Could
It's a
just
rainbow
flip between
board with
channels,
10-9.
you know, like display
You just
and
love
flip
your
right-
hands.
Or watch the red zone channel, where you just get to see every time someone's in the red zone.
Straight draws are just one of those things where
Yeah, you certainly
it's
have
just
some players.
people don't see it as much, and I think it's 1400. I think it's a pretty easy call. Richardson gets out of the way.
Yeah. But then you can take it like wherever you are and stream it.
Queen would be magical. 5 of diamonds. Did Ross just check? That's kind of bizarre. Oh, and there's the 7. What a bizarre play by Ross. So Ross check raises the flop and then decides to check the turn. Paul's like, thanks, I'll take the free card. He takes the free card and he hits a straight. He has the absolute stone cold nuts. Porter's not in the hand. But he's a good-looking man. I could stare at him all day. And there's the raise. And this is one of those spots where you just start, you start putting your opponent on a range of hands, and you start thinking, well, I mean, 9-10, clearly in that range. And I think at this point, queens are just a bluff catcher. Ball is either doing this with a bluff or nothing at all, and it's just, how many bluffs does he really have in his range on a Jack-8 deuce board? The only draw out there got there. He's not suddenly turning like King-Jack into a bluff. So the bet was 1900. The raise is to 6,000.
Bart knows he can 5-bet with King 9. did say I was probably ahead on the flop, to be fair.
I feel like you have some nonsense like jacking the diamond, something like that.
Do I play that kind of crap?
I feel like there's a jack and an 8 in your hand. Just letting you know.
I mean, there are situations where you can kind of talk yourself into calling because you'd be like, well, you know, spades didn't get there, or, you know, the other straight draw didn't get there. But on a jack-8 deuce board, that's a relatively dry board. You know, and a lot of hands that I think Scott Ball would have bet the flop with would have folded to a check raise. Now, the hands that call that check raise, you know, a lot of them, you know, are jack X's, 9-10s.
Always have.
No, I have an over.
I actually didn't know that. Jack 8 does beat an overcard.
Top two pair, yeah. Lincoln, California is in Northern California. We are just outside Sacramento, actually. Brian's been a little bit lax on his Lincoln facts. You got a couple of good ones for us? There's the laydown. Nice laydown, finally.
100%. 100%. Always 9-10 for days.
Always 9-10. Good for
Literally
you.
every time.
Nice hand, brother.
But then you started that I get frisky sometimes, and you're like,
I don't
know
know.
it. Right. Now you, but no, it's good because you told me you had it.
Welcome back.
Here's a fun Lincoln
I
fact.
won that spot.
As of the 2010 census, Lincoln's population had grown 282.1% since 2000, making it the fastest growing city in the United States.
Since 2010?
From 2000 to 2010, it was the fastest growing city in the U.S.
Wow. So the first decade of this century, it was the fastest growing city in the U.S.
Yeah, there you go.
And what was the population?
Pierre would have been a queen.
42,819
That's
in
insane.
2010.
Wow. People just coming here in droves.
Apparently.
Just out of curiosity, when was Thunder Valley built?
I mean, there's a couple less
Let's
straights on
find
the
out.
I wonder if that's a
board.
coincidence. Was there some influx of business
Queen
here
is really
that
tough
made
to
this
get away
city
from that.
the place they come to? Raised by Maria Ho. She's been quiet. Not much has gone her way. Ace, Queen, 3. 2 hearts out there. And Scott Ball flops the best of it. Top two pair says the drive has to suck from Southern California. Actually, the drive's not
Can't even
bad.
beat sixes.
That said, I flew. We took a 45-minute flight, dude, from LA. Actually, from Burbank. It's like a 50-minute flight.
Thunder Valley opened in 2003, so it could have been a contributing factor to that growth.
Yeah. A lot of jobs. People fly over here. Poker News comes out. Poker News 916 says Lincoln is the best city on earth.
Noon tomorrow or?
No, 2. So that's even more reason to do it.
Really? See? 1:30.
Ryan Smith says, love how they know weeks and months in advance where they are traveling to and still don't know anything about where they are visiting. No, we do, but I think it's just more interesting to have Brian reveal it in 37-minute increments.
In Pittsburgh, I was playing all night. I'd play Sean D.
Trust me, we know a lot about Lincoln, California. Who doesn't, right?
Won every day in the cash.
Duh.
So there you go.
Well, I
You have
won
a
the
good track
tournament.
record.
I
Yeah.
actually won the tournament on no sleep.
That might be the formula, the magic formula for you.
That's like 200 biggest.
Richardson playing much different than the man that we saw up at Turning Stone. When he was down 25,000, these two poker players, these two men do not resemble themselves. Yeah, Poker News 916 pointing out it's close to Folsom. That's one of the pluses about this place. We are close to Folsom Prison.
That is a plus.
I mean, think about this place. I mean, if you want to move to Northern California, this area, we are probably about an hour and 20 minutes from Lake Tahoe, Reno. You want to go some world-class skiing and snowboarding. We are less than 90 minutes from Napa. The best wine in the world, you might argue, okay?
Yeah, you in?
Not only that, if you want to visit my father, Folsom Prison,
I vote yes.
less than 20 minutes away.
There you go.
Look at that. All these things
She
that
gets
Lincoln,
mad, I'll give
California
her
have to
50
offer you.
back.
Another fun Lincoln fact.
Maria, do you want to be in this end?
0.12% of Lincoln, water. 0.12%
Is made of water?
is made of water.
You mean like lakes and stuff? And
0.02 square miles of the 20 square miles
Yeah, no,
that
it's
make
only
up Lincoln.
So it's a pretty dry city.
Very dry.
Okay.
I would have been okay with it.
Fair enough. I love it.
Corn brulee, nice.
So good.
I had it last trip. I still remember it.
So good. So good.
The problem
Do
is
you have that
I'm trying to
tonight,
stay away
Alex?
from sugar. It's not working very well.
It's so good. It's so good. You ordered 4 last time. What is it?
It's corn brulee, so it's like
From the States?
yes,
I've had it.
it's
Not
like
here, but-
it's great.
Better than the corn pudding at STK, you ever have that?
I think I have. I do like that.
This is pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean, I will come out and say, and I'm not ashamed of saying this, I think the best thing about Sacramento and this area is its proximity to other places that are really super cool. Namely, I mean, Napa and Tahoe are two of my favorite places in the world. If you've never been and you like to ski or snowboard, I highly recommend. And if you like wine, and who doesn't like wine, Napa's fantastic. And even if you don't like wine, you can kind of go even a little bit more north, and you can go to, there's a lot of really good breweries up in that area as you go north into the northwest of the United States.
What's happening there?
I gave you that.
Once again, we're playing 25-50, No Limit Hold'em. Thunder Valley Casino Resort is where we're at.
Then what happens?
Poker
The
Night
tournament starts
TV, the cash game. We are back at it tomorrow, 2 p.m.
Right.
Somebody should go over to the
Yeah, he's assuming
the
he
Somerville
makes it through
stream.
tonight.
Let them know that they can watch this as well. Why not?
I'll have to miss a whole day of filming.
Just put us on
Well,
mute.
You only have to miss the whole day if you survive.
Like I said, I'm
day
not
two.
precious. I don't really care.
I miss a lot of
I just think people are missing out. If you like poker, you should be watching both.
He's got you. See what I'm saying? And then you can host your own console. I feel like that's a Phil Hellmuth thing to do in life. What? Host your own commentator?
Like Trump hosting his own rally.
This is how I should totally just solve it. It's really good play.
Yeah.
I was thinking about 3-betting my hand actually.
I was thinking he was going to say I should totally fold with it. And then he threw a chip in.
Pretty dry flop
So
there,
Maria
8
doesn't
deuce
have a
deuce.
'cause she was thinking about 3-betting. Scott acknowledged he should have folded, so he might.
Gravlio says, I got a ban for telling that you guys were live. I don't know why. We're giving them
That was my
love.
big card. Had the button.
And I had you dominate.
Then all those deuces came.
I know, those are scary cards.
You know. They gave me a straight draw.
Last time I did this, we had to do 7 game going. That's by far the silver.
Another fun Lincoln fact. According to backgroundchecks.org, Lincoln is the 5th safest city in California.
I 2-pair over his 2-pair.
No,
He had 4-6 and I 2-7.
You remember the hand where you had deuces and I had 7 deuce, and I flopped a 7 and I hit a 7?
That's interesting. I like it. Good stuff.
I also tried to bluff Elkie when I had to do 7 and he just had the nuts. I wasn't good. Like, here, Elkie, we're friends. Here's $10,000.
Bluffing into the nuts is often a bad strategy.
Yeah, you know, it didn't work out for me.
But if it never happens, you're not bluffing enough probably, so, you know.
That's pretty good.
So it's a frequency question? So like if I do it once a day, that's a good rate?
Bluffing once a day into the nuts, I feel like, might be okay.
Top 2 here for Hellmuth.
Hard to make the nuts, though.
Yeah.
Like, bluffing into, like, the 3rd or 4th nuts probably happens a lot, but...
Yeah, 5 or 6 times a day.
The stone nuts? Hard to have the stone nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Hellmuth checks the flop, checks the turn. Hanson finally takes the bait. Hanson was drawing dead when he bet there.
I have the nuts.
You do have the nuts, my friend. The effective nuts.
No trapping, huh?
Figured he would bet an ace. He's going to bet 500 with the ace. I'm going to raise him again.
That's a big pot. Big pot.
It's hard when your opponent has nothing. What can you do, you know? Jack.
End it sooner so we can play a new pot.
What if
You're on to something, man.
I won 275 plus the potential bluff of 1,000 on the river.
It's true.
Let's start with a snap dog. All right. But if he bets 500, I raise it. 1,000 at this point. I had the ace 7. That would have been sick.
Straddle here from
No,
Hanson.
You already showed you pulled ace 7 in those boxes.
You would have bet 500 got raised and thrown in the muck.
Once again, if you want to get a hold of me, you can at Twitter.
Oh, we can spend another one.
Folds ace 7 and
I respond to pretty much every tweet. So if you have any questions, you want to say hi, you can always tweet me at Tuck on Sports.
Does what?
5 bets me with king 9 and folds ace 7.
Yes.
Ray Henson, by the way,
We'll have to watch.
says I agree with Matt Glantz. We need more Maria Ho.
I was really like, I was so close to this.
Bob Brady asking if I'm working from home. Nope, I'm up in. I'm up at the Thunder Valley. I'm up. I am at Thunder Valley right now.
Well, you know, a lot of times, you know, you got 30% plus some fold equity. You might throw away jacks.
Set of 5s now for Ho on the turn.
But I was like, no, I'm a sissy, so I'm just gonna fold.
There's a lot of money out there already. A lot of money out there already.
What was that?
There's a lot of money out there ready to win. Yes. I had that hand against you earlier. It didn't happen. No, that was what I had when you said reluctant fold that hand.
No action for Ho. And just one of those nights. I mean, there are some nights where, you know, you turn your set and somebody's got a bigger set or a straight, or you turn your set and nobody gives you action.
That's exactly what my sister's having.
And that's kind of been the Maria Ho's way right now. Hanson's made a nice little
It's all
comeback.
coming together.
He's down about 4,000. He was down about 12 at one point. I mean, he was down 12 in like an hour.
If you want to change it, come by Tuesday evening. Okay. More than welcome to pick up.